Ladies and gentlemen, we are on. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Race to Zero Dialogue on Energy. My name is Elizabeth Press, and I'm Director of Planning at IRENA. It is my pleasure to be your MC for today. Thank you for joining us for this day, and thank you to all of those who've supported us in preparing this interesting dialogue, particularly the Climate Action 100+ CDP, the Institutional Investors Group on Climate Change, RE100, and colleagues from the International Renewable Energy Agency. Let me walk you through the program today. We have a total of 4 sessions. We're going to start with a session on recovering better, how sustainable energy can light the way, followed by the green hydrogen session for renewables powered future. In the afternoon, we're going to have 2 sessions implementing a net zero energy sector strategy and the market-driven renewable electricity transition. In a moment, the high-level champions will make some opening remarks, but first, a few housekeeping points. All attendees are muted with camera disabled and will remain so throughout the event. We would also welcome questions from the audience, time permitting. Please post them in the chat box. Due to time constraints, we apologize in advance if we cannot take all of them. This is a public event and it is being recorded, and the recording will be available both on IRENA website and the UNFCCC website. Feel free to post in the chat box any technical questions that you might have. Our IT colleagues will be glad to support you. I will now like to invite our champions to address to open the day. Since 2015, every COP presidency appointed a climate champion, and today we have a pleasure to have with us the climate champion for COP25, Gonzalo Munoz, and the climate champion for COP26, Nigel Topping. My friends, over to you.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. It's wonderful to be with you today. The day 6 of the Race to Zero dialogues with a focus on energy. I was going to thank the whole list of partners, but you've already done it, Elizabeth. So in the interest of time, I'll move on. But you know, one of the things that we are so keen on, Gonzalo and I think IRENA typify this, is what we call radical collaboration. We will only tackle the climate crisis if the whole of society is mobilized. So everyone who's come together to create the energy dialogues today, thank you. A big part of what we're working on is to project a common understanding of the sectoral pathways to zero emissions, something that Gonzalo with the Marrakesh Partnership pioneered last year, and thank you, IRENA, for your vital help in creating version 2 of the Climate Action Pathways this year. The other thing that we're really keen to promote, as well as radical collaboration around these pathways, is a better understanding of just how fast change can and is taking place. You know, there's a really nice paper that Michael Grubb published, We Mean Business website. You can see that recently, showing that the current level of exponential growth is enough to put us on a 1.5 degree world. So we think this understanding of exponential change as costs keep coming down and deployment goes up. And nowhere is that better exemplified than in renewables, where, as we all know now, renewables are cheaper than coal or gas in most parts of the world. And of course, that's only going in one direction. And I think understanding that's really important, because it means we can back ourselves as humans, as society, as businesses, as cities, as governments. We can back ourselves to go faster. We can back our ability to innovate. And so I think this idea that we can and are capable of innovating much faster than most people think is at the heart of the story that I hope we're going to hear much more about today. Gonzalo, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Nigel, and reinforcing what you said. In order to create that net zero future, we need those transformative action and the radical collaboration that you mentioned. We know that it's absolutely feasible to have 80% of our electricity from renewable energy sources and 100% zero carbon by 2050. That is something that's a track that is so clear. But also we could have energy infrastructure resilient to market shocks and much more resilient than fossil fuels. We've learned so much about that during this COVID year. So ambitious climate action could not only put us on track into everything that is related to climate action and green recovery, but also because it could create over 65 million new low carbon jobs in 2030. That's equivalent to today's entire workforce of the UK and Egypt combined. It's not an one thing or the other. We can do both. We can build back better, meaning we can create greener jobs through the energy transition. And then it's so important to put a big emphasis on fairness. It's not only about greening our energy grid, but also creating universal access to energy services, quality energy for all, and creating the conditions for every single person to get connected to this as a possibility, including, of course, the requirement of the just transition for those workers and communities that have to move to a zero carbon future. All of this is absolutely possible, but we need high ambition and accelerate our action in order for all of this to happen.
Yeah, let me just give a couple of examples of accelerating action. Yeah, the RE100 memberships, that's companies committed to source 100% of their electricity from renewable sources, grown by 20% last year. That's now at 268 companies. That was 5 years ago, right? So we're really supportive of everybody. Any companies listening, if you're not already in, join now. Climate Group are doing a great job. We want to get to 400 companies signed up to RE100 by COP26. Also, we've seen strong renewables investment, 35 billion in the first half of 2020. That's already, that's significant growth from last year. And as Gonzalo says, there's a real opportunity with COVID recovery measures to put the sector on track for 1.5 degrees. Last thing I was to say is we call these sessions the Race to Zero dialogue. So yes, it's a race, it's urgent. Yes, we're getting to zero, but we call it a dialogue for a reason as well. It's not a debate where somebody wins. The debate etymologically comes from the same word as batter or combat. This is a dialogue where we have an opportunity to hear from people with different perspectives, all committed to the transition, but all grappling with it from a different perspective. So I really encourage everyone to take full use of the opportunity to listen respectfully. And that means we're allowed to disagree, right? Because in that disagreement, in that respectful listening, there's a chance that we learn, and through that learning, we can go even faster so that we go back to the race to zero. Thank you, Gonzalo.
And as you mentioned, Nigel, COVID has also put us into the track in a much faster way. The transformation to low carbon energy system is already underway. We have seen renewable energy has increased its share of electricity production to record levels since the onset of the pandemic. Of course, we would never be celebrating all of the situation that we have to suffer because of the pandemic. And at the same time, there's here one element of hope that is mobilizing the whole economy of the world. We have seen during this last period, individual energy companies such as Ørsted or Iberdrola that have reinvented their business models for the energy transformation. We have strong evidence of the tipping point to a renewable energy dominated system. And I think that is not only fundamental for this dialogue, this has been fundamental for all of the previous dialogues and will continue to be for the other areas. So, of course, as you said, the dialogue should be allowing us to reach those common parameters, but also should be an invitation for everybody to join the Race to Zero if you're not already there. We know we can win this Race to Zero emissions together. We need to be together in order to do that. So having said that, and being absolutely excited about everything that we'll be listening today, it is a great pleasure to introduce Mr. Francesco La Camera, Director General of IRENA, and use this opportunity, as Nigel referred to thank IRENA for both its for leading the group within the Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action, as well as for the work on energy transition globally. You are a reference not only for us as high-level champions, but for many people around the world that are looking for your work in order to follow that. We would also like to thank the other members of the Energy Group that you have mentioned, Elizabeth, but let me refer to them. the Climate Group, International Chamber of Commerce, the International Energy Agency, REN 21, SE for All, UNEP, World Business Council for Sustainable Development, all of them who support the preparation of the climate action pathways and this energy dialogue. So thanks so much. Over to you, Francesco.
Thank you, Gonzalo. And dear all, it's my pleasure to join Elizabeth to welcome you all to this Race to Zero Energy Dialogue. Let me thank the high-level champions for their inspirational words and their tireless work. It's my hope that your optimism, drive, and ambition will encourage many to become champions. Let me also thank Climate Action Under Plus, the Climate Group, and C4All on working with IRENA to organize this day. I would also like to reiterate the champions mentioned of the Energy Group within the Marrakesh Partnership for Global Climate Action. It has been our pleasure to lead the work of the Energy Group, and you all have become an essential part of IRENA's family. And to transform the global energy system, we need a big family. We need champions in all corners of the world to create a system that powers prosperity, resilience, and equity. We start today's dialogue with the focus on the role of energy in a twin challenge of the COVID recovery and climate change. The pandemic has taken a high toll on lives and livelihoods. We are yet to see what the post-COVID world looks like. But today's decision will determine whether we make a sharp turn to 1.5-degree pathway or remain locked in the past. The energy system, along with the rest of the economy, has been shaken to the core. But renewables, as you both said, have shown remarkable resilience. Renewable power was a preferred option early for several reasons, most notably low operating costs. The crisis was also a test for a renewable-based electricity systems. The banking myths around reliable operating system with a high share of wind and solar. Combined, this fact bolstered the business case for renewables. IRENA estimates that by 2021, up to 1,200 gigawatts of existing coal-fired capacity would cost more to operate than installation of new utility-scale solar PV. Cost competitiveness and sustainability commitments are also a convincing number of companies to power their operation with renewables, and will be looking closer at corporate sourcing later today. You have learned from Nigel how many companies have now expressed their commitment to the 1.5. Ladies and gentlemen, with trillions of private public monies being injected into the global economy, this is a once-in-generation opportunity to prioritize energy transitions and the climate-safe future. Today, renewables account for 35% of the global capacity and 25% of global power generation. This is far from what we need for the 1.5-degree pathway. We need to reverse today's contribution of non-renewable and renewable supply in the global energy system. And we must do so rapidly. The IPCC 1.5 report set very clear targets. CO2 emissions should decrease by 45% in 2030 compared to 2010 and be almost zero in 2050. This means that oil and coal should be already peaked and gas should peak in 2025. This requires extraordinary efforts. So the race is on. Many solutions already exist and must be scaled up. IRENA's post-COVID recovery report highlights how and where strategic investment and policy intervention in the energy transition can create jobs and support the economic recovery while steering the way towards long-term decarbonization. Investments should be directed especially to renewable power, energy efficiency, flexible infrastructure. Investing in innovation, for example, in green hydrogen economy or new industrial processes, is also key. IRENA estimates that annual investment of $2 trillion in the coming 3 years would make a lasting difference. To put in the context, in 2019, these investments were just short of $900 billion of US dollar, meaning that we need to more than double the current partners. All these areas are highlights in the climate action pathways. What is happening is the energy sector is transformational. Renewables will be the bulk of the energy system of the future, complemented by electrification, green hydrogen use, and modern bioenergy. We are not replacing one fuel for another. We are overhauling the existing system, ushering in a new era of decentralized, digitalized, and democratized energy that open vast new opportunities. We estimate that each $1 million invested in the sector will create 25 jobs in renewables. That means that IRENA recovery plans will create in the 3 years 5.5 million additional jobs, while boosting the GDP by an additional 1% on average in the 3 years. The pandemic also provided a stark reminder of the health and energy nexus, and the unacceptable reality of inadequate health services and air pollution for millions of people. We have the technical solutions and means to change it. Ladies and gentlemen, we must use this moment to redesign the future and trigger the necessary structural change. This means fully align the recovery with the 1-point decrease pathway and an holistic policy approach for a just transition. And above all, global solidarity to advance a global Green Deal that leaves nobody behind. Today's Race to Zero dialogues on energy is not just another event. It is a reminder that we have no time to waste. It is an affirmation of our common belief that transforming the energy system is central to the global climate action. And it reassures us that there is a global community determined to make it happen. It is my pleasure to hand over to my friend John Martin, the COP26 climate envoy. We are closely collaborating with the UK presidency in many regions to raise attention in preparing and raising the NDC's ambition. In this and other contexts, John is playing a key role, and I wish to thank him for our collaboration and for all his efforts on the way to Glasgow. So thank you very much. And to you, John, please.
Thank you very much, Francesco, and thank you to our hosts and all the participants. I'm going to be moderating a session now with a number of speakers, and then hopefully we will have time for questions at the end. By way of introduction, I'm the UK's COP26 envoy as we prepare to host COP26 in the UK in November next year. And we work very closely with Nigel Topping and Gonzalo, the high-level action champions. Just a quick word on why COP26 is interested in renewable energy as a theme. Obviously, many of you will be used to the UNFCCC process, working through sequential COPs to negotiate agreed ways forward on tackling climate change. But within the framework of the Paris Agreement, we now are reliant upon countries setting voluntary targets and voluntary actions to cut their emissions. And so we're fortifying COP26 with 5 campaigns on finance, renewable energy, zero emission vehicles, nature-based solution, and adaptation resilience, in order to try and advance the pace at which we make the transition to a low carbon economy. And just to give you an example of why campaigns are useful, with a campaign, we can get together a smaller number of actors to increase the pace of work that will benefit everybody. So to give you an example, in the transport sector, if you take the EU, China, and California, you have 50% of vehicle sales just with those 3 actors, 50% of global vehicle sales. So if you bring them together and set new standards, you set new standards for the world. If you take energy, if you take the UK, Germany, and China, you have way over 2/3 of global installed offshore wind capacity. So again, if you bring those actors together, you can exchange information and lower costs for everybody. And to that effect, the UK's COP26 presidency, our incoming presidency, has set up the Energy Transitions Council to try and bring together countries to exchange best practice on renewable energy, so that we can prove how we can work with higher renewable energy contents in our grid and accelerate the transition towards a low energy future. The International Energy Agency recently pointed out that we are now with solar in the era of the cheapest energy in the world ever. And so hopefully we can leverage that to accelerate our action against climate change. So with that short introduction, allow me to introduce our first couple of speakers. Firstly, Dr. Maria Neira, Director of the Environment, Climate Change and Health at the WHO, who is very uniquely placed to speak about the links between the COVID-19 pandemic that we've all been experiencing and the future energy transition, both of which relate very closely to our relationship with nature. And secondly, Ms. Mechthild Wardorfer of the International Energy Agency, who coordinates the Energy Agency's work on energy sustainability and climate change policy. Ms. Wardorfer will inform us about the impact of COVID-19 on the energy transition and the extent to which governments are taking account of the energy transition in their recovery plans. So Dr. Neira, let me turn to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, and thanks all. I think the host has to allow me to have my video on. I cannot do it myself. The host is stopping me to have a video. Anyway, I can talk and you don't need to see me. Okay, now they allow me now. Okay, now you can see me. Thank you very much. And thank you, champions. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Francesco. This is really very exciting and very energetic. So I hope that the health argument will provide even more energy, and as well as you ask us, giving some lightening the way. Let me tell you why for us is so critical, for the health sector, for the health community. We have a common enemy, fossil fuels. The combustion of fossil fuels is responsible for climate change, for global warming, but as well is very much responsible for the air pollution that at the moment we are talking is killing more than 7 million people every year. So as you can imagine, for the health community, this is a major, major concern. In the previous century, in the 20th century, for us, for the health community, we decided that access to clean water and sanitation was one of the key pillars to advance on public health. Well, we succeed, I think, on putting this as one of the critical campaigns for obtaining better health. And today, I think the equivalent of that revolution on water and sanitation for us, for the health community, will be access to sustainable sources of energy, renewable sources of energy. That will be our campaign, because it's fundamental. If we want to obtain better health, it's fundamental to stop the combustion of fossil fuels that are at the moment are responsible for a big proportion of stroke, a big proportion of ischemic heart disease, a big proportion of chronic respiratory diseases like lung cancer, or even acute ones like pneumonia in children. So for us, this is fundamental, and without access to sustainable sources of energy, we will not be able to move on our public health agenda. We need to recover from the pandemic, no doubt. So there are not even questions around that. But we need to recover differently, and we need to not only ask ourselves how will be the future after the pandemic, but start to decide ourselves how we want to future after the pandemic. And that's why WHO put together this WHO's manifesto on 6 prescriptions. This is what we do best in the health community, to prescribe. So we would like to prescribe how to get out of this crisis and make sure that we put our investments in projects and initiatives that will not only stop harming our health, but promoting our health. And for us, a critical prescription is the number 3, which is the one on access to sustainable sources of clean and renewable energy. That will be a fantastic green wall to prevent our health to be damaged and to promote our health. At the moment we are talking, 40% of the healthcare facilities in sub-Saharan countries do not have access to reliable sources of energy, because they rely on sources of energy that are not, you have it for 1 hour a day, but not for the rest of the day. And as you can imagine, there is no way to perform health services if you don't have energy to keep a little cold chain functioning. And we are now thinking on a massive vaccination campaign. How can even envisage that if we don't have a cold chain? Well, probably not for this vaccine, but at least for new vaccines. How can we perform any minimal surgery if we don't have electricity? How can we provide a minimum of safety in our healthcare facilities if we don't have electricity to at least create a safe environment for the people who will be there? In addition to that, it's clear that what is happening at the household level, with people still using energy that is damaging terribly the health of the moms and children who are at the household level, is something that we need to fight for it. So let me tell you how the health community can contribute to enlighten the way. One, we will use our prescriptive role to make sure that the health community will align very strongly with this. We want any pediatrician, any doctor working on the pneumology or any issues related to respiratory diseases to join us. We want any professional of the health sector to join this campaign and being able to talk about the importance of access to clean energy. Second, we want to lead by example. And I think, John Morton, you've probably heard very well of something that your country is doing, where we are very proud of it, which is the NHS is now committed to make the national health system in UK zero carbon by 2040. And this is an effort that we are following very much with a lot of interest and enthusiasm, because many other hospitals around the world and many other health systems can lead by example, and the health sector, who contributes to the greenhouse gases emissions, can as well be part of the solutions. And
I'm just going to cut in. You've taken 5 minutes, and we need to get through our speakers. So if I can urge you to come to a close, because we have to create a bit of time for questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I will stop here. This is all about health.
Thank you ever so much. If you stay on, we'll come back with questions in a moment. But now I'm going to turn to Mechthild Worsdorfer and just ask her for her opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And thank you very much to the champions. And thank you very much to Elisabeth and Francesco from IRENA for inviting the IEA today. My name is Mechthild, or Mathilde, it might be easier, and I'm heading everything around sustainability, climate change, technologies, and the outlooks like World Energy Outlooks here at the IEA. So you asked about our perspective, what we can do to decarbonize the energy sector, particularly in that difficult time. We saw with COVID, not only the economic crisis, but the health crisis, as Maria just pointed out very well. We also saw that annual global CO2 emissions are estimated to go down by 7% globally at the end of this year. So we are very much looking at the recovery plans and what had happened in the past, because there is a risk, like we saw after the financial crisis in 2008, 2009, that we have a decrease in CO2 emissions right now, but that there is a rebound effect like we had seen in 2010, which was 4 times higher than the fall the previous year. So we need to take action now. We have in the IEA come out with a sustainable recovery plan, which shows that you can increase economic growth, you can create jobs, but you can also go to a more structural decline of the CO2 emissions. And what you need for that, you would need to mobilize spending of around $1 trillion per year over the next 3 years. And that needs to be mobilized by private and public money. And we have seen, for example, that in the recovery plans right now, which we are looking at, some put energy there or climate measures, and that would be equivalent right now to around 10% of the expenditure in the recovery plans announced to date. So energy right now in the recovery plans is about 10%. We saw in the 2010, it was 16% of the recovery plans, even though the recovery plans now are much bigger and the crisis is bigger. But we need to focus on areas which create jobs. And obviously, these are very much renewables, all forms of renewables, wind, solar in particular. They are becoming much, much more competitive, as we have shown, and Francesco said, and the IEA came up with a renewables report only a few days ago, which was very positive on the renewables further development. But we also see energy efficiency create jobs, and that is efficiency in buildings, in products, and so on. And we see electric vehicles. These are the ones which create jobs and can put the economy back into an increase of 1.1% each year over the next 3 years, if all recovery plans are putting clean energy transitions and climate change at the forefront. So this is very much where we are focusing on in this difficult year of the COVID-19, which has seen much economic downturn and obviously a very hard hit on the energy sector in total. I will stop here and maybe wait for questions if there are further questions. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you so much, Mathilde. And you would have already spotted that whilst it's good to have a Brit moderating this, because we're running COP26 next year, and with a Brit, you also get terrible pronunciation of names from outside the United Kingdom, for which I apologize. Perhaps I can go back at this stage to Dr. Neera and just ask a question, which is how much overlap is there between those most affected by climate change and those most affected by the pandemic? And do governments take these connections seriously in your view?
Thank you. We are trying to make sure that people understand that while we fight the pandemic as firefighters, we need to understand as well how we reached this point. And one of the reasons we reached this point is because we have been destroying our relationship with nature, with the ecosystems, with biodiversity. You know that more than almost 70% of the new emerging infectious agents are coming from animal, and the barrier between species have been broken, and this jump from animals to humans under very environmental stressful situation. So we are making sure that people understand that if we want now to protect ourselves and reduce our vulnerability for next pandemics or for next crises like climate change, we need to reestablish a better relationship with the way we produce, consume, recycle, the way we use energy, and it's fundamental. And we are doing a lot of effort to mobilize the health community to help us to pass that message that we need to change the way we use energy sources. And one of our prescriptions, which is probably the most provocative, says, please stop using taxpayers' money to subsidize fossil fuels. You might not expect WHO to say something like that, but it's fundamental if we want to reduce vulnerability for next pandemics. Yes.
Thank you so much. And maybe I can go back to Mathilde with a question for her, which is, to what extent do you think the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated or actually held back the transition to renewable energy? We can see it's coming. The economics of that are clear. but has the COVID-19 epidemic made it easier or harder in your mind to accelerate that transition?
Thank you, John. I mean, the COVID-19 has hit the economic sector, as I said, very dramatically. 18% of the energy investments are down, and the economic energy demand is down by 5%. The renewables are the most resilient. We have seen a slight increase on renewables because oil, gas, and coal are the ones which are going down. That's why we have a positive impact also on CO2. But we don't see that now with the recovery, the situation will improve everywhere. There's a huge difference between developed world, where there's a lot of money put in recovery, in sustainable recovery, energy transition, but it's much harder for the developing countries. In the developing countries, the scarce resources right now are not really, there's not really the shift, and the utilities and other entities are facing financial strains. And let me just take another example than renewables, but energy and electricity access. We see after 6 years of improvement in getting more and more people on electricity access, there is a turn right now in 2020 that we see that more people are lacking electricity access. So these are some very worrying signs, certainly in the developing world, where there are more scarce resources which are put on the right things and the right transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I will go and pass on to our next sort of group on the panel. We've got a lot of panelists, so we want to break them up into a few chunks. And I want to pass next to Princess Abzey Jima, who is chair of the Princess Abzey Jima Foundation. The Princess wears many hats, and as an advocate for sustainable and renewable energy, she's done much to unleash the potential of women and youth in developing countries. Also, we have Mr. Carlos Sal, who is the Vice President for Energy Policies and Climate Change at Iberdrola, which is the top renewable energy producer amongst energy providers in Europe and the US. And also Ms. Juliet Davenport, who is founder and CEO of the Good Energy Group and has been working for many years on innovative ways to fight climate change and accelerate the energy transition. So perhaps if I turn to Princess Abzey first, perhaps I could ask you, to what extent are women carrying an outsized burden in addressing the global health crisis as they do in relation to climate change? And what policies could address this? Over to you, Princess.
Thank you very much, John. Before I start answering your question, allow me to thank Mr. Lacamera, Dr. Lacamera, IRENA for organizing that session with the climate group. It's very important. Thank you, most important, thank you for bringing the bottom of the pyramid people, their voices also, and trusting us has also on the field to support the climate actions that our climate champions was talking about. You know, about the women in the countryside, it's about access. Where we're talking on the global north about energy efficiency, for us, it's about energy access. And the fastest way, of course, is to go renewable, to green up, to also sustain our ground. And as Dr. Marianera was saying, she saw us working on the field, that indoor pollution is a problem. We still, women are still collecting woods to cook, still using kerosene lamp for their businesses. And I think renewables are accessible. It's a matter of having a sustainable procurements with policies. In our parliament, for instance, in Burkina Faso, we have passed a bill who allows that women and youth can access actually to local proposal. To accelerate the implementation of renewables, of course, we need to have bold actions like aggregating. That's what I have done with the Marmalade Initiative for Sustainable Energy with the ECOWAS Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. Aggregating at the ECOWAS region, for those who may don't know, is West Africa, 15 countries, more than 300 million people. It's quite big, but we're coming up together with our institutional frame to aggregate, find good products, and work together. It's a together as matter. What Dr. Lacamera was saying, we need solidarity. It's not a time for competition. It's a time to come up together and to deliver. Training is important, it's critical, and IRENA has been doing a lot on that, on bringing up data that we need. You rightly said that we need to implement to go faster together. But how are we going to do that if we don't have the skilled people, the right people, the committed people down there to do the work? You can count on the youth who are ready to be trained. You can count on the women who are ready to go into the roof. I have been doing it myself, not just talking, taking my head house, taking the houses off and going and putting on the roof solar water heaters, training and convincing also the MPs. It's our role as citizens to take our voices, our votes, to convince also our MPs to make the right policies who will move us to the next and to win that race. The race don't mind about our colors, don't mind about our wealth, and pollution doesn't stop in the borders. It's a common good. The air is our common good. And we have multilateral institutions like IRENA who's doing their work that we need also on the bottom of the pyramid. You can trust that, but maybe we don't speak the international languages, but we are doing efforts, and we are there also to say that we trust the multilateral institutions, and we're counting on them to bring us on board with our what we have succeeded on doing with, for instance, initiative like the Marmalade initiative that I have done by implementing, walking the talk. And that's how we have been distinguished by the United Nations in 2015 at the Solution Summit. And we continue pushing in the wheel, and we're happy to get involved and to work together. Don't leave our hands. We are here. You can trust us. We're trustable people. And Dr. Merton, yourself, you have been in Africa, and you know in RDC and Kenya how you can count on the women. When you have something, when you have little, we can do amazing things. That's what that is the spirit that I want to, that we have together here, that we come up after this talk, that we don't talk about a debate like Mr. Camera was saying. It's not another event. It's an event that we're coming together to deliver. It's about implementation. It's about delivery, thinking out of the box. And we're already doing that. A couple of decades ago, somebody like me wouldn't be in that session. It's already something that we acknowledge and we welcome. So I will stop there, and I look forward to collaborate with all of you and to walk the talk and to move and win that race against climate change. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Princess Abse. And I'm really struck by your comments about the importance of rooftop solar. In my own experience, I've seen that actually it's a very powerful tool for reaching the least advantaged communities, and it's a useful thing to point to when people say that climate action is something that only rich countries can afford. I say no, actually, look in West Africa, in Central Africa and East Africa, you're seeing rooftop solar reach communities who would never have been reached by the grid. And so congratulate you on your work. So from rooftop solar, maybe I can turn to Mr. Sal from Iberdrola, and at the other end of the sort of scale of investment, ask you about your massive, you recently announced massive investments in green hydrogen projects, and ask a little bit about how your company feels emboldened to make such an investment at the height of an economic downturn that's been triggered by COVID, and ask a little bit about to what extent the Spanish government's announcement on 2050 net zero has been helpful in your decision making, or how much you're looking to wider trends in shaping your decision making on that issue. Thank you.
Well, thank you, John. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us and to share with my heroes here, Francesco, Mechil, Maria, Elizabeth, all of you that are very inspiring, the champions, and we need a lot of inspiration for solving all the big problems that we have in this moment. Well, as a big investor, we are always analyzing mega trends, and the issue is that the pandemic has not only not reduced this mega trend, but reinforced the need for the green economy. And why? These mega trends that we are analyzing previous to the pandemic has been reinforced. For instance, the scientific position and reports, the extreme weather events increasing in number, intensity and duration, the low carbon technologies maintaining its cost disruption that solves a lot of the problem that we have in this moment, the subnational administration initiative to fight against climate change, more educated society that produce more pressure on administration and corporations, also is important, the awareness, more pressure of capital markets, asking for credible decarbonization business model and more transparency. And last but not least, that has been mentioned by Maria Neira, we know much more about the link among climate change, loss of biodiversity, and the increase of pandemics. And we know also about the link between the bad air quality with the lower resiliency the society has when a pandemic arrives. So we trust in the last 20 years in the green economy, but our past strategy, closing oil and coal plants, and to become the leader in renewables and smart grids worldwide through billions of investment, passed us from being the 23rd company market capitalization to become now in the top 3. So what is good for planet, citizen health is also good for shareholders. So our business model demonstrates that the green economy create jobs and create the growth. So this is not only said by us, but also is reinforced by all of the institutions that you are representing and a lot of other. And our best option as a big investor is to remain in our successful strategy, but even reinforcing it. This is why we have announced some days ago a new strategy for the period 2020-2025 to invest 75 billion euros. This is a huge amount of money, an impressive investment in the green economy, in line with the exponential solutions that problems and climate change problem needs. You asked me a lot of questions concerning what are our focus on the proposal that the European and Spanish government has put. We think that it's very good to have this framework, this roadmap, and also not talking about all paradigms that the green economy destroy jobs and destroy the growth. We are just in the opposite, and we have the demonstration of that. We have not stopped our investment during the pandemic, but increased it. And we commissioned the biggest PV plant in Europe. We have invested a lot in Japan, in Australia, in Sweden. We also announced a huge amount of money investment in hydrogen, because we think that this is a new driver for the decarbonization of the economy. We will double our investment in our installed capacity in renewables, even being the leader in this moment. So in 5 years, we need urgent actions, exponential action. We will not delay for 2050. We need to this exponential action now, and this is good not only for solving the climate change issue, but also for solving the problem that pandemic has brought to the planet. So, well, we have a lot of needs, but we can talk about that later. But we are happy with this signal that from Europe, from our government, and from all these institutions like IRENA, the International Energy Agency, World Resource Institute, the climate champions, the World Health Organization. We are happy with that because we are aligned with this signal that are needed for solving the problem of the planet.
Thank you so much, Carlos. And really exciting to note how it's been good for Iberdrola's share price to have invested in this transition, and we're very keen that that happens more widely. Certainly sounds like it would have been much better to have been an investor in Iberdrola as you make this transition than Exxon over the last decade. And the part of COP26 is to work to make sure that financial investors have the information available to make their decisions when they invest according to the impact the company will have on the climate. And that's why in the UK, our finance minister recently announced last week that we'd be the first country in the world to make TCFD aligned carbon related financial disclosures mandatory for all listed firms by 2025. So we're excited about that, and we want to encourage investors who create momentum in climate action, and it be good for their share price as well. So let me turn then to Julia and sort of ask about your business model, which is very different. You have over 1,600 generators across the UK from whom you're buying power. What was the impact of COVID-19 on your business model? Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that business model, and what do you think are the sort of most innovative policies being put in place today in the UK or elsewhere in order to both help tackle economic recovery and address climate change?
Thank you, John, and thank you to Elizabeth and Francesca IRENA for bringing this dialogue together. What's fascinating for me, just listening to all the other speakers, Maria and Mathilde, you are so important in this discussion because you add so much weight to the breadth of what we're trying to do on low carbon. I set up Good Energy 20 years ago with a business model of 100% renewable. And part of the reason I did that was to really experiment with how business models were going to work in this future world where renewables are going to be such an important part of it. And it's given us a lot of kind of understanding of knowledge of what the barriers are, the institutional barriers, as well as the technological barriers to moving to a 100% renewable world, particularly where you've had a previously high carbon infrastructure in place. And so what we are, so John, coming back to what business model we are, we have 1,600 big renewable generators, but we also work with nearly 250,000 households who generate power as well. And these are individuals who have moved to this world where they've taken the decision to become power generators themselves. And this model looks very different because initially when we entered the market, renewables were about 2%. We're nearly close to 40% now. But power just went one way. So you had large centralized power stations that would distribute power, and individuals were not part of the energy conversation almost. It was almost like it was a dialogue that has changed. And when you empower households to generate their own power, their relationship with power changes. They understand it better, they think about where it comes from, and they use it more effectively as well. And I think this is, if you look at the Climate Change Committee report in the UK on how are we going to deliver zero carbon, nearly 60% of the activity is going to need behavioral change for consumers. So one of the business models about Good Energy, when we've looked at what are the regulations that we really need in place to make this work, I kind of see it in 4 pillars. The first pillar is R&D and innovation. So energy sector is being significantly underspent in this area, particularly around, it's being very focused on large technological sort of infrastructure, but not system innovation and system investment. So we would really like to see R&D in the UK, but I guess worldwide, really upped in this area to understand how these new models are going to fit together, how these technologies are going to speak together, and what is the importance, particularly of digital and then data and individuals. The next piece is that all these marketplaces have been put together with an infrastructure that delivers on high carbon. So in the UK, for example, 80% of households are connected to the gas grid. Now, if you've got to come off gas, that's a big infrastructural change. So we've got to pay attention to the infrastructure. The recent announcement on EV, I think this weekend, electric vehicles in the UK, to bring the targets forward on that. Again, we're going to have a road infrastructure that supports charging for that and people on the go, because people won't be able to charge all in their own homes. So we need to pay attention to infrastructure. The next piece is regulation. So in the UK, we are a highly regulated market with 11,000 pieces of pages of regulation. And one of the issues is that where you change or tweak things, it can have other impacts, unforeseen impacts on the way that the energy system works. Our personal view is there should be no backward step. Every single piece of legislation change should be checked for climate change. And actually that probably needs to go outside the energy markets. It needs to look across all budgets across government should be checked against climate change. And then the final part is that consumer is going to be incredibly important. People who use energy are going to be so important in this. And one of the things we must do is protect them against what the claims are made for people who are buying green technologies or buying green energy, and making sure that they are really understood and that people don't lose faith in a way, because this is going to be about bringing hearts and minds as much as technology into people's homes. And if people don't believe this technology is making a difference, they won't support it and won't buy for it. So that's kind of, for me, that's an overview. I think there's not one single policy that works, but those 4 pillars are where you need to focus to make your policies work. And that has been our experience in terms of what we've seen on this developing market, particularly in the UK. But I think that applies to a lot of markets that have got big fossil infrastructure already in place.
Thank you so much, Juliet. And I think your comment about how when a household becomes a producer of power, their relationship with energy changes sort of relates us back to what the Princess was saying in terms of household solar in Africa and other markets. And I see it even with my dad, who's in his 70s. He's got solar panels on his roof and now a battery in his house, and he's very concerned to make sure that he doesn't use more energy in a day than he produces, and times when he uses certain appliances. And I'm also struck by what you say about the interrelationship of all the different aspects as we try and get to net zero. We know the technologies that exist. We know the technologies that will help us get to net zero, but sometimes the interplay between them is something that we're still discovering. You referenced the UK's announcement on bringing forward the phase-out date for the sale of internal combustion engines. It hasn't actually happened yet, that announcement. It's just been trailed in the media. But when it is made, we're still uncertain as to how increased uptake of battery vehicles and hydrogen vehicles will interact with renewable energy. So these are things that we will need to invest in to help understand. I'm going to move on to the next couple of speakers, thanking these 3, and then we'll hopefully have time at the end to bring some questions to have everyone talking to each other. So now I want to turn to our final couple of speakers, Dr. Harish Hande, who is the chairman of Selco Solar Light PVT Limited, which provides affordable renewable energy services to poor and underserved households in rural India. And then secondly, Dr. Sunjin Yun, who is chairperson of the Career Energy Information Culture Agency, who focuses her work on the political economy of climate change, climate and energy policies. So I'll turn to Dr. Hande first, and I've just come back from a virtual visit to India and really struck by the scale of what is going on in India in terms of the transition to renewable power. But you're dealing particularly with sort of poorer and underserved households in rural India. How is COVID-19 affecting your work in that area? And given that COVID and energy poverty both disproportionately affect the most marginalized communities, do the Indian government's recovery programs provide opportunities to shift current trends in a positive way?
Thanks, John. First, let me thank Francesca and Elizabeth for putting this in place, because for us, it's not only a race to zero in terms of energy, it's also a race to zero in terms of poverty. I mean, as long as we do not have an inclusive race to zero, we cannot have a race to zero. And it's a race where actually you don't have winners, but you will have lots of losers. And so it's not going to be one nation winning, and it has to be everybody crossing the line at the same time. And unfortunately, just like COVID-19 and the climate, which are two connected, the biggest brunt that has been faced is mostly by the poor. And John, from an Indian perspective, now there has been an earthquake. The tsunami has not yet come in, and that's a scary part, because most of people who've been working from home can get away in the next 2-3 months. Now, no farmer can say that I can work from home, or no street vendors can say I can work from home. Nobody in Africa can actually, in rural Africa or in the poorer parts of Africa, cannot say that we work from home. So working from home is a luxury. So, but the beauty of COVID is that it has now given us a blank slate. And it has given us a blank slate and say, boss, now you're resetting the world in a manner and take advantage of it. And if we would be so stupid not to get back and saying that we have such a beautiful way of looking at renewable energy today, that we can relook at consumption, we can actually relook at poverty and create and use sustainable energy as a catalyst to democratize every other service in a manner that creates a level playing field for the poor to get out of it. And where else can you actually get a better way to push poverty, climate change, development, and inclusivity of everything else? This is the time for also actually jump the well. And this is where I would say decentralized renewable energy makes so much of them. It's not the question of centralized, and we can, and where else? COVID-19 has shown us that it didn't believe in racism. It went after the black, blue, yellow, green, every American, Indian, everybody. Same way, climate change is going to go after all of us. So why not we use this opportunity to relook at it? And in India, what has happened is the centralized mechanisms have collapsed in a sense that the systems of supply chains, which has given a lot of opportunity to use DRE as to look at rice hullers, individual cold storages at the grassroots level, where you can create bubbles of ecosystem of 100 kilometers and 200 kilometers, where you start looking at local economies, local transaction costs, local sales, and local production of power, leading to localized development of humanity in many ways. And that's what it has happened. And that's where I think we're taking the opportunity that has been offered by government of India. Though it's a COVID relief, we're seeing that it's as good as climate relief. New type of financial mechanisms at the local level, income generating mechanisms for a blacksmith blower or a rice huller or a silk weaver, using decentralized energy as a catalyst, using solar powered decentralized swab collection centers. Doesn't matter which island you are, your swab will be collected in a decentralized manner. You don't know which remote part of India you are, your vote will be counted because a voting machine can be running on solar, unlike what happened in the US. But the question is, we could use solar power to democratize everything, and let's use COVID-19 to do that. And that's exactly what we are pushing, is linking renewable energy to poverty is actually giving us a solution for the rest of the world. And that's the hope that I have from this crisis.
Thank you so much for those powerful remarks. And now I'm going to turn to Dr. Sun Yin. Korea, the latest country in the world to announce a net zero target for 2050. Hopefully not the last country to make such an announcement. But in that context, the Korean president has announced a Green New Deal. What were the drivers for that ambitious program, and how do you see it interacting with that 2050 goal? And what would be your advice to other countries who are looking to balance, if you like, the current short-term challenges of COVID-19 with long-term strategies for carbon emissions reductions?
Thank you for John, and thank you for inviting me to this productive dialogue with very inspiring people working for energy transition, and giving me a chance to share the current circumstance of Korea and my idea. As John mentioned, the Korean government announced the Green New Deal plan, and President Moon Jae-in announced the net zero carbon emission by 2050. I think it's not the last. There will be more countries to announce it. But anyway, yeah, John asked me, what are the drivers of Green New Deal in Korea? I think due to so-called K prevention, composed of 3T, tracing, testing, and treating, Korea's economic performance was relatively good, ranked top first actually among OECD countries. However, its economic growth rate recorded minus 1.3% and minus 3.3 during the first half of this year, and returned to plus growth rate 1.9% during the third quarter. But many people suffer from economic recession and therefore need relief and economic recovery. I think it is a political will and citizens' pressure to overcome economic recession caused by the COVID-19 while responding to climate crisis. It is not just concerns about climate crisis and disasters itself, but also international and domestic pressure for net zero emission target and economic reform to achieve the Pledge 1.5 Celsius target required by the Paris Agreement. Also, energy transition is international trend and agenda of this era. Korea's economy is heavily depending on export. Thus, international markets are very important. Actions taken in EU, so-called by Green Deal, and changes likely to take place because of Green New Deal in the US, committed by the President-elect Joe Biden, have a profound impact on Korea, I think. So I think EU's Green Deal and US Green New Deals are motivators of Korea's Green New Deal. In addition, domestically, climate crisis and emergency action movement are happening strongly and extensively. But I think there are many challenges Koreans need to overcome because, you know, our electricity market, power market is a monopolized one. So it is not easy to expand renewables because in our case, RE 100% is not easy because consumers, especially companies, cannot buy power generated by renewables directly from power producers because TEPCO, the monopoly, should trade. So it is very, and you know, the Korea's electricity fare charge is very low. So people think climate change is very serious. Over 95% of our citizens think climate change is very serious, but they do not have a willingness to pay for that. And especially in Korea, you know, nuclear power is very strongly supported. So, you know, I think nuclear power cannot be an option because it is not safe energy and clean energy. But there are many people who support nuclear power as an option to move zero emission. So it is very hard in Korea to resist against that kind of argument. And you know, we are facing a social conflict even for renewable energy expansion because it is another source of social conflict. And you know, transmission line construction is very important to have a distributed, decentralized electricity system. But in Korea, construction of transmission lines and towers are very resist against by local people. So it is our challenges to overcome. And for other countries, what is my advice? I think we need to have a clear vision for zero emission, and we need to establish long-term and mid and short-term maybe roadmap to accomplish the vision and goals. So it is not easy, but we are standing. We already stands on starting point. So we should do together. And I think a collaboration among countries and among citizens and with companies are very important. Private sector's cooperation also required and important. That is my opinion.
Thank you so much. We have a few minutes left, so I'd like to try and follow up with some questions. And one is triggered by something that Dr. Sun Yin said, She noticed that actually in Korea at the moment, because of the monopoly structure of the energy market, it was difficult for consumers to access renewable energy. And I think historically in Europe and elsewhere, monopoly structures were not necessarily unhelpful in terms of bringing on renewable energy technology to a certain stage, because they allowed cross-subsidy from fossil fuels. But now that we've flipped, and according to Bloomberg and many others, renewable energy is actually considerably cheaper in most markets than fossil fuels. It's now competition that we see is driving the adaptation of renewable energy. And you see that even in the US, where they've not had a federal policy that has encouraged renewable energy, but the use of coal has been declining very rapidly. How do we sort of, how do we work so that we can enable big energy companies to invest heavily in renewable energy, but also support the sort of what Juliet and others have sort of focused on, and Princess Abse, about the sort of benefits for enabling households to sort of have some control over their energy use, and the sort of awareness and the benefits that come from the awareness of having some renewable energy production capacity yourself, and the sort of millions of prosumers in society that help sort of encourage this mentality of actually climate change and the fight against climate change is something we can all be involved in. How do we, what sort of business models might enable us to move forward and make the best of both worlds? Does anyone want to come in from the panel and try and tackle that? Juliet has stuck her hand up, and then Carlos has stuck his hand up. So Juliet, over to you.
So I think we are beginning to see some emerging business models where consumers are being thought of as small power stations. You mentioned your dad, John. I mean, this is something that we're beginning to see. The early adopters are now in phase where we see, I don't know whether he sees himself as an early adopter, but he is, where essentially people who are quite technologically savvy are beginning to sort of play around with some of these technologies. And the companies are trying to make the business models. I think what we need to make sure is that the regulation doesn't get in the way. And that's what we kind of see, because this regulation was very much put in a one-way system. This new two-way system where consumers and energy companies, you almost become a virtual energy company. You no longer need to have very large power stations. You can have this different model that looks, you don't necessarily trade power, you provide service. And I think that is still a little way off in terms of really getting people's heads around it. I think the Princess example is really exciting, because actually sometimes the high carbon business models aren't in the way to try and allow some of those ones in those decentralized marketplaces. But we're trying to carve those out in larger scale markets. And that does take time, and that does take commitment by the regulators, particularly. I think they're really important in making sure, as Sunyin said, about getting access for consumers and not undermining them in their investments.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Let me turn now to Carlos, who also wanted to contribute on that question.
Well, thank you. I think that the biggest issue to not only to accelerate the investment for small and big companies is to reduce the gap between the historical rate of return and social rate of return. And this has to be made putting a price on externalities, not only on CO2 and other pollutants, but also in other aspects of the social dividends. You know, in many cases, the investment are not putting a good return for the investor, because the externalities are giving support to the emitters or to the old paradigm companies. So it's very important to having this framework of tax reform in order to implement the polluter pays principle that guides not only the investor side, but also the consumer side. And in this moment, we are very far away from that. Knowing everybody that the fossil fuels or the thermal cars or other issues are against the planet and the health of the system. So I think it's very important not only to have a long-term vision, but having that the tools are needed for doing that And this is, I think, if I have to select one issue, is to the tax reform in order to implement the polluter pays principle.
Thank you. And Maria has her hand up. Dr. Nero.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to stress this issue of the externalities. At the moment, there are 400 billions going to pay subsidies to fossil fuels, but the 5 trillions that are costing to the health system to cover the price of treating those chronic diseases and how our health system is coping with that is not considered. So Carlos' point is very important. The other point I would like to offer is that on a new business model and market shift, maybe we can do together on the COP26, road to COP26, we can establish a model where we can quantify the health co-benefits or the health benefits obtained on this transition to renewable energy. If you are able to tell people how many lives are you saving or how many diseases are you preventing on a moment where everybody is so vulnerable and so concerned about health, I think it will be a positive, motivational, and a strong argument for this paradigm and market shift. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned, Maria, about the subsidies to fossil fuels, and many of the countries sort of represented around this panel are taking aggressive climate action at home, but still subsidizing fossil fuels overseas, indirectly or directly through things like export credit guarantees and so on. How do we square that circle, and how do we encourage governments to be bold in tackling that issue of subsidy and enabling a transition so that all of their support is aligned towards supporting low carbon energy, both domestically and internationally? Does anyone want to tackle that? Harish, Dr. Hande, you've got your hand up.
Yes. See, John, there has been what has happened today. We are only trying to convince the existing utilities to shift to renewables. And what we are missing out is a hordes of young entrepreneurs and enterprises in Africa and India who've actually taken up their first entrepreneurship as renewable energy, and 80% of them will collapse in the COVID-19, and we are actually doing nothing to make sure that they get saved. We are so focused on how do we turn the existing utilities to shift to renewables, but we are not paying our attention to the existing numerous entrepreneurs who have come up and are collapsing in this COVID pandemic, that we really do not have a base to save them, while any other industry normally has a good way to save their existing industry, whether it's airlines, railways, everything else. But 85% of the enterprises in Africa will collapse by January. Renewable energy, these are stalwarts, these are like local stalwarts who would have been the future climate champions for all of us, but because they don't speak English, because they're not articulate enough, they do not bubble up to the surface to be in the seminars or webinars, and do not have a collective voice. And there are thousands of them in India and Africa. 65% have collapsed as of November 20th. I think we need, and those are very critical to, why am I saying it's related to your question, John, is they are very critical to show to respective governments there are alternative solutions. Today, why the governments put in subsidy? Because they do not think there is an alternative solution to remove poverty, and they only think this is the way. Many of these numerous entrepreneurs and enterprises could have shown an alternative to the government and local bureaucrats that would have shifted the subsidies from the fossil fuel into actual implementation onto the ground. So we are all missing the point that there are numerous of them that need to be saved, and that will push the needle for governments to renew. And today what we're telling, John, is also to the governments, everybody else, why are we pushing future expensive technology on the poor? A future being all fossil fuels are future expensive. Isn't that morally wrong? There's a cheaper way of doing it to the poor? Development can happen. What the bureaucrats tell me is show, Harish, and we will actually make it happen. And then we as an industry have to make sure that millions of the small ones are saved. That gives us numerous solutions to the governments to actually divert the needle.
Perhaps you could also address, sorry, Dr. Sun Yun, you've got your hand up, so I'll turn the floor to you, but also perhaps you could help us think through Korea, China, Japan are the last countries to be supporting the export of coal technology overseas. How do we enable those governments to feel confident in stepping towards an end to that sort of support overseas?
Actually, in Korea, there has been a strong movement to ask the government to maybe de-invest from coal export. So, but in case of Korea, last month, maybe KEPCO just announced export 3 coal power plants, 1 for Vietnam, Bungan, and 2 for Indonesia. But the government promised not anymore. Because, ethically it is not good, but it is not just an ethic issue, because economically it will be a stranded cost. That kind of, so there are many experts and civil movement group, they argue it is very uneconomical. So if maybe the government invests money, we will not maybe get back from that investment. So that kind of action maybe persuaded people to think about the export of coal power plant. I think Maria's point is good, because in Korea, people, even though climate change is serious, but people are more concerned about the fine dust, because it is not good for their health. It is very risky to their health and their family's health. So I think it is good way to persuade people the co-benefit of zero emission of carbon with some kind of other air pollutant. So that kind of strategy we need to develop and disseminate that kind of logics to the people. And economic maybe explanation is also important, not just ethics.
Thank you so much. And Princess Abse, I see you have your hand up. Perhaps you'd like to come back in on this issue.
Yes, I just wanted to build on what my distinguished fellow panelist has said. I think that we underestimate also the capability as human beings. We have just the uppercut, and we know that when we got shocked or shaked, we come up with innovative ideas. And that's what I'm seeing on the field with the youth. You have apps who has been created even to save our lives, regardless, with less energy, and trying to find a way to produce, to assemble locally. I think that to accelerate, I said that at the African Climate Week last year, we need, in the developing country, to use part of the carbon credit as the underlying guarantee to move faster with the huge target. I think those are the pathway that we can use. And we can also support ourselves with the big coalition, like Dr. Maria was saying. Don't underestimate locally what we have. You can build a local ecosystem. You can stimulate. And again, this is a fundament. And you can rely on that fundament to raise up. This is critical. And that's why we, the West Africa Solar Pack, we come together, we aggregate, and we want to work with our brothers and sisters from the global north. This is not a time to say, yes, this is my, but no, the time push us. We don't have the choice. We do not have the choice. We just have to move. And this is a business opportunity for all of us to lift our people and the countryside out of poverty. When we can link it with livelihood, with economics, that makes sense. If we want to fight against gender violence, it's what? It's economic power. And energy gives that economic power. How to process, how to pack, how to go with e-commerce, how to tackle, to tap into the digitalization and embrace it completely. We don't underestimate also the economy part. I think that with the hope with that vaccines is coming, and I am counting on our all humanity that it will be common good, that we all can have it and go back to the settings. But indeed we need to see it different, and we would be forced to see it different because our kids pushes us to see it different, because it's about our long-term continuity. It's our continuity as business. We're not different. We're looking to the continuity, and we need to see how we are moving along. And I think we have all the skills here, and locally tapping into the local languages, as my brother Arish was saying. That's what we're doing trainings. I can do trainings in countryside without the local languages, and you know it, John. That's what we do. Don't reinvent the wheel, just build on existing and upgrade that. That's what I want to say. And linking, of course, if we are healthy, we can do the work. Then Dr. Maria, you're totally right. And we need to come together in those big alliances to mobilize the trillions that we need to move along. Our youth need that. Global, not global South. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Princess Abse. We're drawing to a close now because we're running out of time, but maybe I just leave anyone watching with one thought that people who have heard me speak before will be bored of me saying is when I look to renewable energy, I'm always encouraged by these things. This is my smartphone, and 20 years ago when I was researching my PhD in Kenya, if you'd have said at that time there would be in 20 years time more phones than people in Kenya, everyone would have laughed at you, because you had to wait 7 or 8 years for the state utility to connect you to a landline. And if you'd have said, talked about the investment required to expand mobile telephones around Africa and the world, people have said we can't possibly afford it. And with the benefit of hindsight, we see how quickly it has all been adopted, and we say, well, we couldn't have afforded not to, because now I depend on this for so many things to run my life and so on. And I think it'll very much be the same, and I certainly hope it will be very much the same with renewable energy. And I hope we all share our ambition in working forwards to deliver that. I'm going to wrap up now and pass the floor back to Elizabeth, who may offer us some concluding remarks. Thank you once again to all our panelists for all your wisdom and contributions. And I'm sorry I didn't give each of you more time to illuminate us, but thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, John. And I'm looking at my clock, and it's 90 minutes, and it feels like 5 minutes ago. So it is so wonderful to have all of you in one place. And thank you so much for your generosity of input and your time and your wisdom and willingness to be with us today. I also want to say we were watching the chat, and there were some absolutely amazing, interesting comments coming from the audience. And I'm sorry if we couldn't take more of those, but we take note of what was being written in the chat. And what is very clear is that we are at a critical time where we have to make some decisive changes. We just have to do it. And what is inspiring is that we can do it, and we understand what needs to be done. I think the one area where we did not have a lot of discussion, but it popped up quite a lot in the chat and also in conversations, was around investment. And later this afternoon, we will have a discussion around investment. So I invite you all to join us again at that time. So let me just thank everybody for your inputs. We are all climate champions, and it's wonderful to have this community growing. Some of you have been with us for a long time. Some are new, but our door is always open. Please come to IRENA's family. It is your house as well. We will now have a little break because our next session on the green hydrogen for renewable power future will begin in about 30 minutes. In the meantime, take coffee, tea, or watch a video that we have put together from different contributions from different partners from the energy community around the world. The different voices, including children's voices, so you might be enjoying their views on what is important for energy transition. So I say goodbye for now, and hope to see you all in the hydrogen session in 30 minutes. Thank you very much.
us imagine the future. Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decades earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people work in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Claramente visti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Neporume.
Thank you very much.
The global corporate renewables movement, led by RE100, is growing rapidly. Companies are doing fantastic things. They're not only buying renewable electricity at scale, they're also engaging with their suppliers, they're engaging with their communities, and engaging with policymakers to open up markets globally to enable companies to buy renewable electricity at a fair price anywhere in the world. But we need to act faster. We're 1 year into the climate decade. We have 9 years left to halve our carbon emissions. So there's never been a better time for companies to step up, join this movement, commit to 100% renewable electricity, and help drive the energy transition at the pace we need.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafael Mateo, the CEO of the Acciona Energy business. To reach zero carbon emissions, to invest in renewables is crucial, and we need to do it now, right now. To invest in renewables is because everybody wins. People win, planet win, and economy win. Renewables is value. We needn't to talk about the price of the renewables. We need to talk about the full value, including savings, saving in fuel, saving in import, and including value in job creation, in GDP growth. The cost of no action is very, very expensive. Cost of climate change is more than one new pandemic every 10 years. We need to invest now. To do it later is very difficult, it's very expensive. Let us do now, please.
For our third decade of climate action, we want to go even further. And that's why we just announced the most ambitious corporate energy commitment ever established. By 2030, we want to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy at all of our data centers worldwide, meaning around-the-clock clean energy, every hour of every day, everywhere. That's a significant challenge because wind and solar are such intermittent energy sources. But if we can solve that challenge for our very large data centers, then we will demonstrate that 100% carbon-free electrical grids are possible and commercially feasible. Our commitment to 24/7 carbon-free energy will require new technologies and new approaches, and we can't say that we know exactly how to accomplish it. But we do believe it's possible. And as we enter this decisive decade for climate change, the time for interim solutions has passed. The urgency of the climate crisis really demands much more from all of us. And the only way to meet the scale of this challenge is to increase the scale of our ambition. And that's why we have picked this goal.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decaded earlier.
The number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people work in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. ¡Ganemos esta carrera! ¡Claramente visti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Ne porume.
Thank you very much.
The global corporate renewables movement, led by RE100, is growing rapidly. Companies are doing fantastic things. They're not only buying renewable electricity at scale, they're also engaging with their suppliers, they're engaging with their communities, and engaging with policymakers to open up markets globally to enable companies to buy renewable electricity at a fair price anywhere in the world. But we need to act faster. We're 1 year into the climate decade. We have 9 years left to halve our carbon emissions. So there's never been a better time for companies to step up, join this movement, commit to 100% renewable electricity, and help drive the energy transition at the pace we need.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafael Mateo, the CEO of the Acciona energy business. To reach zero carbon emissions, to invest in renewables is crucial, and we need to do it now, right now. To invest in renewables is because everybody wins. People win, planet win, and economy win. Renewables is value. We needn't to talk about the price of the renewables. We need to talk about the full value, including savings, saving in fuel, saving in import, and including value in job creation, in GDP growth. The cost of no action is very, very expensive. Cost of climate change is more than one new pandemic every 10 years. We need to invest now. To do it later is very difficult, it's very expensive. Let us do now, please.
For our third decade of climate action, we want to go even further. And that's why we just announced the most ambitious corporate energy commitment ever established. By 2030, we want to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy at all of our data centers worldwide, meaning around-the-clock clean energy, every hour of every day, everywhere. That's a significant challenge because wind and solar are such intermittent energy sources. But if we can solve that challenge for our very large data centers, then we will demonstrate that 100% carbon-free electrical grids are possible and commercially feasible. Our commitment to 24/7 carbon-free energy will require new technologies and new approaches, and we can't say that we know exactly how to accomplish it. But we do believe it's possible. And as we enter this decisive decade for climate change, the time for interim solutions has passed. The urgency of the climate crisis really demands much more from all of us. And the only way to meet the scale of this challenge is to increase the scale of our ambition. And that's why we have picked this goal.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decade earlier.
The number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people work in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st.
Hello, Elizabeth.
I cannot listen to you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Hi, Belen, how are you?
Fine. What about, I was trying to make some check of the sound.
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly well, and we can see you well, Belen. It's all perfect.
Okay, perhaps I'm going to move here because I'm not in my place today. Let's see.
Hello, Elizabeth. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Francois Xavier. How are you?
Good, good. And you?
Good, thanks. Where are you? Are you in Paris?
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good morning, Minister. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well.
Very good.
I'm gonna turn off my camera and be muted. Okay? Is everything fine? Yeah.
You don't have to turn off your camera if you wish. It's up to you. Yeah, but we can hear you perfectly. We can see you perfectly. We see the flag. Everything is great.
Okay. You cannot see the star on the flag, though. That's a problem.
No.
Okay, Elizabeth, everything okay with the vision here?
Yes.
Okay, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we can see you very well. Good morning, Lord Carter. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
We see you very well, and we see the flag as well. Excellent.
Marvelous.
Everybody.
Hi, Rana. How are you?
Fine, and you? How are you doing?
Yeah, very well, thanks. Oh, I see Dolph as well. I see
Hello.
the DG.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Dolph.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Andrea. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
We see you well. We hear you well. Excellent.
Hi, Elizabeth. It's Roberto Bocca here. Can you hear me well?
Hi,
Listen?
Rebecca. We can see you and hear you very well. Thank you. And we see your logo as well. So everything is good.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Good morning, Francesco.
Pleasure.
So I think we're like a 1 minute out. So we're going to start right on time. Just for everybody, I will just give a couple of housekeeping remarks and hand over to DG to chair the opening session. I don't see Dita. Is Dita online? It's okay. We can start. It's fine. I'm sure she's going to join in a minute now. IT colleagues, can we go live? We are live. Okay, my apologies to everybody. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Race of Zero Dialogue on Energy. This is a session 2 on green hydrogen for renewables power future. Thank you all for rejoining us, for those of you who were with us in the opening session, and welcome to those who are just logging in for the first time. In the morning, Mr. Francesco La Camera, Director General of IRENA, will deliver welcoming remarks. But I would first like to mention a few housekeeping points for those of you who are just joining. All attendees are muted with cameras disabled and will remain so throughout the session. We would welcome questions from you, and please submit them in a chat box. So we will try to attend to them if possible, but if the time allows. If not, we apologize in advance, but we still encourage you to put questions in because they help us shape the dialogues as we move forward and understand better the interests of participants in these sessions. This is a public event and is being recorded. The session will be available on both IRENA site and the UNFCCC website. If you have technical problems, please write to our IRENA's IT support in the chat box, and we will try to help you as much as we can. It is now my pleasure to hand over to Mr. Francesco La Camera, Director General of IRENA. Francesco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I wish to join you in welcoming all to this Race to Zero dialogue sessions on green hydrogen. Clean hydrogen, and notably green hydrogen, has emerged as a key solution for energy transition, most notably for the decarbonization of industry, transport, and building. Today, 98% of hydrogen supply is green, meaning from fossil fuel without CCS. Only 1% is green, from water electrolysis using renewable electricity, and 1% is blue, from natural gas with CCS. In the coming 3 decades, we need to move rapidly to a green hydrogen-dominated supply. The technology pathway is clear. Many ambitious strategies and policy documents have been issued in recent weeks and months. It is now time to translate this ambition into investments and change in the ground. The good news is that 60 gigawatts green hydrogen project pipeline exists already today. But we need scale and further innovation to bring down the cost of green hydrogen and create global value chain. IRENA is continuing to build on its analytical work in this space, and we have 2 reports coming up. One on green hydrogen costs and one on enabling policies, which will help inform policy discussions and decisions. We see great interest in this topic also among countries. IRENA's collaborative framework of green hydrogen, a platform for country and private sector to accelerate deployment, and now 65 participating countries, and the number continues to grow. We also work closely with the Hydrogen Council and International Partnership on Hydrogen Economy. I'm also pleased with the strong cooperation between IRENA and the World Economic Forum in this regard. We will jointly focus on green hydrogen, setting in the context of a memorandum of understanding signed last September. So making the public and private partnership works. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an exciting field that must be part of the global decarbonization efforts. It will also help to accelerate renewables deployment. It will create new jobs and offer a new economic perspective for developed and developing countries. I look forward to the discussion today on how we can harness the potential of a green hydrogen economy. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Lord Callanan, United Kingdom Minister for Climate Change and Corporate Responsibility. Lord Callaghan, please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Francesco, and I am delighted to have been invited to speak today at the Green Hydrogen session of the Race to Zero dialogues. With now less than a year to go, these dialogues are a significant series of events in the build-up to COP26 in November next year. And through the UK's COP26 presidency, we are committed to ramp up ambition towards achieving a climate resilient and a zero carbon economy. And as the world recovers from the coronavirus pandemic, it is more important than ever to ensure a clean and resilient recovery, accelerating the global clean energy revolution. And as COP26 president, we want to enable global coalitions that can accelerate clean technology development so that every country, every sector can affordably meet net zero by 2050 or even before. And we know that innovation is needed in every sector, and we need to work together to develop solutions faster, to increase economies of scale, and to bring down costs even quicker. Developing low carbon hydrogen needs this kind of international collaboration. Reducing costs across the hydrogen system, from production to storage and transport to the end user, is needed to establish hydrogen within the global energy system. A primary forum for international collaboration to reinvigorate and accelerate the global clean energy revolution is, of course, Mission Innovation. Since its inception at COP21, Mission Innovation members have successfully stimulated global innovation efforts, increasing investments in clean energy innovation by $4.9 billion annually. Building on this success, I was pleased that ministers at the 5th Mission Innovation Ministerial in September agreed to launch an ambitious second phase of Mission Innovation at the next ministerial, taking place in Chile in 2021. A defining part of the second phase will be the success of these missions, public-private alliances that will work towards bold targets on a range of clean energy solutions in order to reach tipping points in their cost, in their scale, in their availability, and in their attractiveness. We want to see an ambitious second phase of Mission Innovation that will deliver affordable, reliable, and secure clean energy solutions that will enable the world to achieve the Paris Agreement. Securing a strong second phase of Mission Innovation is a priority for our COP26 presidency. And we want to see new global public-private innovation alliances built around inspirational goals that can drive action in critical sectors and technologies to meet global net zero and energy access goals. The UK has set a benchmark by legislating for net zero. In doing so, our understanding of the role of hydrogen in the future UK energy system has shifted. We now see hydrogen as an essential part of our net zero strategy, a complement and an enabler to electricity in a deeply renewable, deeply decarbonised energy system. The UK government has committed to publish a hydrogen strategy early next year. Development of that is now well underway and is a top priority for me, for my department, and across the whole of the UK government. I've established a Hydrogen Advisory Council to formalise partnership with industry and to support development of the strategy and its early implementation. We have long supported research and development and innovation in hydrogen. Between 2015 and 2021, we are investing up to £121 million in hydrogen innovation right across the value chain. And we are supporting green hydrogen production, including the new ITM Power Gigafactory in Sheffield, which will be the largest electrolyser manufacturing facility in the world. I am therefore delighted that this session provides an international platform to discuss the current and the potential collaboration for public and private actors to bring about a clean hydrogen transition. My thanks again to IRENA for organising this session today, and I look forward to hearing of the outcome of the discussions. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Lord Cameron, for your insightful remark. And to mention the work on in the context of Mission Innovation, IRENA is looking forward to the second phase of the work of Mission Innovation. As far as also we are working and we continue to work with the UK presidency for the full success of the COP26 in Glasgow next year. So that's, I'm now pleased to hand the floor to a friend of mine, Minister Jové, Energy Minister of Chile. Excellence, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Francesco. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, Lord Callanan. It's great to share this space with you again. I want to thank everyone for organizing this event, and a warm hello to both champions that are doing a great job across the world, working and raising ambition for private action, for climate action. As you know, Chile is a small and developing country, but we're strongly committed to the fight against climate change. We contribute with less than 0.3% of global emissions, but we nevertheless committed ourselves to be carbon neutral by 2050. We have a very clear strategy to do that, In summary, we are phasing out all our coal capacity from our electricity matrix by 2040. Coal last year contributed with almost 40% of electricity, so that's a big challenge. And we are replacing coal with renewable electricity. We have an enormous renewable electricity capacity. We have the capacity to build 70 times the electricity generation capacity we now have in place, and that's basically because we have the best solar irradiance of the world in the north and very strong winds, especially in the south in Patagonia. So we're phasing out coal, replacing it with renewable electricity that will allow us to replace fossil fuels with electricity across different sectors of our economy. And one of the opportunities that arise because of our renewable electricity potential is to develop green hydrogen. Our carbon neutrality plan considers that green hydrogen will contribute between 20 and 25% of our CO2 emissions reduction, right? So that's very ambitious, but it will also allow us to export green hydrogen and its derivatives, including green ammonia, synthetic fuels, methanol, and others, right? So 2 weeks ago, we unveiled our national green hydrogen strategy. That is a very ambitious strategy. We're going to work to be the cheapest green hydrogen producer in the world by 2030. We are working to be one of the top 3 exporters of green hydrogen in the world by 2040, among other very clear goals. We were able to build this strategy with very broad political support, which we think is very important to be able to sustain efforts over a long period of time. We are committed public money to make these goals a reality, but we also think that international collaboration is essential. We have the natural resources, we have the regulatory framework, we have a very competitive and developed electricity sector. We also have free trade agreements with almost 90% of the world's GDP. We can export through the Atlantic to Europe, through the Pacific to Asia. So we have many opportunities open, but we need international cooperation. So these forums and the work we're doing together with the UK and many other countries through our champions in the COP25 and now COP26, what we're going to do next year with many other countries in Chile in Mission Innovation and SEM will be very important. We need international collaboration. We have an enormous potential in green hydrogen, but we're running out of time. That's the truth. Climate change is waiting for us around the corner as we phase out from this pandemic and the economic crisis, but it hasn't stopped. We think it holds enormous opportunities, climate change as well. And we think that green hydrogen is probably the largest one. And we are doing everything we can to make it a reality. And we are very happy to participate in this event and to work together with international players to make green hydrogen a reality as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, for your intervention, for your vision, and for your leadership. Also, thanks for sharing your strategy on green hydrogen that may serve as an example for other countries. So again, thank you very much also for mentioning our champions, Gonzalo and Nigel, that are with us. So I now invite Ditte Jorgensen, Director General of DG Energy, European Commission, to deliver a remark. My friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Francesco, and thank you very much to you and IRENA for hosting this important discussion this morning. Thank you also to the ministers. It's a pleasure to see you again, Juan Carlos. We're far away geographically, but we have had a number of good conversations around hydrogen, and I think that bodes well for our future cooperation in this field. This is an important discussion also for Europe, and a very, very timely discussion. We have set ourselves the objective of being climate neutral in 2050, and we're looking at how do we take a first step or step up our efforts towards that by reaching a 55% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. One of the key components is a more integrated energy system, an energy system that is more circular, an energy system where we're better at storing renewable electricity and where we're better at feeding it into all the different parts of the system. And in an integrated energy system of the future, hydrogen is an absolutely necessary component, and so a very good opportunity to discuss that. We see the efforts towards decarbonization as a very broad societal agenda. It's a transformation of our energy system, but it's also a transformation of our economy as a whole, one that will require significant investments, and one where we see the investments as contributing to the ongoing recovery and jobs and growth creation. So a lot will happen around renewable energy in particular, and electrification of our energy systems and of our economy. But a lot of these processes that are required cannot go ahead without the direct use of hydrogen as an energy carrier and as an energy storage. So a necessary element in this more decentralized and integrated energy system, and with a focus on renewable hydrogen. We in the European Union adopted a hydrogen strategy in July, together with a strategy for energy system integration. We have set out there our clear vision of increasing the share of hydrogen and of moving towards renewable hydrogen towards 2030, and of course to meet our 2050 objectives. So what we need to do there is of course to ramp up our capacity. We need to develop the markets as fast as possible. We need to ensure that we have technology and infrastructure, and that we have that available in a cost-effective manner that is compatible with our decarbonization ambitions over the coming decades. Our strategy outlines essentially developments in 3 phases. First of all, we need to make sure that we replace the existing, more fossil-based use of hydrogen that's currently in place with renewable hydrogen, and that we expand the production capacity via investment into electrolyzers. The second phase is that we need to develop new uses while developing our capacity. And in particular, we need to develop local production for example, industry clusters and heavy-duty transport that we see as key users because they are hard to abate sectors. And then third, we want to look into the further developments, transmission networks, pipelines. How does it fit into the overall interconnected European energy union and energy market? And how do we best ensure that we have the necessary infrastructure? What we also do in our hydrogen strategy is to identify the key barriers that we see out there and the steps that we need to take. So a clear element of our European Green Deal, and as I said, also of our recovery strategy, because there's scope for investment, and there's investment that can help also bring growth and jobs. There are 2 elements, Francesco and ministers, that I would like to keep in mind for the discussion, or like to flag for the discussion. The first is that there's a lot of discussion around blue versus green hydrogen, different types of hydrogen. We have been very clear within the European Union that our long-term focus is clearly renewable hydrogen. We see in the transition phase both room for, but probably also need for, other types of hydrogen, including blue hydrogen. But with the objective of 0 emissions by 2050, we need to plan ahead, and we need to avoid a lock-in or investment into stranded asset. So the focus is on renewable hydrogen. The second element I want to flag in that context is, of course, that in order to produce renewable hydrogen, we need renewable energy. We need to significantly step up our investment into renewable electricity generation, onshore and offshore wind, photovoltaic, among the key ones. And so in parallel to our strategy for hydrogen, we of course also developing strategies on renewable energy, starting with a strategy later this week on offshore renewable energy. What we see concretely is that we need to double or even triple the wind capacity by 2030, and again, a doubling or a tripling by 2050, and an even faster effort is needed for solar within the European Union. So significant investments and a real need for renewable electricity generation to support our hydrogen strategy and to engage also those sectors that are hard to abate. So international cooperation, and that's my last point that I would like to make this morning, and fully agree with Minister Jobe that international cooperation is a central part of it, and therefore this discussion today is all the more important. We see hydrogen as a key technology to bring carbon-intensive sectors like steel and chemicals on board to the zero-emission agenda, And we see your race to zero as an opportunity to kind of help frame the sequence of discussions towards COP26, as the UK minister has also mentioned. And we hope that industry will engage and commit also in this regard. And we see clear geopolitical interests and implications of hydrogen. It can help us diversify, and it can help reduce pressure from fossil fuels that have so far marked or characterized a lot of our energy systems, and really diversify both suppliers, but also on the consumption side. And we believe, Francesco, that IRENA is a very good host for these discussions. So we look forward to continuing our work with you and with partners in IRENA. We are currently working very closely with Morocco and facilitating your collaborative platform on green hydrogen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dita, for your intervention and for sharing the European Union vision for a green hydrogen economy. You see, we have to say that your leadership is very much appreciated, and we are really delighted you and Morocco are facilitating the IRENA's collaborative framework on green hydrogen in the coming year. EU puts a question that I wish to try to answer, and then waiting also for the discussion in the panel. And naturally, it's no surprise that we as IRENA, we believe that hydrogen should be green hydrogen, and so produced by renewables. And when we talk about the transitional phase, what is important that when we talk about transitional phase, the phase has to be defined in time. So it's not a transitional phase without having a clear time schedule in front of it. And it is not a surprise that also we believe that CCUS may have a very limited space for it to be implemented as a possible solution. But on this, before moving to our moderator and our discussion today, I just wish to know if Minister Jobet want to react shortly on what has been just said by Dieter.
Well, thank you, Francesco. I think, as I said before, I think we have an enormous opportunity in front of us, but it's also an enormous challenge. And I think the sequence, as was said, I think is very important, right? How we deploy our efforts. And I think the way we thought about it, and that it's expressed in our strategy, is that first, we need very clear goals that are aligned with our carbon neutrality plan. So that's the anchor, right? We've got to start from there. We've got to make those goals and those targets public to make sure that there's accountability and that we all know what we're trying to accomplish. And then I think we need to put together a puzzle of different pieces, right? We need off-takers, we need financial investors, we need technology, we need regulation, and so on. But I think that the one piece that will set the ball rolling here is demand, right? We need off-takers, we need off-take contracts in place to be able to get the financing, to build the facilities, to scale up production, to reduce costs, and so on, right? So, and I think that for that demand to be in place, we need to have a level playing field between hydrogen and its derivatives and the alternatives, fossil fuels. And there is where carbon pricing, I think, is very important, right? If we're not able to make sure that fossil fuels kind of pay for the impacts they generate, it's going to be very hard, right? So carbon pricing will trigger, I think, long-term off-take contracts that will set the ball rolling. The other thing that I think it's important is we need to build capabilities gradually. So in our strategy, what we said is we're going to focus first on local demand, right? So to replace gray hydrogen with green hydrogen, for example, in oil refineries, to gradually introduce green ammonia in the production facilities that we already have in place. And once we are using green hydrogen and its derivatives locally, we will build the capabilities, the human resources, the infrastructure, the regulation to then scale it up to move into the export market. So that sequence, I think, is very important. Then I think public money will have to play a very important role. We, as a small country, are making a public effort to support private projects. We have already in place more than 20 companies developing green hydrogen projects, but we need to put public money upfront to help those projects happen. And then down the road, as costs go down, they will be able to be profitable without public support, right? But at the beginning, public support would be very important. And I think the international collaboration can play a very important role there as well, from developed countries to developing countries, to make this industry develop quickly. I think standards and certifications are very important as well, right? So when we're talking about green hydrogen, are we all talking about the same thing? How are we going to certify that it's green to make sure that the facilities we build and the production we start, we're talking about the same thing, right? I think that's very important. And also on safety and other issues, I think international collaboration to put in place common certifications and common understanding of what we're doing is going to be essential as well. And I think down the road, but that's not for next week, it's for the following years, I think logistics will play a very important role, because we talk about green hydrogen, but we know there is a very developed market of logistics for green ammonia, but still moving around green hydrogen is still a challenge, right? So for a country like ours, that's going to be very important down the road. But I think that if we put in place the right incentives, if we set very ambitious goals and we work together with the international community, we will be able to take advantage of the enormous renewable resources and make a contribution to this race to zero.
Thank you, Minister. And now I wish to close this debate into the opening session, going back to Dite. So first, if is satisfied with the reaction to our intervention, and also if has been already clear some ideas on the possible policies to create the necessary demand, the market for green hydrogen in Europe. Dite, back to you.
Thank you very much, Francesco. And I think it's interesting. I think a number of the points made by Minister Jobé on the global market are relevant also for the creation of a European market. So to some extent, we are beginning to establish or to clarify the common market in Europe, including through the standardization and certification. I think one of the first steps to take is to be sure that it's clear to both suppliers and consumers what we talk about when we say green hydrogen, what are the requirements, so that those thinking about a shift into hydrogen know what it is and what it means, and so that it can become part of their business model and their investment model. So I think that's an absolutely key point. I also think we need to look at the investment and financing side of things at the beginning. As we are creating this new market or aiming to create this new market, we do need to make sure that the private investment is supported by public funds as well. And that's among the things that we are doing within Europe, both in our overall financial framework, but as I mentioned, also very much in the context of our recovery, where we are making significant European funds available to member states for investment into climate-friendly recovery investments and projects. And I think hydrogen is a very strong example of that. The third aspect I would say that we need, and again, it's really both on the supply and demand side, is also, of course, that of technology, of affordable technology, but also continuing research and continuing the technological development so that we make sure we operate in the most effective, cost-effective and efficient manner. The minister also mentioned the aspect of logistics and transport, and I think there's some really good points here where we have to be careful that we don't oversimplify, because we are a special molecule, and so we need to look at how do we build our infrastructure, how do we build our transport, how do we build our storage for that in the most efficient way. And so when it comes to investment and technology, it's another important aspect. And once again, I think what each of us learn nationally, or what we learn within the European Union, are also relevant lessons and experience at a global level. And so we need to link up and continue this very close cooperation, including together with you and Irene and Francesco.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think that this discussion may fit well the panel, the discussion that is coming. And naturally, on the points of certification and qualification, we have already started to work on it in IRENA, and we hope that next year we may come with a report on it that may put some light on all these aspects. So I think we are ready for the discussion and to go in more detail on some of the topics that we have raised in this our debate. And it's my pleasure to give the floor to one of my director of IRENA, the director of the IRENA Innovation and Technology Center in Bonn. He will moderate the session. Dolph, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Francesco. And before we move into the panel, I wanted to show a few slides with technical details to set the scene. If you can show these slides, please. The first point I would like to address is why there is this renewed interest in hydrogen, and especially in green hydrogen. If you move to the next slide. Clearly, there are two things that have changed. First of all, that we're now talking net zero carbon for 2050. So that is a change in direction compared to the previous discussions on climate targets. And the applications we talk for hydrogen today are a bit different from what we talked 15 years ago. 15 years ago, it was very much a hydrogen car type of discussion. Now we're talking hydrogen for industry and as a feedstock for fuels in say, shipping and aviation, etc. The second point that has changed is, of course, that the cost of renewable power have dropped dramatically. The right-hand side here shows you the cost reduction over the last decade. And at 1.5, 2 cents per kilowatt hour, you can produce renewable hydrogen competitively. Now, another point why hydrogen is so attractive is that it combines the green and the blue pathways. So there is a new market for quite a wide range of players because of this clean energy carrier. Now, and I saw also some comments in the chat already, and it's good. You see, you cannot open a newspaper or go to an event without a hydrogen discussion. At the same time, hydrogen is only part of the solution. So you have to look what exactly is the area where hydrogen fits best. If you move to the next slide, a few words about the economics of hydrogen. So we need to get to cost levels well below $3 per kilo, and we think that that is possible for green hydrogen through a combination of low-cost renewable electricity and significant cost reductions for electrolyzers. These are the two main strategies to make green hydrogen economically viable. And we need a significant ramp up of electrolyzer capacity, but that is happening. So if you compare today's installed capacity of around 300 megawatts with the pipeline of 60 gigawatts, there is an enormous additional volume coming. Next one, please. So if you look, where does hydrogen, and especially green hydrogen, now fit in the overall mitigation effort and in the transition? We see a role of hydrogen in the order of 10% of the total mitigation effort in the coming 3 decades, which is a significant role. It means we need a few thousand gigawatts of electrolyzers. So there is an enormous market if we really translate this into reality. And next slide, please. We have also looked at the markets. We see that hydrogen can play an important role in hard to decarbonize sectors, in industry, and in some of the transport applications. We continue the dialogue with various players in this field, how to accelerate the deployment in these different fields of application. And our new collaborative framework on green hydrogen also has received quite some interest, and important discussions are taking place there. So with these introductory remarks, I would like to move to the panel. And as our first, I will ask the 5 panelists to give an initial statement of 2 to 3 minutes on this topic. And first I want to give the floor to Dr. Andrea Lovato. Andrea is the Vice President and Head of Renewables Development at Aqua Power, and they're working on an interesting project on green ammonia in Saudi Arabia. So Andrea, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dolph. And yeah, definitely, as you mentioned yourself, the hydrogen is nothing new, but it's something that become very popular today for very simple reason. And one of the reason that you highlight, obviously, is the dramatic reduction of cost of renewables. And we as a company have been behind this, I would say, in the last 7 to 10 years, especially for solar and CSP, and as well for wind. And then obviously the immediate follow of the reduction of cost of renewables is definitely the fact of we can utilize this low cost energy to having the possibility to transport energy from one country for areas where the renewable energy is in high resource, in high capacity, to area where the renewable energy is in less strong than other areas. And this will allow definitely to have the green hydrogen as means of transporting energy, renewable energy from one area to the other area. We have been approaching this problem, I would say, since 2 years now, and looking at the possibility to take, let's say, this renewable energy and utilize electrolyzer for producing green hydrogen. And this specific application led us to develop, I would say, the first large-scale project of green hydrogen in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where we'll be able to, with an investment approximately of $5 billion on the production side, and additionally $2 billion on the distribution side, to produce green ammonia. This green ammonia is approximately, will be able to produce 1.2 million tons green ammonia per year, to be exported out of Saudi Arabia. And the novelty of this project is, I would say, is the fact that this 1.2 million tons per year is fully committed. So there is a purchase agreement, long-term purchase agreement, committed from our partner in the project that is called Air Product. And Air Product will offtake this ammonia. Obviously, the green hydrogen is transferring green ammonia to be transported. And today, obviously, this is transportation means of green ammonia is economical, and then is cracked back to green hydrogen and utilized for transportation. Air Product will also invest in distributions in the countries where it will offtake and utilize then the green ammonia for mentioned today, but obviously in certain countries where transportation of large buses and large trucks. So we don't talk about cars, but we talk about large buses, large trucks, where the application of green hydrogen is today economical.
Thank you very much for that input. I would like to move now to Ms. Belén Linares, who is the Director for R&D and Innovation at Acciona. How does Acciona see the business opportunity in green hydrogen?
Hello, good morning. Thank you, IRENA, for the invitation here to the panel. The renewable hydrogen is an example for us of the technology that is running faster than the business and even faster than the regulation. As usual, this is why it is innovation. So the green hydrogen is a real business opportunity. We don't believe that, and we don't expect the hydrogen market will be put in place before 2030. And this is the reason why, from a utility perspective, we need to push on this demand, as it was said previously in the keynote speakers, to change this demand where the existing gray hydrogen is used, for instance, in the chemical industry or fertilizers industry, the refining and oil and gas industries, and those industries where there is a need to decrease the carbon footprint. On the other hand, we need also, from the business perspective, to push the demand in the new businesses, creating hydrogen, green hydrogen clusters for additional businesses that are not the ones where the gray hydrogen is used, that are the transport, the collective transport, the heavy transport, the industry with high temperature processes. This is very important also for the green hydrogen as a potential huge demand for our sector. And obviously, the hydrogen injection in the existing or new natural gas net, also for easing the distribution of the hydrogen penetration on the system in order to get the decarbonization targets. And finally, for the electrical sector, so for our sector, the one that we are currently driving to help that stabilization of the electrical net, with the perspective always of the seasonal storage, that is this specific characteristic of the green hydrogen that is so innovative and so specific of this technology that is running so fast. We are seeing that the cost of the electrolyzers, the cost price of the electrolyzers is decreasing in a similar way as we saw 20, 30 years ago in the renewable sector, this sector that we are so familiar with. And this is the reason why we detect from the business point of view that we are in the moment to accelerate this technology, to transform this technology into the business in existing demand and existing gray demand to be transformed to green, and new demand that, with the help of the collaboration between the public and private sectors, with the help of the governments, European governments, we can afford to generate in this decade this hydrogen market, this green hydrogen market, that will have also some challenges, of course. One of the challenges that they will be addressed and that we need to work very hard is the environmental approach. Currently, all the regulations are orienting the hydrogen as the gray hydrogen. No regulation is currently adapted from the environmental point of view to the green hydrogen, and the differences are huge. And this is going to ease and to help a lot of projects to develop and to run. And this is going to increase the scale effect of the technology, very important. And finally, it was mentioned also by my colleagues, the guarantees of origin. It is so important to determine a clear taxonomy on the hydrogen in order to identify clearly what is green and what is the rest, I would say, because this is the real difference between that technology and others, that there is a clear perception of what is green and what is not green, so not so difficult to regulate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for these inputs. Now I'd like to move to François-Xavier Olivieri. He's the Executive Vice President of ENGIE in hydrogen. How does ENGIE see the role of hydrogen, and where do you see the business opportunity?
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. It's a great opportunity to have the possibility to participate to this type of debate. First of all, what I would like to say is, as was mentioned by Mrs. Julie Jorgensen, hydrogen is here to last. And it is so because it is definitely one key element for the energy sector integration. So if you have this vision in the long term, it's pretty sure that the time of hydrogen is here. Now, to make it happen is complicated. And what we see, and it is a great news, is that in every country we are developing currently our projects, our hydrogen project, we see that this momentum is here. We see that there is a public willingness to move forward. So it's a great news because you have also significant investment, public investments that are on the table. And another very positive aspect that was stressed out a few minutes ago is the international cooperation aspect. So we have everything currently, at least in the vision, in the design of how the market trends are evolving, to see that there is a public momentum around that. And what's very important as well, and that was stressed by Mrs. Linares, is that we see that this support is both on the supply, because we have this competitiveness gap to address, but also on the demand side. And this is absolutely essential because you can support as much as you can the producers of electrolyzers. If there are no off-takers, then there is no project. And if there is no project, there is no hydrogen market. So these elements are really essential. And so at the European level, we see that there is a good balance between supply and demand. If you have a look at Australia, it's the same thing. If you have a look at Chile, there is a very strong willingness to rely on all the potential in terms of renewable development. So everything is here to make it happen. Now, what we observe is that in the making, there are a lot of challenges still to address. I'll just give you a few examples really as project developers. And this is also what we observe within the Hydrogen Council when we discuss between peers and what are the levers and the regulatory incentives that we still need. First, we see that there is a huge challenge around the time to market. The projects to develop hydrogen, they are here. They are here in Europe, they are here in Chile, they are here in Australia. But sometimes to make them happen, because there is this competitiveness gap, you need to pile up a number of subsidies to make the decision to invest. To reach the financial investment decision, you need to pile up those subsidies. And so there is a very strong challenge around coordination of states, coordination of Europe with other mechanisms to make sure that the financing of these projects can happen in the right way. So that's one very big challenge. Another big challenge is around the complexity of this support. I mean, Europe is doing a great job in finding the right schemes, but sometimes there are some conditions which can be very difficult to assess and very difficult to integrate into an industrial project. Just to give you an example, the additionality criteria, which is a very good one in the end, because it requires additional power capacities to be developed, and we need that for Europe. Sometimes they will take time to happen. Even if you take the decision today to build additional renewable capacity, your electrolyzer is likely to be ready before. And so you have to show some flexibility in the way the different files will be assessed and the merit orders of each of these files will be assessed. Another example of this, which was previously mentioned, is the huge challenge around the development of infrastructure, storage infrastructure, transport infrastructure. There are some projects which activate this part, and there are other projects which don't activate this part. But it is critical today to look at these projects that, with a local standpoint, for example, on a local hub, are able to trigger these investments today. Because otherwise you will have a lot of small projects around Europe, but they will not have the capacity to be connected together. So at least investing on the storage capacity, the transport capacity of these projects is quite essential. And of course, it comes with a price. It comes with a price. For instance, renewable hydrogen is more expensive than gray hydrogen, but at the same time, it generates both a cluster of an industrial cluster around electrolysis, but also the development of renewable. So you activate two clusters with one investment, and that must be taken into account. And of course, the discussion we had previously around the guarantees of origin is very important. Now, another message which is key to understand what challenges are necessary to make this hydrogen economy happen is the long-term incentive. I mean, kickstarting the hydrogen is essential today, and you need a lot of money to activate that, to develop renewable capacity, power renewable capacity, but also electrolysis capacity, just as you mentioned and you showed on your graphs. But this public money and these private investments, they run for a certain time. If you don't build the regulation of tomorrow, today, which will provide the incentives for the off-takers to make the choice of green instead of gray, then at a certain point in time, those investments, they will be stranded, they will be lost. So it's critical to act now on those regulations. If you take a look at what happened in California, for instance, why was this regulation such a success? Because they were able to put some very clear incentives on the car industry to reach some targets with penalties in the end. If you don't send these type of incentives, these type of messages, if you don't build long-term regulations with CO2 price, for instance, with targets of penetration of renewable H2 in industry, then you miss part of what will make it necessary to have a sustainable cluster, sustainable industrial development in the end. So that's by and large the challenge that we face, and obviously it was stressed a number of times. We need to make sure what we invest on. And probably we will need all sorts of hydrogen production at the beginning, blue, green, turquoise, whatever, because if we move forward in this market, we will need very large volumes of hydrogen. But at a certain point in time, we need to see what each of these sources activate in terms of employment, in terms of development of renewable capacities, in terms of additional value added in terms of CO2 reduction. And the guarantees of origin, the traceability are essential to reach this target.
Thank you very much. These are very, very interesting points. I'd like to move to Roberto Bocca, the head of Shaping the Future of Energy and Materials and member of the Executive Committee of the World Economic Forum. Roberto, we heard now from several inputs already that the offtake is key. Is that going to make the difference compared to the previous hydrogen cycle?
Let me just start with, first of all, the past three interventions were from industrial players, and the role we can play as the forum is, of course, not in that space, but is more in the coordination. I think Francois Xavier mentioned one of the key challenges, the coordination. There are a lot of activities going on. The forum being the institution for public-private collaboration, we really aim to do that. And so we have done in the past, supporting the Hydrogen Council birth. That was actually happened during our annual meeting in 2017 in Davos. And then we have been also instrumental in putting the hydrogen element in the innovation challenge of the mission innovation. So we have done this in the past, and now we have created a community, or we are supporting community by many of the companies that are here represented to very much create that coordination, right? Because there is so much going on that is so difficult to then coordinate all the pieces. And I think there is one element here is, and I come to your question on specifically what is here to stay. Yeah, I think there is this element also of urgency that has been mentioned. But again, one of the topics that came up during our annual meeting this year was very much the decade of delivery. And while I totally agree that we have to have long-term planning and having the policies now for the future, et cetera, we also need to think this is the decade in which we'll make the difference, we'll make it or break it, on investment, on policies, on technology, and on demand, right? And many people have mentioned the element of demand. So the industrial cluster is one part of that. Even demand of the final consumer, right? What about if the shoes that are produced cost 50 cents more because they are produced from hydrogen now, not in 20 years, but now? Can we accelerate that? So the financing, and of course, I'm not talking about the shoes that should be paid more by emerging countries, but I think there are many countries where there is a good wealth, and those countries could probably, the consumer from those countries could be certainly contributing. Now, why I also agree with the statement made earlier, hydrogen is here to stay, is because there is many more players that were not there before. As has been said, is a way of optimizing energy, but also industrial challenging. Was mentioned by the Director General of the European Commission, I believe, this element of the hard-to-abate sectors. The forum, for example, we are working hard on this hard-to-abate sector, because those are where it makes the difference. And in those, to abate those were not at the table in such a coordinated way in the past. Now they are. All sectors are really trying to shift because they have to decarbonize themselves. It's not for hydrogen per se, but they have to decarbonize. And so hydrogen is one of the few options that there are. As the forum, we are not hydrogen or technology attached. We are technology agnostic. But hydrogen is certainly one of those few bullets that can really solve this issue. I'm not sure if silver, but certainly is one of those bullets that can help in solving this. So I think indeed it's here to stay. It cannot be done in isolation. It is part of this aggregate, and that's why the challenge, is how Francois Xavier was saying, of coordination and making sure the pieces come together is critical. So I stop here because I want to give more space for other intervention, but thanks, Dolph.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roberto. You mentioned the cost and how the citizens will respond to that. Rana, Rana Adib from the head of REN 21, you deal a lot with this citizen acceptance and citizen action. How do you see the role of citizens in making this hydrogen economy happen?
Thank you very much, Dolph. Before coming to your question, I'm going to step back to put the hydrogen part into the overall energy system transition we're talking about. We see in the hydrogen part, we look very much at the pathway from the electrolyzer to the off-takers and the end use. What is really important, and I think this is also where the crux is when it comes to citizen support, is This requires the production of renewable electricity. And even without moving and advancing and accelerating the hydrogen economy, the reality today is that we need to triple the, and these are IEA projections, these are IRENA projections, triple the investment in renewable power, and also triple the doubling, for instance, triple the deployment rates of renewable electricity, in particular PV, wind, and hydrogen. And that is something which is really important to keep in mind if we want to move to renewable-based hydrogen. And this needs to happen now. We cannot build basically the building. Sometimes we tend to build the roof without building the bases. And I think this is excellent that there is such a momentum around hydrogen, a political one, the fact that we are bringing players around the table. But this attention also comprises a risk that we do not start and increase and accelerate the deployment of renewable power capacities. And if we move to hydrogen, this means increased power capacities. What we see today already is that there is in general a very big support of citizens to renewable energy and to renewable power. This is a reality. When you're looking at global surveys, it's very positive. The reality is, however, that locally we see a lot of resistance. And this resistance has consequences. So we have the not in my backyard phenomenon, which is existing. We see it when it comes to capacity generation. We also see it very much on electric transmission distribution lines. And the reality is that the hydrogen economy does not exist without also ramping up basically the capacities on the renewable power side. So there is a risk factor which really needs to be addressed when we're moving there. The reality is also that there are many ways of approaching basically and creating the support of citizens. That's a reality. And often we see that there is a possibility of doing this by associating them to the benefits of such an economy. Now, the hydrogen economy very much is more large scale, and so the direct involvement of citizens here might be more complicated. And that is something which needs to basically be, so we heard before about the decentralized solutions. I think this is something where citizen support needs to be built in. The other aspect is, however, also that in the policy and regulative frameworks, when we're talking about tariffs, when we're talking about subsidization of the hydrogen economy, the citizens need to be associated to some extent, because otherwise there is a risk here which is not taken into account. I would also like to come back to another aspect which all this situation also means. We have heard it, so there is a focus on the off-taker. Time to market is more challenging on the hydrogen side, also the economics. The reality is that for some applications, for many applications, there are renewable energy-based solutions which are already existing and can be deployed. The reality is we don't have lots of time left to make the shift to zero carbon economy happen. And as a result, even though there is a huge potential of using hydrogen in many, many applications and uses, the reality is that we need to question ourselves and say, like, renewable hydrogen should really be used in sectors where it is really needed and not where it is possible. Because we do see that when we're talking about road transportation, when we're talking about the building sector, etc., there are other technologies which are proven technologies, which are cost competitive or close to cost competitiveness, which can be deployed from now on. And I think that is really a very important message. We cannot stop deploying these technologies today, because otherwise we're not going to make it happen. And I think I'll just stop here for the moment, so we have more time for discussion. But the message is clearly hydrogen needs to be renewable energy based, and we need to see it and position the discussion in a holistic system integration approach. And I think this there is a part on the supply side which sometimes gets lost in the discussion, and as a result, the challenges existing here might not have the attention they require.
Very good, thank you. We are taught today in this context talking about hydrogen in a climate context. What could what should happen in the UNFCCC negotiations and in the existing mechanisms such as NDCs to accelerate green hydrogen deployment? Do you see a strong role for these climate instruments?
This is a question to me or to everybody?
To everybody.
Okay. Okay, I'll jump in. So UNFCCC, we heard carbon pricing is very important when we're talking about the overall incentives to move to decarbonization. And I think this is indeed something which is extremely important when we're talking about hydrogen also, because the reality is the way sometimes the discussion on hydrogen is being positioned, also obviously because there is a lot of interest of more conventional energy players, and it is very good to associate them in such a change. But as a result, we basically need to build up the safeguards so that we are really moving into the renewable-based hydrogen economy and not a gray hydrogen economy. With regard to this, since carbon is basically the indicator which will allow us to move in that direction, it's very important that needs to be integrated.
Very good. Anybody else wants to react to this?
Yeah, I can. Dolph, I think, you know, the Director General earlier announced that we are collaborating even closer, the Forum and IRENA, on this topic. And I think, you know, this year there will be the submission of the NDC, each national plan, and then there will be another one in 5 years. So it would be good to see how many national plan will have hydrogen embedded in their action plan, and then how many there will be in 5 years. I guess that it will be successful in our collaboration, in our cooperation. We'll be able to embed more plans in this NDC for the next cycle. Again, it will be very interesting to see how many we'll have in this cycle, but I don't expect many.
Maybe one additional comment on your question. Yes, I think it is essential, and it's very much related to the long-term incentive. Those changes take time. We must assume that, as was previously mentioned, there is also a cost for society in general, and these trends must be taken over a significant period of time if you want to adopt very ambitious targets like Europe adopted or other areas, other countries in the world. So as soon as you set those targets and you bring clarity, because again, industry needs long-term incentives and clarity on the targets, then you have the capacity to make this transformation, to make this revolution happen in a soft manner. And we see the importance of that in our current societies. It's very important to accompany these moves and make them as sustainable and clear in the long run. So definitely these tools are essential.
I fully agree, Dolph. I would add also that the incentives should be oriented not only on the production, but also on the demand. It's very, very important that we are activating this green hydrogen market through the demand, because the reason why the forecast in the demand is going to increase is based on additional businesses, not on existing businesses where the gray hydrogen is present, and then we need to change to the green. So really important. We are going to launch, for the business point of view, the first pilots. We are going to, and we will mention later on some of them, we are going to build the first demonstrators, the first prototypes, but this is not going to be sustainable if there is not a real system where the demand is activated, and that the carbon footprint is important also.
Maybe I can add something in relation to the project that we are doing, and obviously this is a large project, obviously with a committed offtake, and this obviously has a basis of an economy, and this economy in certain country obviously is based on this carbon price. We have to say that already for a certain sector of transportation, the green hydrogen produced in a low in a country where there is high richer resource transported as ammonia with existing infrastructure, and then cracked back and dissociated back to green hydrogen, and then sold, distributed as a green hydrogen in this country is an economical proposition already today. Obviously, expanding this from this country to other countries is something that will depend by these policies. But there is already an economics, I would say, that is definitely proven by this large project that we are doing.
I would just like to add something on the comment Belen said is about creating the demand. And I think this is actually the right entry point. We are addressing the challenge of decarbonizing energy. So there are different demands for energy, and sometimes hydrogen will be the solution. Sometimes other solutions will work, might be more cost efficient, and can be deployed directly. And I do think this is really something which is very important, that the targets, goals, plans to really take into account the initial intention of us moving in that direction, which is climate and which is sustainable development goals. And that's probably something which makes a lot of sense, that historically we think from supply to demand, and we need to think backwards and link really the demand side and looking at what energy services are we trying to cover. And sometimes we will have carriers, which might be electricity, or it might be hydrogen or biofuels or whatsoever. But I think this discussion is really important. And then going back the whole supply chain. So the whole energy pathway, a holistic approach here.
Thank you. I'm also looking at the questions in the chat, and there are several questions about the supply that say, well, so how important will in the future be the role of international hydrogen trade? So the European strategy says it's 50-50, 50% production in Europe, 50% import. The Germans say, I think 20% national production, 80% import. Of course, Saudi Arabia and Chile are very happy to provide any hydrogen to Europe, but is there already an agreed, let's say, blueprint how this will develop, or will we just see as we go along?
Maybe I can say what is the perspective of a supplier of this today. So I will say maybe I would say for distributed application, the localization of the production it's more applicable, and this obviously will lead us more capacity. But when we talk about large capacity, and we talk in a situation that we need to reduce cost, obviously you reduce cost to an economy of scale. And with economy of scale, you reduce cost on a basis of larger plant and larger transportation means that is aggregate, so that reduce cost. And at the same time, obviously, this, as we say, this is an energy play, is a renewable energy play, where the renewable energy and the availability of land is cheap. Then you will have, of course, also a very inexpensive hydrogen, green hydrogen, to be transported. And also we need to remember that hydrogen is transported with existing carriers, existing type of, largely I would say when I talk ammonia, we can talk also hydrogen itself, but when we talk ammonia, with existing carrier, with existing type of commercial contract that is very much practiced for gas and petrochemicals. So we will see that system more and more in the future, where distributed for Europe will be maybe localized as it is maybe today for smaller project size.
Our first projects are all oriented to the on-site power generation, because we believe that is the way to start, and because the technology related to the distribution and transport is not so advanced as the electrolyzers, probably because there are less years of investment of R&D in that kind of processes. It's simply because of that. So, for instance, one of the projects that we are now working in an island in Mallorca, in Spain, is trying to demonstrate several applications for the hydrogen uses as collective transport, as industrial thermal companies that really has thermal processes to feed the gas natural injection in order to distribute in the touristic hotels and rental cars that are in the island. And we are looking for this on-site approach in order to get a minimum profitability of the project with the help of the fundings that we are trying to get and in order to start. But it is true that where we will have a renewable electricity that would be cheaper, we will have renewable hydrogen that would be cheaper. So this is going probably to identify a geopolitical different scenario between different European zones. And we start to think about generation hubs that would be driven by the cost of electricity in order to generate cheap hydrogen. But we see that there is a lot of work to be done in the transport technologies and processes in terms of not adding so much euros per kilo that this is the case today. And that this is penalizing the hydrogen final price, by the way.
And if I may, I think we need to assume that it's a stepwise approach. I mean, international trade of hydrogen will happen once there is a capacity to create hubs, regional hubs. And before reaching this international trade, probably we need to invest, which is a very ambitious thing, on the infrastructure of tomorrow, hydrogen infrastructure. And sometimes it's not about creating additional infrastructure. It's about converting in existing infrastructure. Look at what happens in the Netherlands, where they took the choice to swap from natural gas to hydrogen. Here, it's about how converting existing assets. They have the same thinking in Australia. And there are some studies which showed that blending 10% of hydrogen into the gas networks would result only in a sort of 1% increase of the invoice for household. So you see that transportation and storage issue, which are essential and an essential part of energy system integrations, can happen before we envisage those international trades. And they are very necessary investments today to make it feasible and possible to bring large quantities of energy from one point to another. And this is a challenge for both gas sector and the power sector.
To just build on this, I think, because there are two really important points. The reality, whether we're looking at the pure renewable based and electricity sector or the gas sector, which would be based on hydrogen. The reality today is that the situations really differ from a country to another and a location from another, depending on the infrastructure existing, depending on space, etc. And I think that is really something which we need to take into account in the way we are also communicating about the opportunities around the hydrogen economy. Because the reality is that they are extremely useful for some countries that do not have a lot of space and depend on external imports. Where you have lots of renewable electricity and you can produce renewable-based hydrogen at a lower cost. But also for some sectors that do not have other possibilities to decarbonize, actually. And I think this is really where we need to have a focus on, because we don't have the time. It cannot be a stepwise approach. I think I would really like to underline again the urgency of us. We have 10 years to move the whole economy to a zero carbon economy. So hydrogen is part of the solutions. And we obviously there will be a global trade component on hydrogen, because we are talking about another type of carrier, which echoes much more the conventional fuels we have today. But the reality is that we really need to drive the transition today. And this might to some extent also mean the production and the trade of the energy carriers are different. And there will be a much bigger local component than we see in the current energy system.
I see in the chat there's quite a lot of questions about the greenhouse gas impact of green hydrogen. I thought there were very low greenhouse gas emissions, but anybody who disagrees with this? And is green clearly better than blue? Let me pose it that way then.
Maybe I can answer this one. I think is in general, yes, for the carbonization, yes. And if we look at the utilization, maybe not. It will depend where hydrogen is utilized. For example, if we take example of Japan, Japan utilize and focus on utilize obviously blue ammonia that's coming from blue hydrogen in power plant for decarbonization purposes. Obviously, it's when you do that mixing application that you also mentioned before, it's I'm not sure economically you will have a better off to say a very high expensive product mixed with a very low cost product, but with high impact on the environment. I think in that case, in that transition case, we will be better off with blue hydrogen. With transition obviously to green hydrogen when this will reduce the carbon. But our view is that there are applications today where green hydrogen in certain applications, certain countries is already economical versus the application today that you have for diesel, for example, utilization of big diesel for big trucks. In certain countries where you are carbon taxes, it become effective. Obviously, you need to have somebody that invests in infrastructure for the distribution, any long-term contracts. The key will be having a similar approach that was in LNG before. You have the distribution, the production linked to the users in medium long-term contracts.
And I think you cannot set a general rule indeed. It really depends on the geography. It really depends on the projects. Blue hydrogen makes fully sense in certain areas, and in other areas you will promote more renewable hydrogen. And anyway, when you see the global demand, if you use the projections of Bloomberg or other external studies that are available today, and even the ones of the Hydrogen Council, you see that you need such volumes of hydrogen that at the end of the day, we can't afford to go for only one technology. Now, there is the problem of stranded assets. There is the problem, of course, of competitiveness and of public acceptance of that. But it's not a one-size-fits-all rule that will solve this kind of issues. It's more having a very pragmatic approach and see in each geography, for each case and for each usage, what is the best technology to achieve the decarbonization targets.
And maybe to complement the pragmatic approach, I think it also means a very clear roadmap that the goal is to move to renewable-based hydrogen and high shares of renewable-based hydrogen. And this means that in terms of locking out solutions, potential stranded assets, etc., there needs to be really a clear prioritization. And as you said, François-Xavier, there are obviously it is something where there is not a one size fits all, and there are regional components, sectoral components, etc., to take into account. But the orientation and the governments have a clear responsibility here to have high ambition. Because otherwise there is, and I think this is, now I'll be very blunt, but there is otherwise also a risk that some players might contribute to rather slow down the development of moving to renewable-based hydrogen economy. So I think that's really an attention point we collectively need to have.
We're reaching, please.
Sorry.
Because we are reaching the end of this session. I wanted to give you all an opportunity to make any last comments if you want to, but then please can you start your comment?
Okay, thank you. I would end then my speech with what I wanted to mention relative to the last question of the Q&A. When you take a decision and you choose where you put the money, then, well, in the end, you are identifying which is your strategy. Currently, the renewable hydrogen coming from electrolysis. There are other ways of generating green hydrogen, but are in a more R&D level, so I will not mention them. Is the only way not to increment the carbon footprint. So the rest of the hydrogens that are not green, so that they are not coming from electrolysis, or I insist from other sources or other processes that are not industrial, but that are more in an R&D level, and that are, by the way, same validity, because they will be there probably in a few years, is investing the money in processes that are generating emissions. Our vision is not to invest our money in processes that are increasing the emissions. Perhaps I'm not too pragmatic, but at least this is the same choice that we made when we were investing in renewables in the past. And it is clear that for the decarbonization of our industry and of our planet, it is needed to make real choices. Thank you.
Very good. Then I'll try to.
Sorry.
Rana, please.
Yeah, I just want to just plug one number into the discussion to close. Is currently renewables hydrogen makes up less than 0.1% of pure hydrogen production. We heard that electrolyzer capacities will increase, and that's great because I think it creates a major opportunity. But we need to ensure that the renewable capacities also increase, because otherwise we might continue to stick on the hydrogen part to 0.1, because there are many other demands for renewable electricity. Thank you.
So we heard that the demand side offtake is key, and we also heard that there is a need for clear long-term objectives and long-term incentives. We also need to be clear that the ultimate target is green hydrogen, and we need to make sure that if there is a transition, that the time path of this transition and the role of blue hydrogen in that is clearly defined. We heard from various speakers that guarantees of origin, standards, and certification are really important for the development of green hydrogen. And we heard that there is an important role for governments in ensuring that there is the right infrastructure in place, and that there is also the right link up of the supply of renewable electricity and the demands. And regarding of the economic opportunity, there is still, the idea is that initially it will be local production and local deployment, but longer term, we need large scale projects in locations with good renewables resources. So probably that means also international trade, but more work is needed in reducing the cost of transport. These were my keynotes. Have I missed anything you feel is really should be added? Andrea, you had a point?
Well, I think you got all. I will put also the positive sides, and I will say on the positive side that there are already good aspect of this large size economics in certain application, even in the transportation, because when we talk about green ammonia, you transport with existing carriers and the overall cost goes together. And I will say we will see a reduction of cost of the all related infrastructure much faster than what is, I would say, expected. So I would say we're quite bullish on the fact that when we will talk about green hydrogen, we talk renewable, integrated with the production of green hydrogen, because that's also the key to make it economical. But the reduction of cost, we remain very bullish. There is a lot of potential of cost reduction on the side of the gas itself. And that too is very promising for all the technology. Then obviously other means of transportation, organic carrier, etc. This a lot of new research should come.
One thing I would add, Dolph, to your summary, which I fully agree, is that we need to assume that renewable hydrogen has an additional cost compared to taking power on the grid and running through an electrolyzer. And that must be translated into the subsidy schemes and the grants that are given to these projects.
Roberto?
Nothing else. Okay. Thank you.
Very good. There were several more questions, but we are a bit time limited. So my apologies to the audience, and maybe if you want to address one of the speakers, one of the panelists after this session, that would be a way to get an answer, or you can send it to me and I'll try to find an answer for you. So with that, I would like to hand now for the closing remarks to Gonzalo Munoz, the COP25 high-level champion.
Thanks so much, Dolph, and thanks to each of the keynote speakers and panelists. This may be a race to zero dialogues, and in this race, there is special space for first movers to capture the opportunities of the green hydrogen economy, and even that need to clarify and reinforce the color is so important, and it was very well expressed by many panelists. I think that we have clearly passed a very important inflection point of awareness and ambition on green hydrogen in key geographies and sectors. Now there is a push and pull efforts happening at the same time, and Rana was very clear in that sense. And as we've heard today, more and more countries and companies are stepping up with the bold targets. I am really especially proud of Chile's strategy and how it is designed to be developed in partnership with many others, both from the public and the private sector, as a great example that should be followed by many other countries. As demand for green hydrogen builds, the faster cost will come down to provide a cost-effective solution in the next 5 to 7 years. That pipeline of 60 gigawatts of electrolyzers that Francesco mentioned means a lot as a trend, and also as it's a hope for the trend as well. The global collective action will be essential to delivering this on an accelerated timeframe compatible with 1.5 degree trajectory, and the total capacity needs to double every 2 years going forward. So this will be a massive effort, and we're absolutely sure that we can make it. And as our panelists described, to achieve this, we need radical collaboration between governments, businesses, multilateral funders, and civil society to answer the question, what must I do in the limited time we have to accelerate progress in this aspect? This is how we can deliver on a shared ambitions for green hydrogen. My real sincere appreciation for all of the participants, the audience, and IRENA for hosting this fantastic discussion. Good day and thanks so much.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Thank you, everybody. And let me just close this morning with thanking everybody for the session since 10 o'clock, and for all the participants. We actually had a very steady participation throughout. It's very interesting to see how the hydrogen discussion has moved from a technology into multifaceted space. And at IRENA, we also have a collaborative framework on geopolitics, and the economy of hydrogen is one of the subjects that we're going to be pursuing in that space as well. So we will now have a break until the afternoon session on the implementing a net zero energy sector strategy, which will begin at the 14:13 European time. So wherever you are in the world, please stay with us or come back after your lunch or dinner or whatever the time allows you to do. And meanwhile, we're going to play our video, Voices of Renewables, for your pleasure. Thank you so very much, and we will see you in the afternoon.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decaded earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people work in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Kila visti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Neporume.
Thank you very much.
global corporate renewables movement, led by RE100, is growing rapidly. Companies are doing fantastic things. They're not only buying renewable electricity at scale, they're also engaging with their suppliers, they're engaging with their communities, and engaging with policymakers to open up markets globally to enable companies to buy renewable electricity at a fair price anywhere in the world. But we need to act faster. We're 1 year into the climate decade. We have 9 years left to halve our carbon emissions. So there's never been a better time for companies to step up, join this movement, commit to 100% renewable electricity, and help drive the energy transition at the pace we need.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafael Mateo, the CEO of the Acciona energy business. To reach zero carbon emissions, to invest in renewables is crucial, and we need to do it now, right now. To invest in renewables is because everybody wins. People win, planet win, and economy win. Renewables is value. We needn't to talk about the price of the renewables. We need to talk about the full value, including savings, saving in fuel, saving in import, and including value in job creation, in GDP growth. The cost of no action is very, very expensive. Cost of climate change is more than one new pandemic every 10 years. We need to invest now. To do it later is very difficult, it's very expensive. Let us do now, please.
For our third decade of climate action, we want to go even further. And that's why we just announced the most ambitious corporate energy commitment ever established. By 2030, we want to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy at all of our data centers worldwide, meaning around-the-clock clean energy, every hour of every day, everywhere. That's a significant challenge because wind and solar are such intermittent energy sources. But if we can solve that challenge for our very large data centers, then we will demonstrate that 100% carbon-free electrical grids are possible and commercially feasible. Our commitment to 24/7 carbon-free energy will require new technologies and new approaches, and we can't say that we know exactly how to accomplish it. But we do believe it's possible. And as we enter this decisive decade for climate change, the time for interim solutions has passed. The urgency of the climate crisis really demands much more from all of us. And the only way to meet the scale of this challenge is to increase the scale of our ambition. And that's why we have picked this goal.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decades earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people working in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Siamo tempisti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Neporume.
Thank you very much.
The global corporate renewables movement, led by RE100, is growing rapidly. Companies are doing fantastic things. They're not only buying renewable electricity at scale, they're also engaging with their suppliers, they're engaging with their communities, and engaging with policymakers to open up markets globally to enable companies to buy renewable electricity at a fair price anywhere in the world. But we need to act faster. We're 1 year into the climate decade. We have 9 years left to halve our carbon emissions. So there's never been a better time for companies to step up, join this movement, commit to 100% renewable electricity, and help drive the energy transition at the pace we need.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafael Mateo, the CEO of the Acciona energy business. To reach zero carbon emissions, to invest in renewables is crucial, and we need to do it now, right now. To invest in renewables is because everybody wins. People win, planet win, and economy win. Renewables is value. We needn't to talk about the price of the renewables. We need to talk about the full value, including savings, saving in fuel, saving in import, and including value in job creation, in GDP growth. The cost of no action is very, very expensive. Cost of climate change is more than one new pandemic every 10 years. We need to invest now. To do it later is very difficult, it's very expensive. Let us do now, please.
For our third decade of climate action, we want to go even further. And that's why we just announced the most ambitious corporate energy commitment ever established. By 2030, we want to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy at all of our data centers worldwide, meaning around-the-clock clean energy, every hour of every day, everywhere. That's a significant challenge because wind and solar are such intermittent energy sources. But if we can solve that challenge for our very large data centers, then we will demonstrate that 100% carbon-free electrical grids are possible and commercially feasible. Our commitment to 24/7 carbon-free energy will require new technologies and new approaches, and we can't say that we know exactly how to accomplish it. But we do believe it's possible. And as we enter this decisive decade for climate change, the time for interim solutions has passed. The urgency of the climate crisis really demands much more from all of us. And the only way to meet the scale of this challenge is to increase the scale of our ambition. And that's why we have picked this goal.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decades earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people working in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Kilame tempisti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Neporume.
Thank you very much.
The global corporate renewables movement, led by RE100, is growing rapidly. Companies are doing fantastic things. They're not only buying renewable electricity at scale, they're also engaging with their suppliers, they're engaging with their communities, and engaging with policymakers to open up markets globally to enable companies to buy renewable electricity at a fair price anywhere in the world. But we need to act faster. We're 1 year into the climate decade. We have 9 years left to halve our carbon emissions. So there's never been a better time for companies to step up, join this movement, commit to 100% renewable electricity, and help drive the energy transition at the pace we need.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafael Mateo, the CEO of the Acciona energy business. To reach zero carbon emissions, to invest in renewables is crucial, and we need to do it now, right now. To invest in renewables is because everybody wins. People win, planet win, and economy win. Renewables is value. We needn't to talk about the price of the renewables. We need to talk about the full value, including savings, saving in fuel, saving in import, and including value in job creation, in GDP growth. The cost of no action is very, very expensive. Cost of climate change is more than one new pandemic every 10 years. We need to invest now. To do it later is very difficult, it's very expensive. Let us do now, please.
For our third decade of climate action, we want to go even further. And that's why we just announced the most ambitious corporate energy commitment ever established. By 2030, we want to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy at all of our data centers worldwide, meaning around-the-clock clean energy, every hour of every day, everywhere. That's a significant challenge because wind and solar are such intermittent energy sources. But if we can solve that challenge for our very large data centers, then we will demonstrate that 100% carbon-free electrical grids are possible and commercially feasible. Our commitment to 24/7 carbon-free energy will require new technologies and new approaches, and we can't say that we know exactly how to accomplish it. But we do believe it's possible. And as we enter this decisive decade for climate change, the time for interim solutions has passed. The urgency of the climate crisis really demands much more from all of us. And the only way to meet the scale of this challenge is to increase the scale of our ambition. And that's why we have picked this goal.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decades earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people work in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Kila tempisti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Neporume.
Thank you very much.
The global corporate renewables movement, led by RE100, is growing rapidly. Companies are doing fantastic things. They're not only buying renewable electricity at scale, they're also engaging with their suppliers, they're engaging with their communities, and engaging with policymakers to open up markets globally to enable companies to buy renewable electricity at a fair price anywhere in the world. But we need to act faster. We're 1 year into the climate decade. We have 9 years left to halve our carbon emissions. So there's never been a better time for companies to step up, join this movement, commit to 100% renewable electricity, and help drive the energy transition at the pace we need.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafael Mateo, the CEO of the Acciona energy business. To reach zero carbon emissions, to invest in renewables is crucial, and we need to do it now, right now. To invest in renewables is because everybody wins. People win, planet win, and economy win. Renewables is value. We needn't to talk about the price of the renewables. We need to talk about the full value, including savings, saving in fuel, saving in import, and including value in job creation, in GDP growth. The cost of no action is very, very expensive. Cost of climate change is more than one new pandemic every 10 years. We need to invest now. To do it later is very difficult, it's very expensive. Let us do now, please.
For our third decade of climate action, we want to go even further. And that's why we just announced the most ambitious corporate energy commitment ever established. By 2030, we want to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy at all of our data centers worldwide, meaning around-the-clock clean energy, every hour of every day, everywhere. That's a significant challenge because wind and solar are such intermittent energy sources. But if we can solve that challenge for our very large data centers, then we will demonstrate that 100% carbon-free electrical grids are possible and commercially feasible. Our commitment to 24/7 carbon-free energy will require new technologies and new approaches, and we can't say that we know exactly how to accomplish it. But we do believe it's possible. And as we enter this decisive decade for climate change, the time for interim solutions has passed. The urgency of the climate crisis really demands much more from all of us. And the only way to meet the scale of this challenge is to increase the scale of our ambition. And that's why we have picked this goal.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decaded earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people work in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Llame tempisti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Neporume.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. Hello, this is Kyosawa. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello there. Hello, this is Kyosawa.
Is everybody here? We're going to go live in a minute. We are live. I know, but like I just need to know whether the session will start on time.
Yes, we are live. Session started.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. Welcome to the Race to Zero Dialogue on Energy. We are now entering on a third session on implementing a net zero energy sector strategy. Thank you all for rejoining us, and for those of you who are just joining for the first time, welcome. In the moment, I will pass you over to a moderator of the session, Mr. Carl Zamet-Mampel, Energy Lead in the COP26 Climate Action Champions team. But first, I would like to mention a few housekeeping points for those of you who just joined. So everybody's going to be muted and the camera's off, and that's how all the attendees, so that's how it's going to stay for the session. But we do invite you to participate through a chat function. In the chat box, you can pose your questions. We encourage you to ask questions. We might not have enough time to integrate them, but it's really super helpful to see the thought process and interest of our audience during these sessions. This is a public event and it's going to be recorded. So after the event, you can find the recording on both IRENA website and UNFCCC website. If you have technical difficulties, please write in chat. Our IT support from IRENA will be glad to support you. With this, I'm going to hand over to Carl to start the session. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Elizabeth, and welcome to this session on implementing a net zero energy sector strategy. Thank you to everyone for joining us today. As Elizabeth said, I'm the energy lead for the Climate Action Champions that we heard from earlier in the day, and it's a pleasure to kick off this session with the first sub-session where representatives from Climate Action 100+ are going to give us an introduction to their work on energy sector decarbonisation strategies. So therefore, I'll hand over to Stephanie Pfeiffer, the CEO of the Institutional Investors Group on Climate Change, to kick us off. Over to you, Stephanie.
Oops. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Carl. I hope you can hear me now. So welcome everyone to this next session of the Energy Day of the Race to Zero Dialogues. The session is organised by Climate Action 100+, which is the global investor engagement initiative now supported by over 500 investors, of which IRGCC is a founding partner, and it's done in partnership with CDP and We Mean Business. In this session, we're going to focus on how actors in the private sector can work together to accelerate the transition to a net zero energy sector. The 2020 World Energy Outlook estimates that to achieve net zero emissions by 2050, over $2.2 trillion will need to be invested in the power sector alone every year to 2030, over twice the level achieved in the strongest year of oil and gas upstream investment. Putting it another way, our challenge is to scale investment in the power sector by 5 in a single decade. This means that unprecedented coordination is going to be required between companies across different sectors, investors, and policymakers. And so in this session, we are initiating a year-long process to bring together the different actors to develop sector action plans, focusing on the business models, cross-sector and value chain collaborations, technologies, and policy frameworks required to support the decarbonisation of the energy sector. Our goal today is to lay out the building blocks of a plan to do this, and we'll return at COP26 to report on our progress. As many of you will know, in the investment community, there's been growing shareholder action to encourage and support those companies that are transitioning to net zero. But we know that companies can't reach net zero alone. So accordingly, in September this year, the Climate Action 100+ Steering Committee wrote to 160 of the highest emitting companies globally, inviting them to work with us to build a set of sector strategies to help decarbonize the global economy. And I'm pleased to be able to report that over 60 of these companies have already committed to work with investors to develop and implement sector strategies to reach net zero. So today we're going to begin with a presentation from my colleague Carlota Garcia Manas of Royal London Asset Management, who will outline the template for development of a global sector action plan for power that will form the basis for a year of action in the build-up to COP26. We will then hear from investors and companies committing to zero emissions before Professor Michael Grubb outlines the business case for transition.
and we will conclude with 2 discussions focused on why and how we implement sector action plans at a regional level and globally to accelerate progress. So with that, I'd like to hand over to Carlotta to talk you through the latest investor thinking on this issue. Carlotta, over to you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here representing RLAM, Royal London Asset Management, but also IGCC and Climate Action 100+. I lead RLAM's engagement and climate strategy and have been involved with IGCC and Climate Action 100+ for a few years now. I'm here representing the Utilities Engagement Group of IGCC, which I have co-lead since last year. At IGCC, we've been engaging with high emitters for a few years now, and we are increasing our requirements of the companies we engage with as the science provides further evidence of the need to accelerate the transition. In writing our power report this year, which we published this morning, we welcome, as Stephanie mentioned, the timely release of the International Energy Agency World Energy Outlook 2020. Some takeaways of our research published today and open for feedback and consultation, as shown on the slide, includes, first, the realization that the decarbonization of the whole economy relies heavily in its electrification. This is particularly true in transport and heat. The decarbonization of the consequently enlarged power sector is anticipated in 200 of the IPCC scenarios, a decade ahead of the rest of the economy. The inexorable growth of renewables must be paired by speedy development in energy efficiency, battery storage, distribution flexibility, and low heat solution, and a speedy removal of unabated fossil fuel generation. In the paper, we'll explore the market mechanism that will be needed to underpin the expected $2 trillion that Stephanie mentioned, annual investment that supports this transition. One of the barriers that we have identified has been the historical inefficiencies and variable policies and also their regional differences. Through our public policy intervention, investors can support a more certain, just, and technology-supported framework. As investors, we continue scrutinizing not only the volumes of commitments, but their quality. More Paris alignment commitments are required for a speedy transition to a net zero system. This is central to the work that we do at the IGCC and globally through Climate Action 100+. And finally, and related indeed to the work we do at IGCC and Climate Action 100+, the realization that this sector in particular has gone already through deep changes in the last few years. We'll evaluate in our paper the levers at every step of the value chain within the industry, but also for the sectors that feed and depend on it. We hope to uncover the most efficient ways to leverage the opportunities this sector presents to support the decarbonization of the global economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlotta and Stephanie. So next, we're going to hear by video from a few of the energy companies that have already committed to joining our Race to Zero campaign by setting net zero goals and science-based targets.
Bold action by government, businesses and society is needed in the battle to stop climate change. By working together, we can accelerate the transition to a zero carbon energy system and help recover better from the coronavirus. At SSE, we've been clear. Low carbon investment delivers a win-win by building a cleaner, more resilient and sustainable economy. At SSE, we're taking real and demonstrable action. Action backed by evidence, science and facts. Alongside our science-based medium-term climate targets, we are now committing to reaching net zero emissions by 2050 at the latest. That means our business operations are in line with the ambition to limit global warming to a maximum of 1.5 degrees. We're also helping other businesses do that too. In the next 5 years, we will invest £7.5 billion in renewable energy and electricity infrastructure. Both are key to enabling a net zero transition for the whole energy system in the UK and Ireland. Renewables are the most cost-effective way to power a modern green economy and help to provide long-term careers. This is a pivotal moment in the fight against climate change. It's time to stand up, and SSE is proud to do so.
As governments plan the recovery from the virus pandemic, we must take a decisive turn now to build on that momentum and steer our world on a more sustainable and inclusive path. We have readily available solutions, such as low-carbon electricity, that will not only help reduce emissions, but also drive good jobs, sustainable growth, innovation, competitiveness for companies, for economies, and to protect nature and people.
During this lockdown period of the pandemic, at Enel we focused on two things: the well-being, the health of our employees, and continuity of service. Electricity is essential to society and it cannot be interrupted during this kind of situations. Now it's time to restart the economy, to go back investing, and it's a good opportunity to retake and redouble our efforts in the energy transition. The private sector can do a lot in this field. I think we all know that this is good for the planet, but also extremely valuable for our business. So let's refocus on that and move forward with determination. At Enel, 95% of our investments are tied to sustainable development goals, and namely number 13, the one that has to do with climate change. Sustainability is resilience. Sustainability is risk aversion, and it's a great way to have a strategy around sustainability. Let's go for it.
What does it take to accelerate the global green energy transformation? Well, it's quite clear that governments cannot do it alone and companies cannot do it alone. We need to work together. Governments need to set ambitious targets for carbon reduction and renewable energy deployment and create the visibility needed for companies to deploy the vast amounts of capital and drive the innovation that is needed to further mature and scale renewable energy and to further bring down cost. Only by working together can we achieve our ambitious goals.
The current scenario shows us the urgent need for an energy transition with the decarbonization of the economy based on the change in the business models. Companies are responsible for the impact they generate with their operation, so as being part of the problem, they should also be part of the solution. Sustainable development goals set the targets that all companies, government, and society are required to achieve. SDG 7, accessible and clean energy, indicates the needs to increase renewable energy, and it is the route to a greener economy with a lower environmental impact and higher positive impact on the development of the communities. I am at the head of AES Brazil, a 100% renewable energy generation company presenting Brazil with hydro, solar, and wind power plants. Even our generation is purely renewable, and therefore our operation generates very low emission. We have chosen to be more ambitious in our business goal by adhering to the business ambition for 1.5 commitment, because we believe that every 1 degree matters for the achievement of the world we desire. The world needs companies willing to be part of the solution and to be protagonists of a new economy.
Thanks very much to all our business leaders there for their action and leadership in this area, and particularly good to hear that new commitment from SSE. So in our next session, Professor Michael Grubb, Professor of Energy and Climate Change at University College London, will share with us some insights from his work on exponential change and S-curves in the renewable power sector. Professor Grubb, over to you.
So thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and see me. Great chance to join this group, obviously very focused on the action and the cutting edge. And I just wanted to give you a sense of work that we've done, prompted and supported by We Mean Business, which was really looking at the dynamics of change in the electricity sector. So if we have the first slide, this is work that was published just a few weeks ago. And it really centered on the fact that when we look back at historical energy transitions, what you see is quite often a long period where it seems things are progressing rather slowly, and that they then finally take off, often with quite a dynamic process, a period of exponential growth. Where exactly that saturates, how fast it goes and how far will depend on the policy and institutional environments and other factors. But what's striking is there's not that much analysis around, even perhaps particularly in academia, which has had somewhat more conventional models. So you'll still see quite a lot of stuff around about how we're not making enough progress, it's all too small, it's too slow. We wanted to probe a little bit more what's going on under the hood when you really look at this kind of dynamic. So we focus particularly on the progress of renewable sources. We tracked over the last 10 years how that's been going on, what would be needed to really meet the kind of goals that were represented in the IPCC's report on 1.5 degrees. So if we move on to the next slide, what you'll see is it's really, in part, an old story of exponential growth. It doesn't carry on forever, obviously, but carry on to the next slide. It is looking at the combination of where would we have to go, but also where have we been over the last decade? And in this slide, for the wind plus solar share of generation. So what we see is the trajectory is needed at what we call different rates of growth of emergence during that initial liftoff period, effectively the emergence period of the diffusion pattern. And what you see on that breakout bit is the yellow is the progress of the last decade, which has been almost smack in the middle of the growth rates we looked at, namely of the range 25 to 35%. It's been growing exponentially at close to 30% a year. Projecting that on an S-curve basis sets you on a dynamic which also puts you smack in the middle of some of the center of model projections for where we'd need to be in 2030, as well as then rapidly moving on towards goals for 2050. This is just the full model data set of IPCC, so it includes all the scenarios where you also have some renewables, some CCS and nuclear, etc. Obviously, if you want a renewables only future, you need to be lifting off faster, closer to the 35%. But on either of those, note the huge change. Even though we're currently only about 7% of global electricity from those sources, on that rate of growth, we hit 30% within the decade. And we are, if that growth is sustained, on track for that, even as it levels out into the linear portion of the growth. And there's surprisingly little analytic work around these S-curves. It was quite interesting probing it and probing the implications of going forward. If I carry on to the next slide, what this just addresses is something about the, okay, we know that policy like the energy vendor feed-in tariffs was really important in some of that liftoff that I've just shown. How self-sustaining is this? So we looked at the cost trajectories of onshore wind on the left, offshore, and on the right, photovoltaics. This is a story I think many of you will know. It's been really impressive cost reductions across all of those. And that goes for the grey estimation of levelized costs and the blue actual auctioned contracts. And the red bands here are roughly the range of fossil fuels. So what that implies is these sources are now cost competitive across many parts of the world and growing numbers of regions, which does suggest now, indeed, this is a dynamic that has really been unleashed and will be self-sustaining. Come back to the role of policy in a minute, but it's important to say that this is not a case of saying, well, you know, on the expectation that governments act tough to deliver the Paris goals, etc., we need these to grow rapidly. It's saying they are growing rapidly and they're now on a self-sustaining momentum through that kind of S-curve dynamic. However, there's a caveat here. If we look at the next slide, what we'll see is a set of indicators that we use to try and track this. And indeed, you can see the ones there, mostly associated with the growth of renewables and the cost reductions, which are looking very green on this classic traffic light chart. But there are reds in there as well, associated with the emissions from the power sector. The intensity is declining, but maybe not fast enough of CO2. And electricity demand is currently rapidly, at least until COVID, outpacing the growth of non-fossils. And actually not mostly in areas where you might want electrification, such as electric vehicles. So that's a red. So it's a mixed picture. And on the next slide, one implication of that, oh, sorry, it skipped one, but the implication is part of this, these systems are heading in clashing directions. We are still seeing construction of fossil fuels, but the pace of change in renewables implies that just under the sheer momentum of what's already underway, those fossil fuel investments will become stranded assets. And it's a classic case of different parts of the system simply not realizing what is going on in the dynamics of the renewables growth. You know, these are rapidly growing profitable areas, and the fossil fuels are increasingly going to be squeezed in their load factor and how much they're actually needed in the future. So a question popping up about nuclear on that. In the scenarios we showed, it's right across, many of those scenarios have significant amounts of nuclear, but there's not that much nuclear construction going on at the moment. Certainly it's still fossil fuels that seem to be most in the firing line of becoming stranded assets. Finally, just to finish off, yes, this is quite a positive tale, but there's a lot more that would be needed to sustain and globalize really towards the scale of change. Recall that opening diagram. How fast and how far this goes will depend on policy. And the areas as sketched here, there are still substantial obstacles in international diffusion. It's partly country risk, the difficulties of getting businesses going in some developing countries and the high cost of capital. There needs to be look at international underwriting of some of those kinds of investments. State-owned enterprises are not always the most flexible on their feet, and particularly in Asia, we find they're still funding coal, and in some cases, the system is throwing up a lot of obstacles for renewables. Those kind of challenges may be exacerbated by the aftermath of COVID. Yes, it's an opportunity, but a lot of my developing countries say it's really knocking political attention away from climate, and it's exacerbating the debt challenge. We need major restructuring of power markets. Renewables have built mostly on the back of feed-in tariffs and auctions. They are having their major impacts on power markets themselves. There needs to be reform widely to suit better that kind of source. And additional steps to make sure we make maximum use of variable renewables. That's partly the market structure, include demand side flexibility. We need more interconnection so as you can shift power around more and so forth. And of course, it's not easy for some of the incumbent industries. If they see no future, they will fight and object. So some help for incumbent industries to adjust and to become part of the green rather than trying to block it. There's also a legitimate role for that. And then finally, just to stress, we've looked at the demand side. Promoting efficient use and electrification of carbon intensive end uses would be helpful, no question about that, and that seems to seriously still be lagging. There's a lot of inefficiencies in the electricity sector and insufficient penetration as yet into some of the new areas where clean electricity can help to save more emissions, as for example we integrate with the transport sector. So I hope I've given you a flavor of this study. It's saying it is a dynamic process. We have the analytic tools to shed more light on it. Those actually yield a positive view, but also with some warning lights flashing about the degree of inconsistency between the pace of change in renewables and some of the obstacles still being thrown up and the risks of fossil fuel investments. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Grubb. Inspiring to hear there about how the rapid rates of change that we need to see for the energy transition are not only possible, but already happening in some areas at least, like wind and solar generation. So now we're going to move on and continue with the theme of energy transition and hear from two energy companies that are at various stages in the process of reimagining their energy businesses. This session will be moderated by Nikki Bartlett, the Interim Executive Director at CDP. So Nikki, over to you.
Thank you, Carl, and really delighted to be here to hear these really important update on the research, and then also to get a sense from some of the big companies that we have grappling with these very issues that Michael has just outlined, and really discuss how this transition can and will work and has already been starting to work within the sectors. We have today really two big players in this. We have Ørsted, of course, joining us. So we have, coming from Ørsted, we have Jacob. He is the Senior Vice President of Corporate Strategy and Stakeholder Relations, and I'll introduce him a bit later. And we have Ulrike from Shell, who is the VP for Global Customer Solutions for Shell's new energy business. Just to kind of open up the session, we know that energy is changing and the economics of energy is changing. We've just heard some of those fundamental economic shifts that Michael has been highlighting to us, and the big transition that is coming on the horizon. You know, even without climate change, you've got oil and gas resources depleting. And with technological developments, the long-term outlook for increasing costs of extraction are increasing, right? And this is becoming a challenge even without climate change. On the other hand, you've got renewable energy building economies of scale, and you've got prices falling at unprecedented rates. But there are also challenges, perceived or real ones, and we must be aware of the lessons that we have learned. So, for example, 2 years ago, we have the European utility sector began this transition. So we've got a lot of lessons in Europe from the last 2 decades. Ørsted with us today, of course, is one of those classic examples of a significant change in terms of business model and what they are in the world inside of this energy transition. They converted from being an oil and gas company to an electric utility in a significant short space of time, given the change and the scale of the transition that they are undergoing, converting from a coal power to biomass, moving into offshore wind at unprecedented scale, and then the selling off of its oil and gas assets. And at the same time, we have Shell with us, who've announced an ambition to reach net zero emissions by 2050 or sooner. So you've got more companies committing. They're not the only ones. We know of at least, of course, the Science Based Targets Initiative has around 1,000 companies already committed from across many sectors, committed to having targets and to decarbonizing in line with the science, ultimately being that net zero by 2050 or sooner. At the same time, we've got an oil and gas methodology being created right now. It's been in the public space being consulted on, and many of the big oil and gas companies, particularly in Europe, have been part of the technical working group for that, including Shell. Then you have increased policymaker and public awareness, policymaking awareness of this, changes in the fundamental systems from a demand and a supply side. And then, of course, the public awareness on this is growing. So you have oil companies feeling the heat, and you have European companies seem to be leading on the necessary transformation. But in which direction and how fast will they be going? Is it going to be going at the right pace to be able to deal with some of those systemic challenges that Michael has just highlighted? According to many scenarios, we have to cut emissions by 50% in the next 10 years, and we are not yet on that trajectory. So this decade is the decade for decisive action. And we need decisive action in the very short term to gain that long term. So what are the short-term plans for each of these companies at different stages of the transition in very different sectors for now? What is also missing, of course, is not just these leading companies, but we need more companies from the US, from Asia to be joining this transition at the same scale. And how do we build trust in this? How do we build trust into the system so that we are able, as policymakers, as stakeholders, as civil society, as shareholders in these companies, to be able to know that this transition is happening, it is being well managed, and it is happening at the scale and pace that is needed? I'm going to start. I can see that Jacob has joined us, which is fantastic. As I mentioned, he's the Senior Vice President of Corporate Strategy and Stakeholder Relations at Ørsted. He's been one of the architects behind that big transformation within Ørsted, going from a brown to a green energy company. And for almost a decade, he's been responsible for corporate strategy. So he's overseen much of this profound transformation, which the Harvard Business Review last year named as one of the 10 largest and most successful corporate transformations in the world of the past decade. I'm going to hand over to you first, and then we can come to a question to Ulrike. Jacob, you have publicly committed some really significant targets. And I know that you've also achieved some of these targets much faster than you initially laid out. What has been your strategy to date, and what have you known and seen that's been working, and what's been working less well?
Well, a bit more than a decade ago, we started our transition to become a green energy company. At the time, we were seeing that our core business was in fossil fuels, and we were, as a company, emitting 1/3 of all Danish CO2 emissions. So we were quite a heavy emitter of CO2. But we saw that the energy landscape was changing, and we put out a vision to say by 2040 we want to become a green energy company. And then we basically just got started on the transformation. And today we are basically where we wanted to be in 2040. So I think what we've done is we've sort of gone in quite committed in terms of our transformation. In one track, sort of dismantling our fossil fuel business, and in the other track, building up a renewable energy business, which today, when you measure on the total installed capacity that we've installed over time, we are one of the 5 largest renewable energy companies in the world. So it has been quite a profound transformation. And from being one of the most fossil fuel intensive energy companies just a decade ago, earlier this year, we were named the most sustainable company in the world. So it has been a very profound transformation. Now, what we're really targeting in terms of carbon reduction is to become emissions neutral in scope 1 and 2 by 2025. So just in 5 years from now, we'll be fully carbon neutral in scope 1 and 2. And by 2040, we've set the target to become carbon neutral in also in scope 3.
And Jacob, I believe when you first set some of these targets, you have achieved many of them much quicker than you thought so. Can you highlight why you think that is?
Well, I think when we started our transformation, we frankly didn't have a good picture of how long this would take. At the time, renewable energy was much more immature. It was a very high cost and not really sort of commercially available. So what has happened over the past 6 to 8 years, I'd say, is that renewable energy has come down significantly in cost, and that has obviously accelerated our transformation. We've been able to deploy more renewable energy than we had originally envisioned, and we've also been more successful in sort of restructuring our fossil fuel business. We've learned a lot about the renewable energy markets over the past decade, and the renewable energy markets have clearly evolved and developed much faster than we had anticipated when we started the transformation. Today, renewable energy is cheaper than fossil fueled power generation, and that is obviously one of the key achievements of the past decade.
Thank you. I think, what you said, 2 things in there that I would highlight. I think it links really well back to what Michael was pointing out in the S-curve. This is not a linear transition, right? It's exponential. And there's kind of 2 parts to that. One is, as you've just highlighted, the technologies themselves coming down significantly in costs. But then also, as we have more and more market players like yourselves actually deploying this and learning from it, that also significantly changes the pace. It's again not linear, because you learn more, you therefore deploy more, you therefore have these cost curves coming down more. So I think really kind of highlighting, illustrating the very thing that Michael was pointing out in the previous panel. And I apologize for not giving your surname as well. So Jacob Asko Boss. I hope I said that correctly. Ulrika, I'm going to turn to you next. So Ulrika Weissing, so the Senior Global VP for Customer Solutions, New Energy Shell. So how are we to read into your job title even? Is there a whole structure of change within Shell? So we have this new department, I'm assuming, that is all about the new fuels or the new energy of the future, Ulrika. So, and I know you've committed to some significant long-term targets. What does that mean for the next 5 to 10 years for Shell?
Yeah, I think first of all, so as you've probably seen across media outlets, Shell is reorganizing ourselves to focus more on the customer and on sectors. And I think this is part of that this new VP-ship has been installed within New Energies, with a strong focus on listening to our customer and helping our customer decarbonize over the next few years and into the next few decades. Shell's ambition to become a net zero by 2050 has multiple components, of course. It's also about reducing the emissions from our own operations, as well as reducing the emissions from our products, and then helping our customers decarbonize. And especially on those scope 3 emissions, we really want to work together with our customers, and in a broad coalition perspective, helping the different sectors develop decarbonization strategies and then help them achieve those goals. So that doesn't start in 5 or 10 years time, that starts today. So that's something that we're working really hard on at the moment.
You can see that in previous roles, you were very closely to working on the renewable energy side of things. I believe you were the head of solar and battery storage at Macquarie just before this role. So I'm assuming, bringing up from what Jacob said, mentioning 2 things, which is dismantling and building up, right? Dismantling one side of the business and building up the other side. Is that kind of the way Shell is approaching it as well? And are you in the kind of building up part of that, of Shell, if I can put it that way?
I don't think we see it as dismantling and building up new. I think we see that we need to have a competitive and profitable business across all of our business operations in order to also be able to shift our focus to lower carbon solutions and follow the needs of our customers, because our customers are asking for lower carbon solutions. But we still need to keep our traditional businesses profitable and focus on where we can produce the highest margins, so that we can also afford this shift into a lower carbon economy.
And you've mentioned the word customers a few times. So, I'm assuming, and I know Shell is essentially, if I'm not mistaken, has the biggest sort of retail side to it than all the other oil and gas majors. And I'm assuming that kind of the downstream, the chemicals, the customer relations, the retail network, that's part of the strategy for Shell going forward. Tell me a bit more about that. Why did these parts of the business become so much more important?
Well, I think, from a retail perspective, like you said, we have over 44,000 stations across 75 countries. So that global reach, I think, is unique, and is something that we're leveraging when we're pivoting to lower carbon solutions. Today, people come into the retail station to fuel up with diesel and gasoline. In the future, they might come into the station and recharge their batteries and refuel their hydrogen trucks. So that's something that we're working, very closely with the downstream retail arm of Shell and in New Energies to help them with that transition as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, that would be really cool if I could take my EV into every single Shell gas station, because right now it seems to be far too little infrastructure for the and I believe in, just here in the UK, the government's seeming to bring back that transition to 10 years before they'd previously planned. So in other words, we would roll out to be fully EV in the cars that we're selling within 10 years, which does seem to imply a significant upgrade in the infrastructure will need to happen, and very, very fast. I think for both of you, there's probably a story to be told in the last year, which has been an unprecedented year due to COVID, right? And we've seen significant changes within the energy space as a result of this. And perhaps I'd talk to Jacob first. Jacob, have you noted a big change in business, and how has it affected Ørsted, especially in terms of the transition you've just made?
Well, of course, the COVID situation is impacting all of us, both in our professional and personal lives. And we obviously have to sort of go through many new ways of working and living our lives. But when we look at our business and look at the financial guidance and commitments we made in January this year, they're actually still intact, and we were still guiding on the same financial results as we did before COVID entered. So I think that speaks to sort of the robustness of our business. That doesn't mean that we're not facing challenges across our operating sites, across our construction projects, but we're solving them. So overall, I think we've proven to be quite resilient in the face of COVID-19.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen that there's been a significant drop in terms of liquid fuels market, whereas electricity has seemed to weather the storm quite well, even though there has been a drop in demand. But it's still, of course, we haven't stopped needing those electrons, but we have had a huge decrease in the need for the fossil fuels, or at least for the liquid fuels for the moment. So Ulrike, has this impacted, or at least how has it impacted Shell? Has it meant that some of these transitional elements have been able to move faster within the business?
I wouldn't say that we've changed our strategy because of what necessarily has happened in the outside world. I think if we look at Shell Scenarios, which is our team that are doing the scenarios forecasting, what they're seeing is that with the COVID-19 crisis, there's actually an opportunity of pivoting faster and quicker, and where previous scenarios show that we wouldn't reach the Paris Agreement, whereas some of these updated scenarios see that there's an opportunity that we might be able to do this. And this, of course, has to do with how the world recover from this, and what might lie ahead after we've all have been vaccinated, or we've in some ways or form has gotten this crisis under control. And you see, and it's kind of like a patchwork of different things that we're seeing in these scenarios. And some of that is some of the countries that are really focusing on a green recovery, and we see that in some of the Western world, and some in Asian countries as well. And in other countries, you see this very much focus on jobs and debts, and where there's less green recovery focus. But the future of this, and for us as a society to take the opportunity of this potential pivot, it does require strong societal support, government determination, and a focus on these economy recovery packages. We need green policies. They're critical for us to reach that net zero emission. So looking at those scenarios and aligning our business to that is something that we continuously do, of course.
Thank you. And for both of you, I think this is a very relevant piece, which is, you were at Ørsted, and you are still an oil and gas company at Shell, right? And now we go through this transition, and a big part of that potential transition is the increase in the deployment of renewable energy, therefore moving into the traditionally what is the role of the electric utility. Why, what can an oil and gas company in reality do better than a utility company, which they're already doing? What is it that we should be looking out for in an oil and gas? Why is it that that's a good transition to make? And what could an oil and gas company be better at? That means that that's kind of the priority section. I'll start with you, Ulrike, and then go over to Jacob, because obviously that's something that you must have worked through as you've done your transition.
Well, I actually think we should shy away from saying one could do it better than the other. I think we all need to do this. I think that, the key point is that the energy companies are serving their customers. So we're serving our customers, and our customers need to change, and we're changing with them. I don't think necessarily utilities or energy companies are better positioned than others. I think one of the key things that is part of our success in this transition is, the energy system will be more democratized, and we're going to see this customer pull where inevitably everybody is going to transition into a lower carbon future. And I think we're uniquely positioned there because we're a global company. We have a really strong brand. I mean, take our brand. We're ranked as the 23rd most known brand in the world. Ahead of Starbucks, ahead of Coca-Cola, McDonald's, etc. And to leverage that brand and our presence in those 75 countries, so that we can be able to offer the same service to an industry in India, in the US, in Australia, for example. I think that's key to our success here, is that global integration and building on the really strong pieces that we have with our LNG, with our trading, and the emerging renewable space where we're more and more present in as well. I think that scale piece is really important for us.
Thank you. Jacob, this must have been something you grappled with as you went from being, a leader in one area to something, at least in the energy space, but a different player doing a different thing. How did you grapple with that?
Yeah, well, I mean, a decade ago, we were sort of in everything along the energy value chain. We were in oil and gas exploration and production. We were running coal-fired power plants. We were doing energy trading. We were having a very large retail business and distribution business for power and natural gas in Denmark. But over time, we've sort of focused our strategy on the sort of upstream production part, you could say, the renewable energy deployment and operation at scale. And we've done so because we believe that that's where we have our competitive advantage. And that is really in building large renewable energy infrastructure projects globally and really operating them efficiently and bringing the renewable energy to the market. But we are not anymore engaged in sort of the retail part of the value chain. We've decided not to play there and focus on the construction and production side of renewable energy.
That's really interesting. Slightly different lean in than what Shell's proposing. Quite an interesting juxtaposition there. So, given that we've just had this S-curve discussion and presentation from Michael Grubb, and you've got this increasing, it seems as if every day I open the FT and there's a new article about what investors want to see and how significant this transformation needs to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you think that the market is favoring a more sort of gradual evolution approach, or is it favoring the more sort of radical or the reform approach? And is the speed of this transition in the market going to only speed up? Which way do you think right now the market is going with that? So I'll start with Ulrike, then to you, Jacob.
Yeah, I think that the financial industry is still kind of grappling with how to evaluate the energy transition and when they evaluate companies. And I think, from our perspective, we're we're building the compelling investment case for our investors and hoping that they will catch up as we evolve into this new lower carbon company. I think that this will speed up even further, but I still think that there's a certain uncertainty in the financial sector just grappling with this. There's no, there are starting to be some indicators and some leading indicators and lagging indicators about how companies are evolving in this space, but how that is evaluating is still something that they grapple with.
Jacob, what's been your experience on this? I know you were uniquely positioned in terms of having the investors you had before versus then becoming an IPO renewable energy company, but have you noticed that you have been valued for the radical transformation, or do you think the market is valuing the more evolution approach?
Well, we IPO'd in 2016, and that was at a point in time where we'd already come very far in our transformation. So when we went to the capital markets, it was with a very clear equity story around growth in renewable energy. And then subsequently, we sort of completed our transformation by divesting our oil and gas business and divesting our retail and distribution business. So I think what we're seeing today is that the capital markets clearly appreciate our focusing on our core competencies in renewable energy, and also our very clear sustainability profile. When you look at the largest sustainability funds globally, and you look at what companies they hold, some studies indicate that Ørsted is the company that most of the sustainability funds sort of own, and it's clear to us that sustainability is becoming a stronger and stronger driver for global investors, and it's not just, you could say, to do good to the planet. That's of course an important part of sustainability investing, but there are more and more studies coming out that demonstrate that a strong ranking on ESG performance is actually correlated with higher financial returns. So this thing we're seeing is sort of increasingly becoming a formula that investors are buying into.
Yeah, and our research bears that point out as well. I think there is a tension potentially in terms of what Ulrike is pointing out in terms of the market maybe lagging behind when it comes to fundamental oil and gas companies at the beginning of their journey of transition, because they are valued on their upstream part, right? And what Ulrike is painting the picture of is that Shell is going to create value more in leaning into its downstream, and that's probably the transition that needs to go. And whereas for you were at the place already of having a clear upstream investment model and equity case from a renewable energy perspective, which I think is really interesting. So leaves me to the last minute of wrapping up, and thank you to both of you. Really great discussion. I think what I was hearing, as much as you may not like these words, Ulrike, but there is something about the kind of instead of using the dismantling, perhaps I'll say leaning out and leaning in to certain aspects of but building up something in a new space that either changes who you are fundamentally to the market and to your stakeholders, or actually starts to recreate more value in one place than the other. I think we clearly saw in the Ørsted case study the S-curve model, right? The speed with which you were able to transition was much more than you expected to have happen. It was not a linear change for you, and that was definitely linked to the more you deployed and the more the cost curves came down, the quicker the whole process went, and we can only expect that to continue. I think the COVID piece, really interesting case study there. And I think you're right, completely right, Ulrike. The way we lean into the recovery is going to be what really allows us to. If we do that, we can actually utilize this. I don't want to sound crass. We don't want to utilize something that, that's been a real trauma for society. But essentially, we need to be able to see this as something that we can build on towards that transition. Otherwise, if we flip straight out to going back to the same business as usual without these structural changes, we will have missed that opportunity. I heard something that was interesting about the scale with which both of your companies are able to operate. One in terms of its huge customer base, the other in terms of its ability to build massive infrastructure projects and renewable infrastructure projects. That being something that's really of why an oil and gas company is able to make this transition really work is that scale and that knowledge of both sides of the market and the global nature of it all. And then I think an interesting point, which we didn't have managed to go into to more depth, but the democratization of energy and what that really means for this sector. It is going to be quite fundamental and profound, I think. So I'll leave that at that. And thank you both for that discussion. Thank you very much to the audience for coming to listen to us. And I'll hand over now to Carl for the next platform.
Thanks very much, Nikki, and to Jakob and Ulrika for that fascinating discussion there. Okay, so in our final session, we are going to explore more how companies and investors can work together to ensure global progress in decarbonising energy. And this session is going to be moderated by the Reverend Kirsten Spalding, Senior Programme Director for Investor Networks at Ceres. So Kirsten, over to you.
Delighted to be with you. Thank you so much. This is a fantastic conference. So I am joined by an amazing group of energy leaders and investors who are going to talk about the transition to net zero and the commitments they've made, but really how it is those commitments are, there we go, sorry, how those commitments are playing out in their daily operations. And just to jump right in, we'll begin with Duncan Burt, who is Director of COP26 National Grid. National Grid made a commitment to net zero in 2019. And I'd like you to tell us briefly about that commitment and your interim targets. How do you see this commitment and your progress contributing to corporate and shareholder value?
Sure. Hi, Kirsten. Hi, everyone. If you can hear me. So I think for us, we've been on a very long journey through to get to that point of that significant commitment to net zero. It means a lot for us in terms of our emissions day to day that we see operating electricity and gas networks in the UK and the US. And it means a lot in terms of more detailed longer term work with our supply chain. We buy a lot of assets that are heavy on steel and use a lot of concrete and installation as well. So it's something that we came to slowly and carefully, as you'd expect from a relatively conservative utility, but it's something that we've tried to get working right the way through the business. What we've seen, not just looking at the narrow pocket of our own emissions, but how we think about our role in the energy sector has also been really important. And we've taken that on board as well. And we've seen that where we have realigned strategy, which is now right across the business, to think about a world as Jakob was speaking about, one which is going to be significantly dominated by zero or negative carbon energy over the next 20 years, where we'd taken that strategic decision and moved early into those areas, we're seeing those assets and investments perform much higher than we might have expected, because we expected them to really start making money in the middle of the 2020s, but everything has happened faster in terms of the growth of renewables, the rollout of EVs. We see all of that happening quicker than anyone forecast even 3 or 4 years ago. And therefore, the investments that we were making in tune with that, those early investments are now performing better than we'd expected, and we're doing more of them. So we're building more interconnection between the UK and continental Europe. We're looking further at how we can make community and local investments in the US to support things such as EV charging. And the commitments that we're making as a utility to then get ahead of that curve, we've brought forward even faster. So for example, our system operator business in the UK earlier last year committed to being able to operate a zero carbon electricity grid in the UK by 2025, to give that signal and to give that confidence to everyone else to come and play, to get stuck in and make sure that together we make this happen as quickly as possible. So it's been incredibly invigorating. We are always learning that things happen faster than we expect. And in terms of investment and performance, we know that we need to think further and faster about how the transformation will happen, knowing that those early investments that we made are now performing much better than we expected because the market transition is happening much more quickly than anyone could have predicted.
Thank you so much. Let me turn now, and we're going to do this as a rapid, just a lineup of perspectives, and then we'll come back together to ask one another some questions. But thank you so much, Duncan. I'll turn now to Roberto Fernandez Albendia, Head of Corporate Social Responsibility for Iberdrola. And like National Grid, Iberdrola has also made a net zero commitment. You've put in place short, medium, and long-term targets. Tell us a little bit about this commitment, the potential barriers and emerging opportunities, and how your dialogues with investors have helped you both create your transition plan and report on your progress to the investor community.
Okay, thank you very much, Kirsten. It's a pleasure to share Iberdrola's experience and contribution to a more sustainable world. Well, I think that Iberdrola is well recognized by its anticipatory action on energy transition and for advocacy for a decarbonized world. During the last 20 years, we have invested strongly in cleaner and more reliable power systems based on renewables, smart grids, and storage. I mean, that is how we reach our current position. We have also closed the polluting generation plants. We are absolutely coal-free right now. And we did all that by taking innovative approach on technology, customer relations, and energy policy. We have overall invested 120 billion euros in 2 decades that put us in a good position to face this new stage of investment acceleration across the whole electricity value chain. Nowadays, I think that this increasingly ambitious climate agenda is leading the power sector towards an investment phase never seen before. And we feel ready for it. We have more than 15 gigawatts of onshore wind pipeline and over 30 gigawatts of solar photovoltaic pipeline located in good geographies in terms of energy resources, and something which is also very relevant in terms of policy support mechanisms. And this is not just an opportunity, this is a reality. We have already under construction 7,000 megawatts of additional capacity, of additional renewable capacity. A couple of weeks ago, we made public our investment plan, and I think that we are making the part of the problem. We are solving our part of the problem. We are forecasting to invest 75 billion euros in the next 5 years, and approximately 50% of that will go to grow our renewable generation fleet, which will almost double in size. As a consequence of that, our carbon emissions per kilowatt hour, which in 2019 were in Europe around 80 grams per kilowatt hour produced, which is 1/3 compared to our European peers average, that specific emission rate will continue to decrease to reach net zero in Europe by already 2030. And of course, we will reach a global net zero positioning by 2050. Thanks to our vision and our anticipation, decarbonization has been much more an opportunity than a risk for us. And I consider that we have already adapted our business model to this new reality and this new opportunity. Regarding our experience with investors, all I can tell you is, well, due maybe to the fact that we were kind of pioneering this transition, what we found in them was a lot of support. I mean, we have bet in favor of transparency. We provide an extensive GRI-based sustainability report. Our emissions have been certified for many years. We propose targets for the future that are science-based. We also provide an IRC integrated report. And for instance, we were also pioneers in adopting the Task Force on Climate Change Risk Financial Disclosure recommendations. We were one of the 10 pioneer companies committing to adopt all the recommendations which are already in place. So Also, climate governance is operational in Iberdrola, and I think that is very relevant, because only when the real top management of the company and the board is fully aware of the risks and opportunities that climate change puts on the table, they react accordingly. So we always found support. We always found in investor base encouraged to improve, encouragement to be more transparent, to be more clear. But I would say that an overall agreement that the direction that we were taking was the good one. In terms of barriers, you mentioned what kind of barriers? Well, I think there might be some sectors and companies lagging behind. We all know that. And to be fair, it's probably more about geographies than sectors. Okay, so I think that investors can do a lot to remove some of those barriers. They have influence on the boards. They have influence in some of the governments, and there's still a huge amount of new regulation that has to be updated to make this transition possible, because it's not only about transition the energy sector. And this must be absolutely clear. We need to transition the full of the economy. And Iberdrola answer for that is that we need to electrify the economy by the good electrification, which is the green one. And for me, I mean, maybe it's a bit aggressive, but the energy sector in Western European countries and in North America is solved. It's just a matter of time. We have the technology. We're going to be net zero in the sector in the following decade. But it's not only about the electricity sector. It's about the oil and gas. It's about the heavy transport. It's about the industry, the heavy industry, especially those industries that have operations that depend on high temperatures. But it's also about international trade. Mm-hmm. So there are many things to do. Some of the barriers are easily removable, others not that much. But I think investors can do a lot. We need to do, as a planet, as a society, we need to do a lot of things between 2020 and 2030, so that 2050 targets are fully fulfillable. Otherwise, if we do not start early, it's not about becoming net zero by 2049. That is not enough. The amount of emissions that we create from now to 2050 will matter. Okay? Yeah. We need to decrease 7% in an annual basis, accumulative 7% each and every year from now. Thank you, Kirsten.
Yes. Thank you so much, Duncan and Roberto. These perspectives from companies who are moving, really operationally making the change are critical. A couple things you've said I want to pick up on with our next panelists. We're talking now in this session about the interaction between investors and the companies, and really how these things fit together to create the alignment that you're talking about, the need to move together. So let me turn now to Debbie Blakely, who's CEO of Hespe Super. Again, another net zero commitment. You made it across the fund, and that's been really a guiding star for your work. But your fund has also been a really strong advocate, particularly in Australia. Policy changes necessary, global leaders. You've been an advocate really around the world for energy sector commitments and for climate policy aligned with your own policy commitment, your own direction for the fund. So I'd love to hear about how those things fit together for you.
Thank you, Kirsten. And it's wonderful to be joining this event from Australia. Something that is so critically important for us if we're going to achieve action in terms of that orderly transition is firstly the connectedness of our global community, and just wonderful to be together as this global community tonight for me in Australia, but also the integration of action and accountability across all the participants. And I think from governments, from policy leaders, investors, energy companies we invest in, we all have such a critical role to play together in the story and in this journey. So we are the pension fund in Australia dedicated to people who work in the health and community services sector. We have over 870,000 members, and what's very clear for us is they work at the front line in terms of the impacts of climate change. they actually support the community dealing with floods and bushfires. So as a result of that, climate change is something that's very important to us, and we were the first major Australian pension fund to commit to net zero. We've also committed to reducing the absolute carbon emissions by 33% by 2030, and that's across our whole portfolio. And we've also implemented a portfolio-wide thermal coal restrictions. The interest in climate action in Australia from an investor point of view is actually at unprecedented levels. I think we're seeing such renewed passion and commitment from investors. And it is the perfect time. We've heard other panelists speak about the perfect time as we come out of this COVID crisis and focus on this green-led recovery. And achieving net zero as an investor, I think there are three very important aspects. And the first is actually active ownership and engaging with the energy companies and supporting their plans for transition. And it's so incredibly inspiring to hear those plans. The second is investing and looking how we can invest in innovative energy opportunities. And of course, then there is avoidance. I know we don't really like to talk about avoidance, but recognizing that we do need to manage that stranded asset risk, and there is a place for reducing exposure to some industries. But what we really do need is support from government, and particularly in Australia, we do need support from government, and really for them to understand their role in enabling climate action, in particular in the energy sector. But something that's fantastic in Australia is that the regulators are actually taking a leading role. Our prudential regulator of financial institutions has made it very clear that financial risk associated with climate change is material and actionable now. And they expect regulated entities like pension funds to respond appropriately. So we do have this incredible opportunity of creating a virtuous cycle in the way that governments, investors, and energy companies are taking action. And I love the concept that by dialing up our response, each of us is contributing to that virtuous cycle and actually enabling the other participants to play their leading role and take action. So just to finish up, we do believe the case for transition is strong. We are the generation to take lasting action on climate change. I agree, we cannot leave it to our children to live with the consequences of inaction on our part. And the financial risks and the costs of inaction are just too great. So as an investor, we are also very focused on avoiding an abrupt transition, avoiding a disorderly transition, because we know the very significant negative impact that will have on our pension fund beneficiaries. Thank you.
Really important point, Debbie, that if we don't move now together, the consequences, financial and for the planet, will be just too severe. This is inevitable. The change will come, and the question is, how do we participate in it? So thank you very much for your leadership. Let me turn now to our colleague Seiji Kawazawa, Senior Stewardship Officer at Sumitomo Mitsui Trust Asset Management. As part of Sumitomo's commitment to net zero, you've made specific commitments to promoting transition of the energy sector. We've just begun to touch not only on how it is we move with the traditional energy sector, but also how we move into renewables and prepare for the energy sector of the future. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the role of renewables in your portfolio and how you're approaching climate action as an important investor in the region.
Yes, thank you. My name is Kawazawa, and I'm working with a company called Sumitomo Trust Asset Management, and we are Japanese-based managers. So obviously slightly different locations, but I think and we are investment managers, so therefore we provide investment products for our client base. So what we do is to create investment strategies that align with populate your portfolio with companies which is future aligned to net zero goals, as well as through engagement with investees and also policymakers around in these regions. So those are the current roles that I apply and try to influence those players, actors towards the net zero goals. And I think the, in particular, from based on my experience, particularly in these regions, I think the policy coordination is very important, harmonization is very important. And it was very good to hear countries like China or South Korea or Japan having a sort of national target of either 2060 or 2050 net zero goals, because obviously companies in these regions are basically good big exporters or trading partners with those other regions. So therefore, the sort of global coordination of policies are very important for those companies themselves. So even for our engagement case, we also try to engage with companies, showing the business case, what kind of green businesses or green products that they should provide in order to be competitive within this global trading world. So I think the global coordination or harmonization, including United States and also other parts of the world, are very important to convince have a more solid business case of products and services to provide as an exporter. So I think those are the areas that we are trying to influence companies to get a sort of feasible business models, and also for the energy and power sector, we also try to encourage companies to have stable and also affordable sort of energy sources. Because if you don't have these stable and the affordable energy sources, people won't say yes to it. So that is you need to have that kind of, the both of two sides, even though you go for the green technologies, because it has to be, people have to pay for it, has to be profitable, and also has to be very stable, because if it's a power energy sources. So those are the sort of key things that we have in mind to influence those power energy sectors. And hopefully companies are able to implement good technologies like hydrogen-based technologies or carbon capturing technology in order to sort of enhance the green energy sources through their power generation portfolio. Those are the engagement strategies and business case that we try to present them.
And I know from working with you, Kawazawa, on Climate Action 100+, that a specific strategy has been to move the corporate capital expenditures in the energy sector to readjust where they're investing, to move away from the fossil fuel sector and into the renewables. And that has been really important in terms of the dialogues and the progress that we're seeing from some of our leading oil and gas companies, so and the energy companies. So thank you. Yeah, important perspective. Mark, from BNP Paribas, Chief Sustainability Strategist from BNP Paribas Asset Management. BNP has undertaken climate initiatives across all aspects of your business operations and strategies. In the asset management division, you've specifically sought to offer climate impact products to your clients in every asset class. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit about how the energy sector transition fit into your investment priorities and where you see opportunities on the investment side for your clients.
Certainly, thank you, Kirsten. Well, just a quick word, first of all, on the point you emphasized at the beginning and the way we are integrating climate change into all of our operations. Obviously, there is the investment side of things, which I'll come back to in a moment, which was the main thrust of your question. But to show how we really try and integrate climate change into everything we do, there is also a responsible business conduct policy that we have, which has seen us introduce an exclusion of coal from the beginning of this year, not just in our dedicated sustainability funds, which have been there since 2002. You know, we launched our first sustainability fund back in 2002, and that accounts for about dedicated sustainability funds now today account for about 50 billion of the 450 billion euros of assets under management that we manage. But we are divesting coal. We have divested coal across all the other funds that we manage and across all other asset classes. So responsible business conduct, very important. And stewardship has come up in a couple of the other contributions from my colleagues this afternoon. How we vote. We are members of the IIGCC and of Climate Action 100+. We're very active in engaging with the companies we invest in, both on a bilateral basis as individual shareholders when we have meetings with these companies, but also in concert with other shareholders as members of the IIGCC or as members of the Climate Action 100+ initiative. And I think this is a very powerful initiative because when you have 500 organizations pooling over $40 trillion worth of assets, you can really make things happen. I think if you look at, for example, what's happened with the European oil and gas industry over the last 12, 18 months, the way they have moved to start taking climate change much more seriously than they ever would have done even 2-3 years ago, that is in large measure I think thanks to the concerted pressure from the Climate Action 100. In addition to, and this is coming to the main thrust of your question regarding our investment activity, the mainstreaming of climate change and the way in which the energy transition and the economics of the energy transition now are really moving in favor of climate-friendly technologies. And I can't emphasize this point enough. You know, I've been covering carbon pricing, climate change, environmental markets, and energy markets more generally since 2005. And the conversations I have with investors, with policymakers, get easier on a daily basis because the economics now are moving inexorably in favor of climate-friendly technologies. And what we've really seen, the story of the last 10 years is the most incredible reduction in cost in mitigation technologies, most notably renewable energy. This is why I think the main reason why we got a climate change deal in Paris in 2015, where we were not able to get one in Copenhagen in 2009. The cost of mitigation had fallen very dramatically, which in turn made it easier for countries like China to make commitments. And no coincidence in the last few months that Europe has put in train the move towards legislating for net zero by 2050. We've had Japan and South Korea moving in that direction, but also China now saying that it wants to be climate neutral, carbon neutral by 2060. So really important things happening, and that's because the economics are moving in favor of lower carbon technologies. So we have a number of funds that cater to this thematic. We have an energy transition fund, which has performed very successfully over the last 12 months. Renewable energy, I think investors are really starting to understand that this is the growth trend of the next 2 decades, with more and more jurisdictions legislating or moving in the direction of legislating for net zero emissions by 2050, you start to realize the scale of the ambition and hence the scale of the need for investment in low carbon, zero carbon technologies. So what we really have here now is what we in the investment world would call a super cycle of investments in the renewable energy space. The amount of renewable capacity we're going to have to build over the next 2 decades is absolutely phenomenal. And what Roberto said earlier about not waiting until 2049, that's absolutely key. We have to start making these investments today if we're genuinely going to be climate neutral by 2050. And that's because the capital investment cycle of the energy industry is very long-term in nature. So you need to get the right infrastructure in place as soon as possible. The key themes we are looking at, obviously renewable energy. I would note as well, not a topic that we've picked up on this afternoon yet, but to the extent that the COVID pandemic, ghastly as it is, terrible as it is, the one silver lining, I think, is that it is actually helping to accelerate the energy transition. This will be the first year in history that renewable energy accounts for 100%, indeed more than 100% of the growth in energy consumption globally. this is a massively important milestone. It means potentially that we may have already seen the peak in fossil fuel consumption in 2019. And what it will mean as well is that investors see this pivot happening more quickly. And I think that this is, from that point of view, a very significant milestone in the way the industry is developing. So renewable energy, obviously, energy efficiency technologies are super important. And Roberto also made the point about green hydrogen. This is a topic we've recently published an in-depth research report on. Green hydrogen will be critical for helping to decarbonize the last 15–20% of the economy that we can't do directly via renewable energy. But don't forget, to produce green hydrogen, you need a lot of renewable energy. So you have a very bullish trend for renewable energy because of the direct investment that will be necessary. But green hydrogen is also very bullish for renewable energy. So renewable energy, energy storage, green hydrogen, these are the key themes we think over the next 10–20 years. There's a super cycle of investment, massive growth opportunities, and we're very optimistic about it because the economics are now in favor of this.
It's not just the right thing to do, it's the profitable thing to do.
Absolutely. This is what we've been waiting for.
There is so much more to say between our panelists, but unfortunately, I think we've run out of time and that we must close. I have lots of questions for you all, but thank you very much for being with us and for sharing your insights with our audience. Let me turn it back to Carl.
Thanks very much to Kirsten, and thanks very much to all of the participants in that last panel there. And so now, for our closing remarks, I hand over to Gonzalo Munoz, the COP25 high-level climate action champion. Gonzalo, over to you.
Thanks so much, Carl. Wow, it has been fantastic today to listen from so many of you and to launch the work on the net zero strategies in the energy sector. It is really inspiring to see the commitment from both companies and investors to drive the race to zero in the sector. Of course, it has been great to welcome SSE and Good Energy as the newest formal members of the Race to Zero campaign. But yes, I mean, with that last remark from Mark, it's so clear that 2020 and COVID will be seen as pivotal moments for the energy transition towards net zero emissions. We have seen, thanks to Professor Grubb, that there is clearly exponential change happening in the sector with the progress of deployment of wind and solar power. This shows the possible pace of the energy transition enough if progress is maintained to align with the 1.5 degree scenario. It also indicates the key role that public policy has to play and the possibility of accelerating the transition with the right policy measures that galvanize investment. And we know we're not just transitioning to the electricity or the energy sector. It's transitioning the whole economy, as Roberto mentioned, including global trade. I love that. Every gram of emission counts. Climate Action 100+ has also demonstrated the willingness of companies to work together to define sector-wide decarbonization strategies through its benchmarking initiative. Furthermore, as Climate Action 100+ continues to develop these sector strategies, I very much look forward to seeing the outcome of the consultation process over the next months and welcome other attendees to contribute to the process with high climate ambition. As Debbie explained, financial risk associated to climate is material and actionable now. I love that phrase as well. So in the run-up to COP26 in Glasgow next year, there is an opportunity for sectors such as energy to come together and develop strategies for their decarbonization. Driving the energy transition makes total financial sense, the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. There are opportunities from its implementation and risk from the status quo. By Glasgow, I really look forward to seeing full implementation of the energy sector strategies and concrete progress on initial actions. The renewable energy companies and the renewable investors are not only meant to be leaders of the energy transition, all of them should be also leaders on committing to net zero. We need all of them at the Race to Zero moving forward the Climate Ambition Alliance, sending the message for state members to acknowledge that the ambition loop is being activated. So many thanks to all of you for attending this session here today, and really one special thanks to all our panelists and speakers, plus organizers like Climate Action 100+, Women Business, and CDP. Thanks so much, Carl. Congratulations. See you later.
Thanks, Gonzalo. So just before we finish this session, just wanted to say that we now have half an hour's break. So the final session on market-driven renewable energy transitions with RE100+ will start at 16:30 Central European Time. So please go and get a coffee or a tea, and hope to see you back in half an hour's time. Thanks.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decaded earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people work in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome, as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Climate visti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Neporume.
Thank you very much.
The global corporate renewables movement, led by RE100, is growing rapidly. Companies are doing fantastic things. They're not only buying renewable electricity at scale, they're also engaging with their suppliers, they're engaging with their communities, and engaging with policymakers to open up markets globally to enable companies to buy renewable electricity at a fair price anywhere in the world. But we need to act faster. We're 1 year into the climate decade. We have 9 years left to halve our carbon emissions. So there's never been a better time for companies to step up, join this movement, commit to 100% renewable electricity, and help drive the energy transition at the pace we need.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafael Mateo, the CEO of the Acciona energy business. To reach zero carbon emissions, to invest in renewables is crucial, and we need to do it now, right now. To invest in renewables is because everybody wins. People win, planet win, and economy win. Renewables is value. We needn't to talk about the price of the renewables. We need to talk about the full value, including savings, saving in fuel, saving in import, and including value in job creation, in GDP growth. The cost of no action is very, very expensive. Cost of climate change is more than one new pandemic every 10 years. We need to invest now. To do it later is very difficult, it's very expensive. Let us do now, please.
For our third decade of climate action, we want to go even further. And that's why we just announced the most ambitious corporate energy commitment ever established. By 2030, we want to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy at all of our data centers worldwide, meaning around-the-clock clean energy, every hour of every day, everywhere. That's a significant challenge because wind and solar are such intermittent energy sources. But if we can solve that challenge for our very large data centers, then we will demonstrate that 100% carbon-free electrical grids are possible and commercially feasible. Our commitment to 24/7 carbon-free energy will require new technologies and new approaches, and we can't say that we know exactly how to accomplish it. But we do believe it's possible. And as we enter this decisive decade for climate change, the time for interim solutions has passed. The urgency of the climate crisis really demands much more from all of us. And the only way to meet the scale of this challenge is to increase the scale of our ambition. And that's why we have picked this goal.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decaded earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people work in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Kilame tempesti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Neporume.
Thank you very much.
The global corporate renewables movement, led by RE100, is growing rapidly. Companies are doing fantastic things. They're not only buying renewable electricity at scale, they're also engaging with their suppliers, they're engaging with their communities, and engaging with policymakers to open up markets globally to enable companies to buy renewable electricity at a fair price anywhere in the world. But we need to act faster. We're 1 year into the climate decade. We have 9 years left to halve our carbon emissions. So there's never been a better time for companies to step up, join this movement, commit to 100% renewable electricity, and help drive the energy transition at the pace we need.
Hello, everyone. This is Rafael Mateo, the CEO of the Acciona energy business. To reach zero carbon emissions, to invest in renewables is crucial, and we need to do it now, right now. To invest in renewables is because everybody wins. People win, planet win, and economy win. Renewables is value. We needn't to talk about the price of the renewables. We need to talk about the full value, including savings, saving in fuel, saving in import, and including value in job creation, in GDP growth. The cost of no action is very, very expensive. Cost of climate change is more than one new pandemic every 10 years. We need to invest now. To do it later is very difficult, it's very expensive. Let us do now, please.
For our third decade of climate action, we want to go even further. And that's why we just announced the most ambitious corporate energy commitment ever established. By 2030, we want to achieve 24/7 carbon-free energy at all of our data centers worldwide, meaning around-the-clock clean energy, every hour of every day, everywhere. That's a significant challenge because wind and solar are such intermittent energy sources. But if we can solve that challenge for our very large data centers, then we will demonstrate that 100% carbon-free electrical grids are possible and commercially feasible. Our commitment to 24/7 carbon-free energy will require new technologies and new approaches, and we can't say that we know exactly how to accomplish it. But we do believe it's possible. And as we enter this decisive decade for climate change, the time for interim solutions has passed. The urgency of the climate crisis really demands much more from all of us. And the only way to meet the scale of this challenge is to increase the scale of our ambition. And that's why we have picked this goal.
Dear all, let us imagine the future. Imagine that today is 2050 and energy systems worldwide have been decarbonized thanks to a range of innovative solutions, investments, and policy choices that set us on the pathway decaded earlier.
But the number one objective of the Race to Zero campaign is to send the loudest possible message from non-state actors to state actors, private sector, businesses, investors, local government, cities, regions, and civil society.
In a formal way that we can work with them, impact their work positively.
Imagine the response to the COVID-19 pandemic was a milestone in the shift to a decarbonized and resilient energy system. Imagine 100 million people working in the energy sector in well-paid, stable jobs that rely on sustainable and indigenous resources. Now, mid-century, the energy we use is primarily electric, and at least 80% of our electricity is being generated from renewable energy sources.
We need 25 gigawatts of clean hydrogen electrolyzers in the next 5 years, or we need 10% of ships to be running on zero carbon fuels by 2030.
Energy intensity has been dramatically reduced. The energy infrastructure is more resilient to market shocks than the heavily centralized system of the past. The dramatic impact of climate change avoided. The global energy system has been democratized with the participation of millions of people who produce, trade, and consume energy in market structures that are fit for purpose. There is universal access to energy, enabled by affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy sources. Human welfare has improved, most notably health outcome as air pollution from fossil fuel combustion has dramatically decreased.
Learning on how much people are really connected much more to the need of a clean air, clean water, good relationship between the people and the environment.
And why the early phase of the transition were somewhat difficult, ultimately a fair and just transition was achieved. Societies are thriving as a result. Dear all, this is the vision for the future where climate action pathway for energy should take us. This is the vision for the future to build back better with no bailout or retrofit of the energy systems of the past. It outlines the sectorial vision for a 1.5 degrees climate resilient world by 2050 and set out the specific action needed to achieve that future. The pathway is a result of a collaboration amongst many actors in the energy space. Let's take this opportunity and accelerate climate action for an energy system fit for the 21st century.
We'll win this race together because there's no planet B. Ganemos esta carrera! Tirame tempisti! Wacha tushinde mbio hii. Pamoja tutashinda mbio.
Mbadala kwa ushindi.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Race to Zero dialogue on energy session. That's session 4, the market-driven renewable and electricity transition. Thank you all for rejoining us. We had a wonderful day since this morning, and we're looking forward to this interesting session ahead of us. In the moment, I will pass it along to Sam Kimmins, who is the RE100 head of RE100 of the climate group. But just a few housekeeping points before I do that. So all attendees are muted with cameras disabled and the mics also disabled. So that's going to be the case for the whole session. But please feel free to post questions in the chat box. We're going to monitor this, and it's always good to have all these interventions in the chat box. We will try to see whether some of those can be attended to, but if time pressure does not allow it, we promise to keep this for the future. This is a public event and is being recorded. The recording will be available on IRENA and UNFCCC website. And if you have technical difficulties, please contact us in the chat box. IRENA IT team is on standby and will help you as much as they can. So thank you very much for joining us, and I hand over to Sam to moderate the session.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Welcome to the last session of the day, RE100, the market-driven electricity transition. If you could show my slides, please, that would be great. Today, you'll be hearing about how corporates are actively choosing renewable electricity and how this is a win-win for business, for governments, for taxpayers, and for the global environment. We've got a couple of really great panels for you today, and we're really looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to hearing those. But first, I want to introduce RE100 to those of you who may be unfamiliar. The next slide, please. RE100 is a campaign established by the Climate Group in partnership with CDP. RE100 companies set an audacious and ambitious goal to source 100% of their electricity from renewable sources by a date no later than 2050. The next slide, please. I'm delighted to say that RE100 has, since 2014, has now grown to 268 companies from those humble beginnings with founder members Swiss Re and IKEA. Those companies are from, you'll recognize a lot of the brands here. Those companies are from 5 continents and spanning every market sector. On average, RE100 companies have a target date of 2028, well before that final deadline of 2050, and many have already achieved their 100% goal. You'll be hearing from some of those companies shortly. So why is this taken off so much? Well, first of all, the business case for renewables is now clear. In a fair market, renewables are the cheapest form of electricity. This is the case in much of the world, having seen a remarkable fall in price over the past decade. These cost savings aren't accessible everywhere. Our members are reporting that in around 40 countries, it's not actually possible to buy renewable electricity, not to mention at a fair price. And again, we will be discussing that today. These markets are missing out on a golden investment opportunity. Next slide, please. You'll be hearing from practitioners and companies who are actually making these investments. Companies are investing at scale, enabling thousands of megawatts of renewables to be added to the grid. Over the summer, you may have seen RE100 member TSMC, the semiconductor manufacturer, announced a new deal to buy the entire output from a 920 megawatt wind farm being developed by Ørsted. These kind of deals, these kind of direct deals are directly enabling big renewable deals to happen. It's having a really big impact, positive impact. Next slide, please. While it's great that companies are individually greening up their operations and enabling investment at scale. The exciting story is the cumulative demand of those RE100 companies and the cumulative impact they're having on global electricity markets. Together, the RE100 companies are demanding enough electricity, enough renewable electricity, to power a country almost the size of Mexico. If we were a country, RE100 would be the 15th largest country in the world. Now, what that equates to in cash dollars has been worked out by Bloomberg New Energy Finance to get from where they are now, or where they were in February, to where they want to be. RE100 members will be investing around $98 billion in renewable electricity. That's an amazing investment opportunity where that is, where that's available. Next slide, please. But not every market is set up to secure this investment. You'll be hearing today from some of the markets that are the European Union with our ambitious, not just ambitious carbon goals, but also ambitious renewable electricity goals, and how they're working with corporates to achieve renewables. Still, there is a lot of work to do around the world, and more governments that we're speaking to, from Korea and Japan to the European Union, to India, to state governments around the world, countries are recognizing the opportunity to secure this investment from corporates to help drive their renewable electricity transition and build energy systems fit for the 21st century. So if you're a company, join your peers in making the RE100 commitment. If you're a policymaker, take a look at our policy recommendations. RE100, together with our partners like the Clean Energy Investment Accelerator, REBA and Resource, we're becoming a truly global network, and a global network of support, policy help, and a platform for companies to profile their renewable energy ambition. So if you're a company, do join us. The renewable electricity transition is happening right now. The only question is which companies and which countries and which companies will seize the opportunity. There is no reason for anybody to be left behind in this win-win energy transition. So the time to act is now, and also the time now is to hand over to our first panel. I'm delighted to hand over to Nat Ballard from Bloomberg New Energy Finance, who will be introducing our first discussion. If you have any questions, please do put them into the chat box below, and we will endeavour to get to them as we move through. Thank you. Over to you, Nat.
Thank you very much, Sam. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those of you joining us around the world. And thank you for being here for this session. We're going to be talking about the market-driven renewable electricity transition. I think this is a very, very valuable session for us to be doing because of that little bit at the front, the market-driven aspect of this. I'm delighted that we have a very, very thoughtful and very, very high-level panel here. Ward Adair Turner of the Energy Transition Commission, Mathieu Ballou of the European Commission, and Virginia Covo of AB InBev. But before we get into that, I'd like to lay out a couple of things similar to what Sam has already done, but drilling down just a bit on where we can take this discussion. So if I could have my next slide, please. So Sam had mentioned, the amount of subscription that the RE100 has had already, but I think it's very important to think about this in the context of where we are right now, in this relatively extraordinary moment of a global pandemic, and how that might be impacting global business, how that's impacting companies' interest in and ability to contract for renewable energy specifically, and how capital markets and other markets are reacting. And as you can see, what's quite extraordinary right now at the moment is that despite everything happening in the rest of the world, we're actually not just on track for last year's amount of total renewable energy corporate power purchase agreements signed. We're actually slightly ahead. So it's quite possible that we end the year, despite everything else that's going on, with more PPAs signed for corporate renewable energy this year than last year, which in turn was more than the year before that. In If I could have the next slide, please. And one of the things that helps this effort along the way is what's happening in the world of sustainable finance. So this is mostly debt issuance, not just the equity the company has, but what we've been tracking, my colleagues and I at Bloomberg NEF, is the sustainable debt issuance by year and by type since about the beginning of the last decade. And what's important to note is that we've already passed $2 trillion worth of sustainable debt issuance. We've even passed more than $1 trillion earlier this year of just green bonds. And the reason that I highlight this is that this is an important way to help recycle capital that will go into the corporate PPAs and the RE100 obligations that companies are making. And it also shows you the scale of interest. I mean, I would say, having looked closely at many of the particular offerings here, that when you have a 5 to 10 times oversubscription for some of these sustainable debt offerings, it gives you an indication that there's appetite for much more than double the total scale of financing for things in the world of renewable energy than what we have right now. Now, also important is that we've had quite a bit of policy development in this past year. What we have here is a little bit of a look at how much of the world's emissions are covered by some form of a net zero target. It's already more than 50%. It's between about 55 and 60% of the world's emissions are now covered by some degree of a net zero target. A lot of those are still in the form of governments only taking a position, but they are likely to firm up and pass into the legislative process and eventually into legislation, and to go from discussion further up as well. So what we're left with here is that if you're a global company, the odds are pretty good that you have operations in a place that has ambitions to net zero carbon emissions or greenhouse gas emissions by the middle of this century. Could I have the next slide, please? And finally, I just want to give a bit of flavor of where the business as usual, as my colleagues have analyzed it in the last several months, is likely to take us. And just to level set here, the business as usual expectation in the electricity system is that we're going to be more than 2/3 renewable by the year 2050. So anything that's less ambitious than that, I would say, isn't really ambitious at all. And I think the purpose of our discussion here is to talk about how companies can help move past this business as usual into more aggressive climate scenarios, their own more aggressive corporate scenarios in terms of what they believe they can achieve, and who they need to partner with along the way, who needs to help fund them, what they're going to need from policymakers to make that happen. So with that, I'm delighted for us to go into the discussion. And if my panelists can join me, we'll start right away. I've asked everybody to take a few minutes, create a few thoughts, and give us a bit of an opening statement. And if Lord Adair Turner is here, I would love for him to be able to offer the first words.
Am I on screen now?
You are indeed.
Great. Thank you very much, Nathaniel. I'd like to say a few words on the context from the point of view of the Energy Transitions Commission, which illustrates just how important decarbonization of electricity is, because I think it's really important as we head towards trying to achieve a zero carbon world by 2050 to understand that electricity isn't just part of the story, it's about 70 or 80% of the story. At the Energy Transition Commission, which is a global coalition of companies, we're in China, we're in India, we're in Europe, we're in the US, we believe that it's absolutely possible to get to net zero across the whole economy by 2050 in the developed world, 2060 in the developing. The fundamental reason why we're so confident of that is the collapse that has occurred in the price, the cost of renewable energy, both wind and solar, over the last 10 years, down by 90% in the case of solar, 60 or 70% in the case of wind. Now, the question which then always has is, okay, that's fine, it's the cheapest force of electricity now is renewable, what to do when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine? But I think the really exciting thing in energy systems, in electricity systems now, is that as we have a collapsing price of batteries, as we have a collapsing price of making hydrogen from electrolysis, we can now really see lots of different ways of balancing a system which is not only 50% renewable, but maybe 60, 70, 80% or even more renewable electricity. We believe that rich developed economies which have targets of getting to net zero across the whole of the economy by 2050 should be aiming to completely decarbonize their electricity systems by 2035, because that gives the zero carbon electricity with which we electrify the rest of the economy. And the rest of the economy it may be deeply electrified, even in what people used to think of as the hard to abate sectors like steel or cement or aviation or shipping, where via the role of hydrogen made from green electricity and derivatives of hydrogen such as ammonia and synthetic fuels, we see a major indirect role for electrification even there. If you put all that together, we believe that we should be working on the assumption that whereas the world today produces about 27,000 terawatt hours of electricity, primarily still from fossil fuels, by 2050 or 60, we should be consuming about 90 to 110,000 terawatt hours of electricity, which has to be completely zero carbon, with about 80% or so of that coming from intermittent renewables from wind and solar. We think this is completely doable, but the thing I want to stress is just the sheer scale of what we have got to achieve in the scale of the zero carbon electricity system to make possible directly or via hydrogen and ammonia and synthetic fuels, a zero carbon economy. So how do we get there? Some of the ways that we get there involve government action and government support. We should not stop the auctions organized by grids and governments which provide certainty to providers or wind and solar. Some of those may produce prices so cheap that it's much cheaper than the fossil fuel alternative, but there's still a big role for certainty, and we continue to need those contact for difference type systems. But there is also a very big role for corporate buyers. The more corporate buyers we have coming into the market and committing to be RE100 as soon as possible, the faster we drive this decarbonization of the electricity system and growth of the electricity system, which is really the only way to get to a zero carbon economy. Final thought, somebody said on one of the videos earlier, buying renewable electricity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. The crucial thing is to make sure that all of one's electricity is coming in a zero carbon fashion, not simply buying the slice which is easy to buy, because we need the corporate buyers as well as the grid operators to contribute to finding these solutions based on batteries, based on hydrogen, based on intelligent demand management, which will enable us to balance systems, energy demand and supply in systems which will be zero carbon and will depend primarily on intermittent renewables. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Torno. That's a very, very thoughtful and both wide-ranging and quite concise look at where we need to be. I really quite appreciate what you noted there about the role of the corporation in terms of helping push past what we might encounter as a natural boundary of only 60 or 70% renewable energy. And so for that, I'd actually like to hear a bit from Virginia and get a bit of her perspective. Virginia, thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Virginia Cobo. I'm the Global Director for Climate Action at AB InBev. AB InBev, again, if you're not familiar with AB InBev, we're the world's largest brewer. We brew brands like Budweiser, Stella Artois, and Corona around the world. We operate in over 50 countries. One of the things that our CEO says, Brito, is that sustainability is not just part of our business, it is our business. If you think about our beer, it is a completely natural product made from natural ingredients. We rely on water, barley, hops, right? Sometimes rice and other crops. So we need to have thriving communities. We need to have a healthy environment in the future if we want to survive. So if we want our business to be here for the next 100 plus years, which is our dream and our vision, we need to dream about that better world. And as such, we are committed to reducing our emissions by 25% by 2025 and to achieve 100% renewable electricity by the same time frame. What does that mean? That means that we're in line with a 1.5 degree trajectory. So of course, we are supporting very heavily a low carbon economy. Again, if you think about it, corporations have a big say. You might think your footprint is very small and you might think, oh yes, we have, I don't know, 1.2 million tons of CO2 coming from electricity right now, or 31 million tons if we think about our full value chain. But if you add all of the corporations together, we represent approximately 70% of the world's emissions. So even if governments set the rules of the game, if corporations don't follow and don't implement these solutions, then we're going nowhere, right? So we need to have, yes, the role of government putting the rules of the game, the role of corporations to actually doing and implementing change. And I completely agree with Lord Adai that we need to have a market by market approach. So our approach, at least at AB InBev, is to have a market of market approach, making sure that we're enabling the transition of a green electricity grid in each of these markets. So as regulations start becoming available, we are able to implement those solutions. Again, also, we have a program called the Accelerator 100 Plus. Through the Accelerator, we call upon startups and we also try to innovate to see how can we increase renewable capacity? What other ways do we have for achieving renewable electricity? So to give you one clear example, we're talking about China in Usual. So we have an installation, which is actually one of the largest on-site solar installations in China, in one of our breweries. And we said, okay, this is enough for 20% capacity. So how do we get to more? So we partnered with one of the startups through the accelerator called Usual, and we were able to increase renewable capacity from 20 to 30%. This was, it's a project where they use batteries from already trucks that have already spent their lifespan, and these are batteries that would be disposed. They still have about 80% of their lifespan available after you dispose of the truck. So you can use these batteries to increase capacity. So the role of corporations is not only, okay, let's do the action, but also to innovate and to be able to support each other along the way. And we're also able to influence our supply chains. So I'm thinking, yes, I'm the beer industry, but I buy glass. I'm one of the largest purchasers of aluminum cans in the world. I think we're the second or the third. If we talk about glass, we are the largest buyer of glass around the world. And we think about malted barley, we're one of the largest purchase companies around the world. So we are able to influence indirectly other industries that can help relight this transition. And then also, if you think across our whole value chain, because our responsibility is not just downstream, it's also upstream. So how do we work with our retailers? How can we increase renewable capacity to our retailers and especially those traditional stores? Because when you think about modern channel, you think about the big retailers, they also have those ambitions in a lot of the places around the world. But how do we transform electricity grids in those mom and pop shops that are going to be the future? So that's when you start making real change in the world.
Virginia, thank you very much. That's extremely helpful. I really do enjoy hearing how AB InBev goes about working with the sort of landscape of innovators that are there to help you expand your footprint. And I want to get further on to how we extend this ambition to those that are smaller in scale but greater in number. I think that's something that will be very useful for us in a little bit. But let's talk a bit policy specifically before we hop into there. You mentioned many different markets, but let's talk about the EU. Matthew, are you here with us?
I'm here. Hi, Nat.
Hello, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I would like to place this discussion in the context of the EU's action and give you a few numbers and make you understand where policymakers stand here. So today in the EU, we are on track to reach an overall 20% renewables target this year. And in electricity specifically, 1/3 of all our electricity use comes from renewable sources. We have more than 1.5 million people working in the sector, in the renewable sector. an annual turnover of 160 billion euros. So we're really talking about an established economy activity by now. But it's not enough to be on track to our 2050 climate neutrality objective. And we need to really accelerate renewables development. And in a dramatic extent, we set ourselves an increased 55% emission reduction target for 2030 in 10 years' time. It translates into about 40% renewables overall by 2030, so about twice the current level. And it translates to about 2/3 of our electricity that should come from renewables in 2030. To give you an idea, today we have about 200 gigawatts of installed wind capacity. We should be above 400 gigawatts in 2030 and around 1,200 gigawatts in 2050. For solar, we're at 130 gigawatt today. We have to be over 300 gigawatt in 10 years' time and 1,000 by 2050. And I'm only talking about electricity. We're talking about electricity today, but much more is needed where renewables development has been slower. So for heating and cooling, transport, for instance. So what are we doing for this? The Commission is currently reviewing and proposing to revise, where necessary, all relevant policy instruments, including the Renewable Energy Directive, which is our main legislative framework. But it's a challenge for us because that framework, which includes in particular an explicit requirement that all EU countries have to support renewable power purchase agreements, is not yet implemented. It's new legislation. We cannot yet fully assess the gaps, but the urgency of ambitious climate action is such that we have already agreed to seek to improve that framework. There are some lessons that we can take, however, from the recent years. I'll give you 4 examples. The first one has been mentioned, of course, already. Renewables are increasingly able to compete on markets. We see more and more zero subsidy bids. That's clear. Another one is that decline of costs has been one of the key drivers for the increase in corporate sourcing of renewables, especially direct PPAs. For instance, just between 2015 and 2018, the volume of electricity PPA has tripled in the EU, even before the new EU requirements have kicked in. For this reason, we think that corporate PPAs will be one of the keys to delivering on our increased ambition. And that's why it's also important for me to hear from you all what more is needed. Should we encourage specifically PPAs outside electricity as well, for renewable heat or in specific sectors, etc. One lesson from COVID. The crisis has negatively impacted our economy, including renewables projects, of course, but it has also demonstrated the resilience of the EU energy system. There have been delays in projects, in auctions, but no crash in project pipeline. And for example, Spain has doubled its PV capacity over the past 18 months. And the crisis has also shown that we are already able to operate a system with extremely high shares of variable renewables. So what Lord Turner was mentioning, yeah, we can see it happening. For instance, if I look at Germany, the German power system run with 48% of renewable electricity in the first 3 quarters of the year. And finally, the last element that is crucial for us policymakers, but also for companies, is that the pressure for change is there. Citizens are calling for ambitious climate action. Voters are demanding action from politicians. Consumers are challenging companies. So how to address such a challenge? Indeed, the approach has to be a strategic approach based on energy system integration. That's the approach that the EU is following when deploying the Green Deal. Planning in an integrated way that takes into account all energy carriers, all users, all infrastructure. That's the way to deliver with a long-term perspective on our 2050 objective in a cost-effective, in a sustainable way. It's of course very encouraging to see that countries are pledging long-term decarbonization, that companies are committing to 100% renewables. The work of RE100, of the resource platform, is essential to aggregate these commitments, to share experience. And as EU, we can also share our experience. We are also very keen to hear what we need to do better and what extra gaps we need to bridge, and how collectively as the international community we can create momentum towards COP26. Thank you.
Matthew, thank you. That's very helpful, and actually, it's a perfect bridge to bringing this back to some questions. So, first of all, I would love to see some questions come in publicly. They'll be sent to our producers, who will then relay them to me. So, ideally, they're fairly targeted, and they're things that we can work through in quick fashion. But I have a bit of my own. So Matthew very helpfully concluded there with what with sort of call as to what else can be done, what else people can do with their policymakers, so to speak, to help drive along this uptake. So actually, I'd like to then put that back to Lord Turner and to Virginia in sequence. What other things policy-wise would be most helpful at this moment to get to beyond 70% commitment, let's say towards 100% commitments on renewable electricity? Lord Turner.
Well, I think what's interesting is that the higher we go on the renewable percentage, the more that we have to be developing new forms of providing flexibility and storage within the system. So we are, for instance, doing a lot of work in India and China of the objective over the next 10 years of how you stop any new growth in coal or fossil fuel, how you make sure that all of the growth of electricity is from zero carbon sources, taking renewables from maybe 10 to close to 30% and total zero carbon to over 50% of the systems. What is interesting in that early stage, up to say renewables at 30%, the challenges of flexibility and storage are relatively straightforward. You can just force your existing thermal plant to run flexibly rather than base load to balance out against your renewables, and you've got a system that works. Once you start saying, I'm going to build a system which is 60, 70, 80% renewables, you've really got to work out how you do the balance of the system. Do you start investing heavily in batteries, which is probably the answer to the diurnal balance, the daily balance, how you keep air conditioners running in hot places into the evening, even though the sun has gone down, etc. And how on the seasonal level, do you maybe use hydrogen, do you use pumped storage, etc. So I would have said that one of the interesting things for corporates who really want to push the boundary of what they're doing is to say, should they be investing not only in renewables, direct purchase of renewables, but as batteries as well, so that they are helping to solve the balance problem? Because if they simply make a contract for direct purchase of renewables, wind and solar, whenever it is, and then said, well, the wind and solar, it isn't blowing, I'll just go and buy the grid, they will be pushing onto the grid demand just at the points when there isn't any wind and solar on the grid, because if their own wind and solar isn't running, it won't be on the grid either. So I think the next stage on corporates is to begin to think about how they own, how they contribute to the solution of the balance problem. You know, should some of them be saying, I will be buying wind and solar, I'm doing my direct PPA, but I'm also going to put in enough batteries that I balance that out. A lot of those problems, I think we will have to solve within the grid. We think they are completely and utterly solvable. But I think that is the crucial thing, that it's all completely manageable. The other thing I would say is the issue of demand management. As we get to higher and higher levels of renewables, the more that we can get people, and this ultimately means corporates, thinking intelligently about whether they can vary the time of day of their demand in a way that makes it easier to balance the system. When you run the figures, in theory, those demand response should be one of the cheapest ways of providing flexibility within the system. But it will only happen if a set of things happen in relation to grid pricing of electricity, intelligent thinking on behalf of companies about how they manage their own electricity demand to better run against the profile of how a renewable system will produce.
I think, Mortona, that's actually very, very important, this concept of where the burden of balancing, the burden of keeping the system alive and well is going to fall. And I do think that we'll see a lot of that become a corporate thing. Also, I am quite interested to see a sort of evolution of demand response towards the sort of previous paradigm, which is you turn things off when demand is high, towards a potentially different paradigm, which is you turn things on when supply is high. So you become an absorber of excess electrons as that time comes.
Virginia, I think, by the way,
yes, please.
I think one of the big places we're going to see that is in hydrogen production.
Absolutely.
Once we get our capital cost of electrolyzers low enough, it will be completely economic to run them just a couple of thousand hours a year. And you can then just run those electrolyzers when there is surplus and cheap electricity available. And I think that will end as a major balancing item, sometimes explicitly planned in the grid, but sometimes in the industrial system with electrolyzers, varying their use of them for when there is a good supply of electricity.
Indeed so. Virginia, so I've got one actually that's come in that I think would actually be perfect for you, which is, are companies relying on subsidies and are governments propping up corporate profits? Now, I think the latter part is not as relevant as the first one, which is how much subsidy, if any, is involved in your process of meeting these goals in the markets where you're active?
Well, you will be very impressed. I mean, we do rely in local legislations, and as they become, it's not either subsidies or grants as well in some of the markets, and incentives for companies, right? At the same time, the question about carbon pricing is also a big one, and that would be something that, depending on the market, it's going to shape and is going to accelerate more the transition towards renewables. But I loved what Lord Turner said about thinking about the systems as a whole, because we do need to solve and we do need to think forward on what is the electricity demand going to look like in the next to 20 years. Because as different technologies evolve, the need for electricity is not only, I mean, we're thinking about 69%, but are we taking into consideration the amount of electricity that we're going to need to energize, or the amount of hydrogen that we need to energize the transport system as well?
No, that's good. Right, exactly. We should be clear that my figures there are the business as usual. If you want a more aggressive scenario for addressing climate change using the electricity system in particular and electrification of other processes, you're talking multiple X increase in the total amount.
Yeah, and that is our role as corporations, right? So like I said at the beginning, like government set the rules of the game. So either subsidies or tax or lower taxes, taxation, carbon taxation as well, or carbon prices, those really enable corporations to start driving a market of renewables, and then the price can be par with regular fossil fuels. I think we do need governments to be able to help us enable and transition. But then in the other sense, the role of corporations is to be able to innovate, to be able to think through the systems and say, in the next 20 to 30 years, if I'm going to, I need to electrify my current, I need to make my current electricity capacity green. At the same time, I need to reduce my electricity usage because I need to be more efficient. So it's a combination of both so that you can have more capacity on the grid. So we need to not forget about that. One thing is we need to transition to lower carbon options in terms of electricity, or carbon neutral, which is like the role of renewables, right? But we never have to forget that when you're thinking about a sustainable scenario, you also need to rely on energy efficiency. Yes. We need to reduce our electricity usage, or at least our usage per hectoliter produced, in my case, depending, or ton produced, depending on whatever, so that we can be more efficient in terms of the entire usage of electricity. And that way you can enable growth. And at the same time, look for that storage capacity, which we have already tested, like I also stated earlier, and it brings great results. I mean, not only are you able to be more efficient, you're going to be renewable, and you're going to be able to store capacity, either to use it yourself or to feed the grid that you're a part of. So we've done it on both directions, and it works greatly.
That's wonderful. I'm always interested to hear about the efficiency angle, because I think it's important to note, A, how important it is, but B, how it's part of good business practice to begin with. Like, I would imagine this is probably core to your strategic thinking, no matter what. We have another question that I think is very important, and I'd like to address to Mathieu, please. And it's about how do we ensure equitable benefit from all of these efforts? Right? We're now talking about a world of the biggest corporations that are often global, but they have a local impact, right? How do you, as policymaker, ensure that benefits from a very high renewable penetration electricity system are accruing to the people who could use them most? Have you thought about that at the Commission, and how would you address that for this group here?
There's a number of dimensions to this just transition concept. Indeed, we're talking about a transformation of the whole economy. Some players are clear winners in this process. Others are in a situation where either their core activity or their ability to change is such that they are more at risk. It can be companies, it can be specific sectors, it can be regions or community, it can be the citizens. There are different approaches to these. There are some sectors for which we don't see a place in the long term. There is no place for the coal industry realistically in Europe in long-term perspective. What do we do about that? We manage a transition, but it will disproportionately affect some regions, for instance, which are heavily dependent on these activities. So there, it's really about bridging the gap between now and the moment where the people there will be able to also benefit from the direct benefits of renewables, because we know that all regions in Europe have a potential for the development of renewable energy. So basically, it's largely about bringing the positive aspects of the transition to those places. Then, if you talk about citizens, consumers, local communities, that will not necessarily in a full market situation see the direct benefits of the offshore wind farm that will be built on their coastline. There you can think about innovative schemes where, for instance, your auction design includes specific requirements to also deliver benefits. For instance, pool a specific amount of money to improve housing in local communities, or reserve a certain share of the investment to investment from local people and local communities, for instance. So there would be many different aspects depending on the specific approach. We're thinking about it. Of course, the issue is different in the EU and in other parts of the world. It's an ongoing discussion that is extremely sensitive also in the international climate negotiations, where the EU is also trying to bring its experience. We have 27 different countries with completely different economic starting points, industrial structures, levels of wealth. So this is why I think we can bring a bit of a balanced vision to the discussion. I don't know if I answered your question.
No, that's actually very helpful, because what I'm most interested in is where we can make smart and flexible policy decisions that allow everyone to take benefit, right? I mean, like, take it as a given that it is a good, no matter what, for us to be decarbonizing electricity as much as possible. And it's fantastic that we have the world's biggest corporations that are committed to it as part of their good business practice. But doing that, I think, across a system level requires some smart thinking on how we distribute the gains, right? If you think about it as equity and benefit, where does it accrue and to whom? It's clear for the corporations, but I think that it needs a bit more approach on the policy side. So we are running up against time here. I'm actually delighted that we were able to get in such a good discussion. So I'd like to conclude just in a few seconds here with my own call to action, which I draw from the discussion that we've had so far. The first is that we should be ambitious, right? I mean, to Ward Turner's point is that it's if we take the expectation of where the electricity system should go as the business as usual right now, it's already significantly decarbonized, but there's so much more to do. And that will have to flow through smart policy making, and it will have to flow through smart and forward-looking corporate engagement. And so on that, I will conclude and say thank you very much to all for joining. Thank you, Ward Turner. Thank you, Virginia. Thank you, Matthew. I'll hand back to you, Sam, and thank you all for joining.
Thank you very much, Nat, Virginia, Lord Turner, and Matthew for a really stimulating discussion. I won't try and sum that up. I think you did a great job yourselves. I want to give as much time as possible for the questions at the end of the next panel. Before we start the next panel, introducing Bruce Douglas from Eurelectric, who will be moderating, but also to say that due to the time differences between the speakers, we did pre-record this panel. Most of the speakers will be available to answer your questions at the end of the discussion, but in order to get that geographic spread and get representation from across the globe, we did pre-record this session. So don't be surprised if somebody changes their shirt during for the Q&A. So without any further ado, I shall hand across to Bruce Douglas for the second panel of today.
Welcome to this RE100 dialogue on the Race to Zero, the market-driven renewable electricity transition. So good morning to those joining from the Americas, good afternoon to those joining from Europe, Middle East and Africa, and good evening to those of you joining from Asia. I'm coming to you from Brussels in Belgium, and today we've got a spectacular lineup of speakers coming from across the world. I'll introduce those to you in a moment. My name is Bruce Douglas. I'm the Director of Communications and Business at Eurelectric, and I'm also an advisory board member of RE100. Today, we're going to present some of the corporate leadership stories behind renewable energy sourcing and dive into some of the barriers that are preventing accelerated growth. Could just have our first slide, please. And the next slide, please. So here you see a slide that RE100, so Sam and his team regularly show of the companies that have so far committed to 100% renewable electricity. I believe it's over 260 companies, growing extremely fast. I think Sam and his team send me a message almost every week with a new company joining. But in my opinion, this is just the tip of the iceberg. There's clearly over tens of thousands of companies who are already sourcing renewable energy, but maybe not yet committed to 100%. For those out there, the companies out there who've not yet done so, please do consider that in your strategy and contact Sam and his team at RE100 to join this movement. I've always believed in the ambition and the potential for this particular movement. And we always used to say we're moving it from 100 companies to 100,000 companies. We're at 260 so far, a long way to go, but this is truly an exponential development. On the next slide, what you see is the electricity demand of those companies. So there's 260 companies combined, have over 275 terawatt hours per year of electricity demand. And if RE100 was a country, then it would be just behind Mexico in terms of its electricity demand. In the next slide, you see the global demand growth of corporate sourcing continuing to grow very fast. You will have just seen this from Nate at Bloomberg New Energy Finance, the graph, but it's important to note that the cumulative volume, and I believe this is PPAs, so PPAs signed around the world, is now over 60 gigawatts. Significant growth last year, and even in this year with the COVID constrained conditions that we have, contracts are still being signed. You'll note that the Americas are leading that with the 15.8 gigawatts last year, and the other regions starting to catch up. If you take the next slide, you'll see the barriers really that are preventing the scale up and the accelerated growth are primarily policy barriers around the world. RE100 have put together a list of global policy messages. I'm not going to read them. They're available on the RE100 website, but I will just note the 6 of them here, 6 of the key barriers. The first one being create a level playing field. The second, remove regulatory barriers. The third, create an electricity market structure that allows direct trade. Fourthly, work to provide options for corporate sourcing. Fifth, to promote direct investments in addition to PPAs. And finally, support a credible and transparent certification system. The next slide you'll see is what RE100 are doing globally to build and empower a global movement. So truly fantastic work by Sam and his team, working with the various players around the world. As you see there, a report just out, the Japanese market report on their website, and also working with the resource platform on a European buyers toolkit. There's a couple more coming up later this year on Taiwan and China. Now, my last slide, just before I introduce our first speaker comes from Japan, and he represents RICO. As you see RICO on that list, they were the first to join RE100 from Japan. But now you see there's over 40 companies signed up to 100% renewable electricity in Japan. And that's now the second largest country in the world. I want to really find out more about that. And I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker. So it's Hiro Hatano, the Manager of Sustainability and at RICO Company. So Hiro, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you. So I'm Hiro Hatano from RICO Company, Tokyo, Japan. So now I quickly introduce RICO's decarbonization activities. First slide, please. RICO is a Japanese multinational company. It provides digital products and services with sales of 2 trillion yen and more than 90,000 employees. And RICO has been actively engaged in environmental activities for more than 20 years. Next, please. This chart summarizes RICO's overall GHG emission reduction targets. Just an image. RICO committed net zero GHG emissions and 100% renewable electricity by 2050. Also, we set an interim target of a 63% GHG emission reduction by 2030 from 2015. To achieve the target, we need to promote energy saving more and accelerate the utilization of renewable energy. Next, please. So RICO joined RE100 in 2017 as the first Japanese member company. Then in 2017, we made efforts to grasp the actual situation at each group company, and we requested them to promote utilization of renewable energy. In 2018, we made a decarbonization roadmap and started the internal RE100 achievement program. In 2019, we have switched 100% renewables at our main assembly production sites, and some domestic source sites became net zero energy buildings. Next, please. According to a decarbonization roadmap, we set a policy for future activities. We have been promoting utilization of renewable energy in China and Europe in recent years. And from now on, we will expand it to the US, Japan, and Asia. In these regions, we will proactively switch to green electricity and utilize the on-site PPA and corporate PPA. Regarding energy saving, we will take fundamental process innovation, replacing 2 high-efficiency facilities and promote zero energy building. also switching to electrical vehicles. I think that after joining RE100, RECO was able to accelerate decarbonization activities. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Hiro. And I'd really look forward to coming back at the end of this session to ask you some questions about both RECO's leadership and also the Japanese companies who are now signing up to RE100. I actually printed my notes for today's session on a RECO printer just behind me. So I thank you for that. Knowing that it's powered by renewable energy, or at least the manufacturing of it, makes me feel a lot better when I print that piece of paper. So from a leading buyer now to one of the leading suppliers of renewable energy in the world, to Enel Green Power. And I'm delighted to have Cristina Bernardini, Head of Commercial Office for Asia and Oceania, to give her perspectives. So Cristina, over to you.
Thank you, Bruce. Let me say that Enel Green Power is playing a fundamental role in the energy transition. As you said, is a leading company in the renewable energy markets. What we see also is that there are a lot of CNI that are already part of RE100 initiatives that have interest to reach their sustainability goal in this country. For example, we see as a focus the Indian market, in which CNI interest is growing and growing, and what we see is also that there will be a lot of opportunities over there. Moving to a more sophisticated market, like in Australia, we really believe in synergies with energy-related products, that like we are doing with our sister company, NLX, in the demand response. We have really a good focus in South Korea. South Korea this year with the new Green Deal, Modi has announced finally programs to enable Korean companies to participate to RE100 initiatives. Looking at Japan, I think that probably it has the most potential inside Asia, and we really believe that the demand response over there, like we do already with NLX, can integrate the renewable energy into the grid. Looking at Japan, the direct PPA pilot program has grabbed a lot of interest from international generators and also CNI. Go to the next slide. What we see apart these opportunities, there are a lot of challenges. So there are challenges due to regulatory barriers, like in India, in which let's say that only some states have favorable regulatory framework for doing direct PPA. In South Korea, we are still waiting for details on how this framework will be deployed. In Vietnam, we are still waiting for the final rules on the pilot project. Then there are other barriers like grid issues. What we see in Australia and Japan, they still need to be solved totally. What we need to look is also the wholesale markets of these countries. For example, in Vietnam, the wholesale market is still at a preliminary stage. In India, what we can do is just to manage short-term position. If you go next, how to move forward in this context. In India, we really need to have an homogenization of a national level of regulatory framework which enable direct PPA. We look at the green market as an interesting opportunity to be monitored to increase the forward market transactions. In Australia, we believe that stabilizing the national grid will enable a massive penetration of renewables and even longer PPAs. In Korea, we really have the needs to enable voluntary REC claims to allow private companies in reach their sustainability targets. For Vietnam, we are expecting that the guidelines for the pilot will be in accordance with international market standards. And finally, for Japan, DPPAs are becoming more attractive and will become in a few years probably, because we are in a moment in which the FIT now is aligned with the market electricity price. And that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina. Great, and thanks a lot for giving a global overview of some other regions as well that are not being covered by the other speakers. Certainly going to come back to you and ask what's next for corporate PPAs in your opinion. So next we go to India, and delighted to introduce Bose Vargesh, who's the head of green initiatives at Infosys Limited. Bose, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you, Bruce. Hello, everyone. Infosys is a digital and technology services company headquartered in Bangalore. And we are listed in the Mumbai Stock Exchange as well as in NASDAQ. We operate in 35 countries. And let me start off saying that Infosys is now a carbon neutral company. Just last month, we announced that we are carbon neutral for 2020. And renewables played a key role in taking us there. And if you look at our journey, we started our climate action journey in 2008. In 2011, we took a voluntary commitment to become carbon neutral. And transitioning to RE was always there. And when the RE100 was launched, we were the first company from India to sign up. Early 2015, we joined RE100. And the progress we made since then really helped us turn carbon neutral in 2020. Moving on to the next slide. So our approach to this RE transition has been a mix of both captive investment as well as the PPA route. So far, we have invested in 60 megawatts of solar power PV capacity of our own. Some of it is within our large campuses that we own in India, and some of them are large-scale projects outside. And between our captive and capacity and PPAs, last year 44.3% of our electricity came from renewable sources. I also want to point out that our annual requirement is about 300 million units, and more than 90% of that requirement is in India. So what happens in India is really important to us. So RE100 is actually well aligned with the RE ambitions of the government of India. And so it is true that we are facing a few challenges now, but we feel very confident that we will be able to make good progress going forward, and that 44.3% can move towards zero sooner than later, and that's our ambition. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bose, and impressive to hear you're carbon neutral already. You're a long way towards your 100% renewable electricity target. And also interesting to note you put your money where your mouth is and have made your own investments. I'm going to dig into that a bit in the Q&A if you don't mind, and also ask you about the highly ambitious Indian government targets for renewables and how corporates could assist there. But before that, last but definitely not least, to I'd say the leading global player in renewable energy procurement, certainly the record breaker for last year's investments in renewable energy from Google. Delighted to have you here, Anoa Anda, Senior Lead for Energy Strategy at Google. Anoa, please, over to you.
Thank you, Bruce, and thank you, RE100, for having us today. I'd like to share with you what has been part of the journey we've been going through for the last years, but also focus on what's next. So starting with the reason for Google being a as Bruce mentioned, one of the biggest procurers of energy or renewable energy in the industry. I'd like to share with you, this is probably information that you have seen before, but just for some of you that don't know, we have heavy electricity users. Most of that electricity usage is part of our data centers operations, and also the electricity, it's the major impact from our footprint perspective. Therefore, if we want to run our operations in a sustainable manner, it's definitely something that we have to tackle. And that's something that we've been doing since 2007, when we started to be carbon neutral. Then in 2012, we made a commitment in order to match 100% of our renewable or our electricity consumption by renewable energy on a global basis, on a yearly basis. And this is something that we achieved in 2017. So the way that we have been achieving that goal is through power purchase agreements in the majority of the cases. Some other structures, that power purchase agreements, as other participants mentioned before, has been a key element. And we've been achieving that goal since then. So since 2017 and 3 years in a row, we've been matching that consumption, which is a significant achievement. But this is just the starting point of this journey. So again, big achievement. But if we can please go to the next slide, I'd like to share with you what this looks like. So as I mentioned before, we've been matching that consumption on an annual basis, global basis. But in the end, if we see here is an example of one of our data centers in Chile. And if we see the effect that has a PPA, right, in the hourly consumption on a yearly basis, this is what we call carbon heat maps. You see that it has a huge effect in the central part of the graph. That by adding, for instance, an additional PPA, not only solar, but also additional solar and wind, we achieve a higher percentage of carbon-free energy, right? So this is all of the hours in the grid that we are trying to achieve a carbon-free power. So it's not only the PPAs that we are executing, but also the rest of the electricity that we are taking from the grid. And therefore, this is a global ambition from all of the stakeholders in the industry in order to achieve a decarbonized grid. And if we go to the next slide, please, then this is actually our next level of ambition, what has been recently announced. So the main goal and the ultimate goal is to be 24/7 carbon-free in our operations everywhere, every time. And this is exactly what we are now. So at the moment, you see that our global hourly clean energy average is of 61%. But it's completely different if we look at some of our data centers in the Nordic region in Europe, right, where the grid is pretty cleaner compared to other regions in the world. If we are considering, for instance, Singapore, where the grid is heavily dependent on fossil fuels, and our carbon-free energy percentage is 3%. So this is the ultimate goal that we have, and looking forward to continuing this journey, as I said before, together with the rest of the industry and the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ainhoa. And Google always pushes the boundaries, and your high ambition for that 24/7 really pushes us as well on the supply side to think and focus on how to deliver on that carbon-free 24/7. So the increased granularity and ambition that you have there for renewables really tests us as well. So thanks for that. We, as you know, are launching a task force within Eurelectric, combined with all the other stakeholders, the resource platform, and RE100, and several of you on the call today, to investigate that 24/7, or the move towards 24/7, to increase the granularity of supply-demand matching for renewables. So looking forward to that over the coming years. Thanks a lot. So we've got about 10 minutes left for some questions. I've got a lot of questions, but I'm going to pick just a few, and maybe one or two each for each of you. But given the time, so please keep your answers very short, just a few words, and then we'll get round everyone to at least one question. Hiro, going back to you first of all, the question about why Japan. I mean, why has Japan got so many companies signing up for the 100% renewables? I showed at the beginning, now over 40, the second in the world, second country in the world. So why that? And what are the barriers stopping other companies committing to that?
So, in my view, since there are the few options of renewables in Japan, and the Japanese government has tried to reduce GHG emission reduction through nuclear power. So Japanese companies have very much focused on the energy saving of our products and hesitate to join RE100 until RICO joined. However, there are many global companies in Japan, and I think they felt that they were in danger of being removed from the global supply chain if not engaged in the decarbonization activities, because they had important customers in the US and Europe. So in addition, the RE100 and its members' activities are influencing Japanese companies to become more interested in the use of renewables. So therefore, although there are many barriers to use renewable energy in Japan, I think they have decided to aim for 100% renewables in line with the global trend, I think. That's the reason why the Japanese people get into the RE100 member recent years.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Hiro. And I'll come back to ask you at the end about the one policy barrier you think is critical in Japan to remove. But you're right. I mean, but I'll come back to you at the end. We'll do a tour at the end about the policy barriers. But it's interesting what you say about the supply chain. I think that is a critical element. Next level of corporate procurement is bringing the supply chain onto this as well. Christina, a quick question, a follow-up to that. I mean, what is the next step for corporate PPAs in the future? And why should companies reorientate themselves towards renewables?
Well, let's say that in our opinion, the next level is to involve the small and medium enterprise. They need to be part of this game. How? I think that making aggregations, it will be very important, even though it's a great challenge, because we have from our side to provide simplified offer to our customer, avoiding accessing complexity. But on the other side, we need also to put in place some credit mechanism or solutions to make the project fully bankable. So that's the point.
Thanks a lot.
One addition.
Yes. Yeah, please go ahead, Christina.
No, one addition of what you were saying is that it is very important now, the supply chain, because this is an essential step in order to be keep doing business. So we are seeing already many companies that are helping their suppliers in setting the environmental goals. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Environmental goals, economic savings, credibility. It's really a package of drivers now. Yeah, absolutely. And question to you, Bose. In India, going back to the ambition set by Prime Minister Modi, an incredible ambition of 170 gigawatts by 2022, something like over 500 gigawatts by 2030, I believe, for renewables in India. How can companies like Infosys and corporates generally help achieve those targets?
That's a great question, Bruce. One important factor that we need to keep in mind is that energy sector in India is still under the government for the most part, at least the distribution part of it. The infrastructure is owned by the government. And so currently what is happening, although there is this huge ambition set, as you mentioned, the government actions are keyed towards doing very large mega projects and greening the grid. It's not really key towards drawing in the corporate side. So in order to align, I think, Infosys is not the biggest consumer. We are an IT services and digital company. We ourselves consume about 300 million units. And if we wanted to invest in solar, we will have to put up, about 160 to 180 megawatts of capacity. And just imagine, and added up among even 100 companies, how big that could be. So if Government of India could really align the policies, one, to enable corporate money to go into captive investment. Two, so that will bring a lot of corporate money into RE. The indirect way, enabling the PPA framework. So the independent power producers like NL can come in and invest, and we can procure power from them. Both these have challenges, and they are policy related. One big challenge is that this is a state matter. It's not a federal matter. Every state has a different take on it. So while there is a huge ambition and potential, government is not really tapping into that potential at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. So listen, we at the RE100, through the activities in Asia and specifically in India, we're very excited about the opportunity there, the potential, and really enjoy working with you and the other companies to push that agenda forward. So thanks a lot, Bose, for your leadership on that and your relationships with the government. So I know then going back to the ambition and the next step, you mentioned one development, which is this 24/7 and increased granularity. And we also touched there upon the supply chain. I mean, from your opinion, where are the biggest opportunities for you at Google in those next steps? And where can maybe the utility companies, such as our members at Eurelectric and Enel Green Power, assist you in that journey?
Sure. I think that this is a great question because in the end, the way that we are envisioning this new goal, it's going to be based on three main pillars. The first one is going to be transactions. So transaction has been, by transactions, I mean power purchase agreements and other type of contracts that we will continue executing. And in the end, we will be, as I mentioned before, so the Chile example, it's a combination of PPAs, different technologies, but we are, of course, trying to combine those with other more advanced technologies such as storage or thinking on hydrogen. So in the end, there will be a need of cooperating with utilities and, as I said before, other stakeholders, TSOs, and definitely regulators in order to make sure that those are feasible. The second pillar that I like to highlight here is next generation clean energy technologies. And by this, I'm not only referring to these previously mentioned technologies such as hydrogen that are now huge or attracting a lot of attention, or storage, or developing more advanced technologies, but also thinking on other efforts more related to artificial intelligence or machine learning, and of course leveraging on some of the strengths that we may have. And this is also very linked to data and the way that we are tracking, of course, electricity, to your point, Bruce, on this granularity. So since we are, of course, aiming at being 24/7 carbon-free, but in the end, there should be also a way of demonstrating that this is something that we are achieving. So everything should be developed in parallel. And the final pillar would be on policy. So also very aligned with some of the barriers and concerns that have been raised by some of the panelists before. So I think that we all should be advocating for policies that accelerate the decarbonization of the electricity grids around the world. And this is going to be, again, a joint effort among all of the different stakeholders that form this ecosystem and regarding electricity.
Okay, thanks a lot. And thanks for bringing us back to those policy barriers, which we see as critical. We only have 1 minute left, so I'm just going to come back to Hiro, to give you the final word. And maybe could you give us the one barrier that you see in Japan, and probably no doubt that will be relevant globally, that you see that that could assist, if we remove that barrier, that could really push this forward? I mean, a very specific barrier, and keep your answer quite short, please.
Yes, and the RICO is the founding members of the JCLP, which is the Japanese RE100 partner organization. JCLP member companies created a position paper about the importance of increasing the rate of the renewables and sent it to the Japanese government and members of parliament several times. So the certain action for several years may have changed the government's mind. And finally, as you know, the new prime minister stated that Japan aimed to be a carbon neutral by 2050 and make renewable energy the main source of power. So I expect to see the rapid change of the renewable market in Japan. So gradually changing this in Japan.
Thanks very much, Hiro, and especially for highlighting the leadership of the Japanese government and their targets for 2050, which, as you know, was closely followed by South Korea and their ambitions for 2050 as well. And following this conversation, as you can imagine, it's clear that corporate sourcing of renewables can play a huge role in meeting those targets. So I'm delighted to have hosted this discussion. Unfortunately, we don't have time for further discussion, but look forward to working with all of you over the coming years to push this. And now we're going to do some audience Q&A. So your turn to question the panelists. If you use the chat function at the bottom of your screen, please do type your questions there and we'll post them to the panelists in this next session. Thanks so much. Thank you, RE100.
We seem to have a bit of a sound issue, so I'll start off. I'll help out by handing over to the live questions. You'll see Bruce has changed his shirt, in moving now to the live Bruce as opposed to the pre-recorded Bruce. So Bruce, do let me know if your sound does come on. But in the meantime, I will take the first tranche of questions if they could be pinged through to me. Just got a couple of seconds to do that. Bruce, apparently if you remove your headphones, that might work. So the first question for the panel is, what are the biggest barriers that that companies are facing? Taking us back to that last question from Bruce. So I'll first ask Bozu, what are the biggest barriers that companies are facing in India to purchase renewables?
Hi Sam, am I audible? Okay, so I will list. There are quite a few, actually. I mean, in my previous one of the questions, I did answer that the policies vary from state to state. Some of the key issues, RE needs, the state wants the grid. So someone who wants to consume RE, either from your own captive investment, which is far away from your consumption point, or procured from a third party, has to be wheeled into your premises. So, and that grid is owned by the government. So there has to be a policy that allows wheeling. Then the other is banking. I mean, I think that's also very common. The RE generation pattern doesn't necessarily fit exactly well with the RE consumption pattern. For example, if you take wind in India, 65% of the wind energy is produced during the monsoon, 3 months of the monsoon season. June, July, August, you get 65%. The rest of the months, you get 35%. So if you are lining up your consumption completely on wind, you have a problem, right? So the other aspect is obviously banking. So you export or pump in your power, whatever you produce into the grid, and you look at the quantum, X million units. Then you look at the consumption point, you consume X million units. But it's not exactly as the order it is, coming into the grid. So the banking and wheeling are two key points. Many states are not offering that. The other is, the additional charges. That is one restrictive barrier that we have. So when in some places when we have these, then the state adds on a lot of different layers of charges. So you have an underlying contract value with the power producer. To that, you add many layers of charges. Of course, you pay for the wheeling. If there is banking, you pay for the banking. Then, subcharge, surcharge, and additional charges. Ultimately, when the power is landed, you end up paying much more than what you're currently paying, and it becomes financially infeasible. There are some of the, more generic issues, but there are other issues as well, which I would, abstain from at this point. Thank you.
Sam, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you. I'll hand over to you, Bruce.
Okay, Sam, thanks a lot for stepping in. That's the beauty of live TV, Sam. And you're right, I did change my shirt. I didn't change the color, but I did change my shirt since we pre-recorded last week. So I've just got one question for Anoa and then one question to Christina before we run out of time. I can see there's a few more questions in the chat. We'll try to answer those in the chat. But first to Anoa, onto your 24/7 ambition, and I know if you could turn your camera on, please. One question was about as we move forward with your ambition, what level of information, what type of information are you going to release as Google for other companies to learn and for us to develop towards that ambition?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So the idea is to share on an annual basis the percentage of carbon-free energy that each of our data centers or each of our sites are consuming. So same as I presented this slide with the different consumption points that we have at the global level. So the idea is that we will be releasing that information so everyone who has interest is able to see what's the percentage match and also to see the evolution towards the 2030 goal that we have. and hopefully we will see improvements in each of those dates. So again, it's a big change from a yearly 100 renewables % match, right, at the global basis, and we are moving from there to a more local goal. So we will be also happy to share those developments at a local basis.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I know you had a bit of an echo there. I hope everyone was able to hear you. But thanks for that. And it's clear that your ambition, that level of ambition going to 24/7 is beyond most companies. And that's why it's great you show that leadership. And as you know, as I mentioned earlier, we're setting up a task force with Resource on this topic. Look forward to working with you on that. And also there's a new initiative just starting called Energy Tag, which you're also part of, I know, and we're on the advisory board there, which is looking at developing voluntary hourly certificates. And so there is a movement towards that, and we're happy to play our role there. So thanks a lot, Ainoa. And now to Christina, if you're there as well, if you could turn your camera on. A question following up on your comment about the next level beyond PPAs, and you were talking about small and medium-sized companies, and I'm a huge advocate for that. Of course, there's a lot of complexity around that. One of which being, the credit worthiness of those. I mean, could you say a few words about that? Barriers around bringing smaller companies on, and how we could solve something like the credit worthiness issue.
Yeah.
Before the answer comes through, anybody who's not muted, please mute themselves. That will avoid the echo. Thank you.
Okay, I think now it works. So let me say that, as I said, they should be part of this picture, even though let's imagine that this kind of aggregators is made up of very, very small companies. So when we are doing such investments, we need to, let's say, rely on the creditworthiness of the company. And of course, it's very easy to make the business with a big CNI. But when you are talking about small or medium enterprise, they probably do not have such, let's say, strengthness in order to provide you, I don't know, guarantee or credit support. So there should be a mechanism that allowed both players, let's say, this small enterprise to reach their goal, and from our side have, let's say, the to be, let's say, able to build the plants and realize a really bankable project. Because from our side, I mean, some investment can be done in project financing. So we need to provide banks that we are able for all the entire project lifetime a sustainable business. So we need to make somehow to have these two things that cooperate somehow and create these credit solutions, because I understand that small enterprise can not have such strength. So the aggregator should be something that will enable also small enterprise to reach some credit solution and to be provided to utilities or renewable energy companies.
Okay, thanks a lot, Christina. And so we've come to the end of this Q&A, but as I say, we'll try and answer the questions in the chat. On the topic of 24/7 and increased granularity, we've actually got two events coming up with, so Euroelectric working with the Resource platform on that topic. Next week, next Thursday, the 26th, an event called Digitopia. And then on Friday, the 11th of December, an event called the Resource Annual Event, where we'll be digging into this topic much more. So look forward to that. But we'll end this session here. Thanks so much to our speakers, to Bose, to Christina, and to Ainoa. Thanks, and thanks, Sam, for stepping in. I believe we now hand over to Gonzalo Munoz, who's the COP25 high-level climate action champion. Gonzalo, are you there?
Absolutely. I'm following the whole session.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Bruce. And thanks to all of the participants and speakers. I think that we have seen through this and other sessions that the transition to sustainable energy is happening at an exponential rate, bringing a multi-billion investment opportunity to harness cheap, clean, renewable power as a competitive advantage. Countries and companies have a choice. Will they step up and benefit from the opportunities presented by this growing movement, or will they ignore it and be left behind with 20th century electricity system? That's the main question. As was said today from Minister Llobet in Chile, we are totally determined to take the opportunity that Lord Turner also explained so well, and then Virginia Foe with such a determination from AMBEV. Cheers on that. We need to think of the system as a whole, including the role of those electrons that will be converted into molecules of green hydrogen. The more corporate buyers we have, the faster we grow. And we need those buyers to buy 100% of the renewable energy, not just the easiest slice. So I call on all companies that have not yet done so to step up and sign up to RE100 and commit to sourcing 100% of electricity from renewable sources. This is a cost-effective measure, which is a growing expectation of suppliers, investors, and customers, and can be a key part of a race to zero commitment. The RE100 country, the 15th biggest country of the world. We need every citizen of the world to live in that country that Sam and Bruce mentioned. It must become the biggest country in the next decade. We need to make it much bigger than that 69% at 2050 that Nathaniel projected. I also call on governments to create supportive policy frameworks and remove barriers to sourcing 100% renewable energy in order to access corporate investment in the energy transition. This is increasingly becoming a competitive differentiator that enables inward investment and trade. I want to also second the suggestion of Lord Turner about developed countries should decarbonize their electricity by 2035. Thanks to the audience for attending, panelists for the insight, and RE100 for organizing this session today. Nigel and I now have a few remarks to close the day. So having said that, my friend Nigel, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Gonzalo. Oh, it's all dark here. I'm just trying to put the light on so you can see me. It doesn't matter. Well, first of all, what a fantastic session, right? I mean, I can remember the launch of RE100 still a year before Paris. It was lovely to hear from Infosys, it's an elite club who joined RE100 before Paris, right? Real pioneers. And I met Bose the other day, who was telling me that Infosys, they have a mantra, which is that they set unreasonable goals for each other to drive innovation. I think that's what we're seeing throughout the power system now. So to wrap up the day, let me extend a huge thank you to all of our partners, to IRENA, of course, Sustainable Energy for All, Climate Action 100+, CDP, We Mean Business, RE100, of course, the Climate Group. Thank you, all of you, for everything you've done to put this together. I think that today we've really seen a clear demonstration that the transition to a zero carbon energy system is happening and accelerating. We're seeing more and more companies join the Race to Zero campaign, SSC and Good Energy recently. And I love these tangible examples of corporate renewables procurement that you mentioned, AB InBev. I love the Google example of not just 100% procurement, but matching supply and demand the whole way, which seems to me, a great lab to learn how to run fully renewable grids. So yeah, really, really inspiring day. Back to you, Gonzalo.
Well, I think that clear from today's dialogues, we have passed also an inflection point on the awareness and ambition in green hydrogen due to its amazing potential in using decarbonizing hard-to-abate sectors and the rapid reductions in renewable power costs. More and more countries and companies now have bold green hydrogen targets. Francesco in the first panel mentioned a global pipeline of 60 gigawatts of electrolyzers. That sets a path full of hope, right? Not only for green hydrogen, not only for electricity, not only for energy, for the whole decarbonization of the economy. Because the faster demand for green hydrogen builds, the faster cost will come down to provide a cost-effective solution. We will soon see the green hydrogen under $3, and then the race is set to go under $2 or even $1.5 per kilo. In that sense, I'm so proud to see the ambition of Chile. Chile aiming to be the cheapest green hydrogen producer by 2030, with green hydrogen responsible for 20 to 25% of the CO2 reductions, according to Chile Energy Minister Juan Carlos Llobet earlier today. So we have a global collective action that will be essential to deliver green hydrogen on an accelerated time frame compatible with 1.5 degree trajectory.
Yeah, because I know you're really excited about hydrogen. Me too. I remember when I was on the Energy Transitions Commission and we all started realizing what a huge deal this is going to be, and a massive growth. I hadn't heard that figure of 60 gigawatts, but it's not surprising. Almost every day it seems you're hearing something. I know Chile's been ahead of the game. There's a few other countries with quite a lot of empty, land and sun is what you need, right? So you've got that in Chile, which is why I think
and some water.
Yeah, and some you need but I don't know, Australia has been really waking up, right? I mean, I just see suddenly big, huge mega projects in Australia for solar plus. So hopefully the climate change story in Australia will be about jobs and growth rather than about this sort of silly argument about coal, which I mean, hopefully this is the 12 months when they finally flip that. And I mean, similarly, South Africa, right? I haven't heard enough about. Surely there's a huge hydrogen opportunity in South Africa, and given that its dependency on natural resource extraction could be a really important way of them making a just transition. So I think that this is one area where we can really see that the exponential is taking off. I love that report which Women in Business published the other day, showing how if we just keep on, I think it's the 6 or 7% per annum growth rate of renewables deployment, then we'll smash the 2050. It's more like 2040 that we can get to global zero carbon power. So we're looking forward to that systems change, building momentum, so that by the time we get to Glasgow, people are starting to really believe in that exponential growth of renewables and hydrogen. We're seeing a really clear end to coal power. I mean, I've been really encouraged by some of the recent announcements, of course, from Japan and Korea, but also Siemens, Toshiba, Samsung. I think I'm right in saying all three of them announcing that they will not build any new coal plants beyond ones which are in construction. So I'm wondering whether we might start really believing in a date for the final coal-powered power station being built on Earth within the next 5 years, because China will be really key there. What's in their next 5-year plan? And one of the really important reasons for having very clear end dates is it allows us and governments and communities to plan a just transition. It's also really clear that investors see renewable energy and hydrogen and these other zero carbon technologies as super cycle, big priority for investment. But also hearing from the strategy consultancies that this is as big for them as the digital revolution. Like every company pretty much is being disrupted. Also excited to hear the consultation being launched today on the power sector decarbonisation strategy by Climate Action 100+, and more. But at the heart of it is like deep collaboration across the whole value chain. Really, really exciting day. I think it's we're down seven themes down, 3 to go, Gonzalo. Still, and the energy's still buzzing. It's great.
Yeah, a lot of things to think about it, and connected also to finance. That will be our topic of the day on Thursday, right? Maria Neira today said, let's stop using taxpayers' money to subsidize fossil fuel that creates health problems, that kill people, and have to also be solved with more taxpayers' money. For a healthy and green recovery, we have to tackle that point. Yeah? But then Juliet Davenport mentioned something that I thought it was brilliant. When a household turns into an energy producer, the relationship with energy positively changes. And now we have the concept that Google brought, the time for interim solution has passed. We have to rapidly scale. And we know that strong cost reduction in renewables over the last 10 years now means that renewables are cheaper than fossil fuel in 2/3 of the world. Indeed, as Mark said, the renewable energy growth in 2020 could be more than overall growth in energy consumption. That means we might have seen the historical peak for fossil fuels in 2019. The continuing expansion of renewable energy will enable electrification of other sectors of the economy, especially transport and building. Lord Turner was strongly explicit on how important it is to think about the energy system as a whole. We need investors, companies to accelerate this progress, supported by policy. We need companies to join RE100 and the Race to Zero. I would say every company participating on such vibrant track that is decarbonizing the world must also commit to be net zero in the 40s. Otherwise, would be quite hypocrite, right? I think it's unacceptable. We must be part of the solution, and we must be developing the solution through our practice as well. So thank you, everybody. It has been a very energetic day. Thank you to all of the partners. Tomorrow, we will have our Regenerative Food and Agriculture System Day in our Race to Zero dialogues. Thank you very much. See you all tomorrow.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.